Section 11 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the bird catchers who are street sellers. The street sellers of birds are called by themselves hawkers, and sometimes bird hawkers. Among the bird catchers I did not hear of any very prominent characters at present, 3 of the best known and most prominent having died within these 10 months. I found among all I saw the vagrant characteristics I have mentioned, and often united with a quietness of speech and manner which might surprise those who do not know that any pursuit which entails frequent silence, watchfulness, and solitude forms such manners. Perhaps the man most talked of by his fellow labourers was old Gillian, who died lately. Gillian was his real name, for among the bird catchers there is not that prevalence of nicknames which I found among the costermongers and patterers. One reason, no doubt, is that these bird folk do not meet regularly in the markets. It is rarely, however, that they know each other's surnames, old Gillian being an exception. It is old Tom, or young Mick, or Jack, or Dick among them. I heard of no John or Richard. For 60 years, almost without intermission, old Gillian caught birds. I am assured that to state that his catch during this long period averaged 100 a week, hens included, is within the mark, for he was a most indefatigable man. Even at that computation, however, he would have been the captor in his lifetime of 312,000 birds. A bird catcher who used sometimes to start in the morning with old Gillian and walk with him until their roads diverged, told me that of late years the old man's talk was a good deal of where he had captured his birds in the old times. "Why, Ned," he would say to me, proceeded his companion, "I've catched goldfinches in lots at Chalk Farm, and all where there's that railway smoke and noise just by the hill (Primrose Hill). I can't think where they'll drive all those birds to by and by. I dare say the first time the birds saw a railway with its smoke and noise to frighten them, and all the fire too, they just thought it was the devil was come. He wasn't a fool, wasn't old Gillian, sir. Why," he'd go on for to say, "I've laid many a day at Ball's Pond there, where it's nothing but a lot of houses now, and catched hundreds of birds. And I've catched them where there's all them grand squares, Pimlico way, and in Britannia Fields, and at White Condy. What with all these buildings and them barbers, I don't know what the bird trade'll come to. It's hard for a poor man to have to go to Finchley for birds that he could have catched at Holloway once. But people never thinks of that. When I were young I could make 3 times as much as I do now. I've got £1 for a good sound chaffinch as I brought up myself." Ah, poor old Gillian, sir. I wish you could have seen him. He'd have told you of some queer changes in his time. A shopkeeper informed me that a bird catcher had talked to him of even queerer changes. This man died 8 or 10 years ago at an advanced age, but beyond the fact of his offering birds occasionally at my informant's shop, where he was known merely as the old man, he could tell me nothing of the ancient bird catcher, except that he was very fond of a talk, and used to tell how he had catched birds between 50 and 60 years ago, and had often, when a lad, catched them where many a dock in London now stands. "Where there's many a big shop now in deep water, I've catched flocks of birds. I never catched birds, to be sure, at them docks," he would add, "as was dug out of the houses. Why, master, you'll remember their pulling down St. Catherine's Church, and all them rummy streets the t'other side of the Tower for a dock." As I find that the first dock constructed on the north side of the Thames, the West India dock, was not commenced until the year 1800, there seems no reason to discredit the bird catcher's statement. Among other classes of street sellers, I have had to remark the little observation they extended to the changes all around, such as the extension of street traffic to miles and miles of suburbs, unknown till recently. 2,000 miles of houses have been built in London within the last 20 years, but with the bird catchers this want of observance is not so marked. Of necessity they must notice the changes which have added to the fatigues and difficulties of their calling, by compelling them literally to go further afield. A young man, rather tall and evidently active, but very thin, gave me the following account. His manners were quiet, and his voice low. His dress could not so well be called mean as hard worn, with the unmistakable look of much of the attire of his class, that it was not made for the wearer. His surtout, for instance, which was fastened in front by 2 buttons, reached down to his ankles, and could have enclosed a bigger man. He resided in St. Luke's, in which parish there are more bird-catchers living than in any other. The furniture of his room was very simple. A heavy old sofa, in the well of which was a bed, a table, 2 chairs, a fender, a small closet containing a few pots and tins, and some 20 empty bird cages of different sizes, hung against the walls, in a sort of wooden loft which had originally been constructed, he believed, for the breeding of fancy pigeons, and which was erected on the roof, were about a dozen or 2 of cages, some old and broken, and in them a few live goldfinches, which hopped about very merrily. They were all this year's birds, and my informant, who had a little connection of his own, was rearing them in hopes they would turn out good specs, quite birds beyond the run of the streets. The place and the cages, each bird having its own little cage, were very clean, but at the time of my visit the loft was exceedingly hot, as the day was one of the sultriest. Lest this heat should prove too great for the finches, the timbers on all sides were well wetted and re-wetted at intervals, for about an hour at noon, at which time only was the sun full on the loft. "I shall soon have more birds, sir," he said, "but you see I only put aside here such as are the very best of the take, all cocks, of course. Oh, I've been in the trade all my life. I've had a turn at other things, certainly, but this life suits me best, I think, because I have my health best in it. My father, he's been dead a goodish bit, was a bird-catcher as well, and he used to take me out with him as soon as I was strong enough, when I was about 10, I suppose. I don't remember my mother. Father was brought up to brick-making. I believe that most of the bird-catchers that have been trades, and that's not half a quarter perhaps, were brick-makers or something that way. Well, I don't know the reason. The brick-making was in my father's young days carried on more in the country, and the bird-catchers used to fall in with the brick-makers, and so perhaps that led to it. I've heard my father tell of an old soldier that had been discharged with a pension, being the luckiest bird-catcher he knowed. The soldier was a catcher before he was listed, and he listed drunk. I dare say that's 15 year back, for I was quite a lad, walked with my father and captain, note the pensioner's sobriquet, end note, till they parted for work, and I remember very well I heard him tell how, when on march in Portugal, I think that's what he called it, but it's in foreign parts, he saw flocks of birds. He wished he could be after catching them, for he was well tired of soldiering. I was sent to school twice or thrice, and can read a little and write a little, and I should like reading better if I could manage it better. I read a penny number, or the police in a newspaper, now and then, but very seldom. But on a fine day I hated being at school. I wanted to be at work, to make something at bird-catching. If a boy can make money, why shouldn't he? And if I'd had a net, or cage, and a mule of my own, then I thought I could make money. Note, I may observe that the mule longed for by my informant was a cross between 2 birds, and was wanted for the decoy. Some bird-catchers contend that a mule makes the best call-bird of any, others that the natural note of a linnet, for instance, was more alluring than the song of a mule between a linnet and a goldfinch. One birdman told me that the excellence of a mule was, that it had been bred and taught by its master, had never been at large, and was better to manage. It was bolder too, in a cage, and its notes were often loud and ringing, and might be heard to a considerable distance. End note. I couldn't stick to school, sir, my informant continued, and I don't know why, lest it be that one man's best suited for one business and another for another. That may be seen every day. I was sent on trial to a shoemaker, and after that to a rope maker, for father didn't seem to like my growing up and being a bird catcher like he was. But I never felt well, and I knew I should never be any great hand at them trades, and so when my poor father went off rather sudden, I took to the catching at once, and had all his traps. Perhaps, but I can't say to a niceness, that was 11 year back. Do I like the business, do you say, sir? Well, I'm forced to like it, for I've no other to live by. Note: the reader will have remarked how this man attributed the course he pursued, evidently from natural inclination, to its being the best and most healthful means of subsistence in his power. End note. Last Monday, for my dealers like birds on a Monday or Tuesday best, and then they've the week before them, I went to catch in the fields this side of Barnet, and started before 2 in the morning, when it was neither light nor dark. You must get to your place before daylight to be ready for the first flight, and have time to lay your net properly. When I'd done that, I lay down and smoked. No, smoke don't scare the birds. I think they're rather drawn to notice anything new, if all's quite quiet. Well, the first pull I had about 90 birds, nearly all linnets. There was, as well as I can remember, 3 hedge sparrows among them, and there's always a terrible flutter and row when you make a catch, and often regular fights in the net. I then sorted my birds, and let the hens go, for I didn't want to be bothered with them. I might let such a thing as 35 hens go out of rather more than an 80 take, for I've always found, in catching young broods, that I've drawn more cocks than hens. How do I know the difference when the birds are so young? As easy as light from dark. You must lift up the wing, quite tender, and you'll find that a cock linnet has black, or nearly black, feathers on his shoulder, where the hens are a deal lighter. Then the cock has a broader and whiter stripe on the wing than the hen has. It's quite easy to distinguish, quite. A cock goldfinch is straighter and more larger in general than a hen, and has a broader white on his wing, as the cock linnet has. He's black round the beak and the eye too, and a hen's greenish thereabouts. There's some grey pates, note young birds, end note, would deceive anyone until he opens their wings. Well, I went on, sir, until about 1 o'clock, or a little after, as well as I could tell from the sun, and then came away with about 100 singing birds. I sold them in the lump to 3 shopkeepers at 2 shillings, 2 shillings 2pence, and 2 shillings 6pence the dozen. That was a good day, sir, a very lucky day. I got about 17 shillings, the best I ever did but once, when I made 19 shillings in a day. Yes, it's hard work is mine, because there's such a long walking home when you've done catching. Oh, when you're at work it's not work, but almost a pleasure. I've laid for hours, though, without a catch. I smoke to pass the time when I'm watching. Sometimes I read a bit, if I've had anything to take with me to read. Then at other times I thinks. If you don't get a catch for hours, it's only like an angler without a nibble. Oh, I don't know what I think about. About nothing, perhaps. Yes, I've had a friend or two go out catching with me, just for the amusement. They must lie about and wait, as I do. We had a little talk, of course. Well, perhaps about sporting. No, not horse racing. I care nothing for that, but it's hardly business taking any one with you. I supply the dealers and hawk as well. Perhaps I make 12 shillings a week the year through. Some weeks I've made between £3 and £4, and in winter, when there's rain every day, perhaps I haven't cleared a penny in a fortnight. That's the worst of it. But I make more than others, because I have a connection and raise good birds. Sometimes I'm stopped by the farmers when I'm at work, but not often, though there is some of them very obstinate. It's no use, for if a catcher's net has to be taken from one part of a farm after he's had the trouble of laying it, why it must be laid in another part. Some country people like to have their birds catched. My informant supplied shopkeepers, and hawked his birds in the streets and to the houses. He had a connection, he said, and could generally get through them, but he had sometimes put a bird or two in a fancy house. These are the public houses resorted to by the fancy, in some of which may be seen 2 or 3 dozen singing birds, for sale on commission, through the agency of the landlord or the waiter. They are the property of hawkers or dealers, and must be good birds, or they will not be admitted. The number of birds caught, and the proportion sold in the streets, I have already stated. The number of bird catchers, I may repeat, is about the same as that of street bird sellers, 200. Of the crippled street bird sellers. From the bird seller, whose portrait will be given in the next number of this work, I have received the following account. The statement previously given was that of a catcher and street seller, as are the great majority in the trade. The following narrative is that of one who, from his infirmities, is merely a street seller. The poor man's deformity may be best understood by describing it in his own words. "I have no ankle." His right leg is emaciated, the bone is smaller than that of his other leg, which is not deformed, and there is no ankle joint. The joints of his wrists and shoulders are also defective, though not utterly wanting, as in the ankle. In walking, this poor cripple seems to advance by means of a series of jerks. He uses his deformed leg, but must tread, or rather support his body, on the ball of the misformed foot, while he advances his sound leg. Then, with a twist of his body, after he has advanced and stands upon his undeformed leg and foot, he throws forward the crippled part of his frame by the jerk I have spoken of. His arms are usually pressed against his ribs as he walks, and convey to a spectator the notion that he is unable to raise them from that position. This, however, is not the case. He can raise them, not as a sound man does, but with an effort and a contortion of his body to humour the effort. His speech is also defective, his words being brought out as it were by jerks. He has to prepare himself, and to throw up his chin in order to converse, and then he speaks with difficulty. His face is sunburnt and healthy-looking. His dress was a fustian coat with full skirts, cloth trousers somewhat patched, and a clean coarse shirt. His right shoe was suited to his deformity, and was strapped with a sort of leather belt round the lower part of the leg. A considerable number of bookstall keepers, as well as costermongers, swag barrowmen, ginger beer and lemonade sellers, orange women, sweet stuff vendors, root sellers, and others, have established their pitches, some of them having stalls with a cover like a roof, from Whitechapel workhouse to the Mile End turnpike gate. Near the gate they are congregated most thickly, and there they are mixed with persons seated on the forms belonging to adjacent innkeepers, which are placed there to allow any one to have his beer and tobacco in the open air. Among these street sellers and beer drinkers is seated the crippled bird seller, generally motionless. His home is near the Jews' burial ground, and is one of the many places which, by a misnomer occasioned by the change in the character and appearance of what were the outskirts, are still called pleasant. On seeking him here, I had some little difficulty in finding the house, and asking a string of men who were chopping firewood in an adjoining court for the man I wanted, mentioning his name, though no one knew anything about him. Though when I spoke of his calling, "Oh," they said, "you want old Billy." I then found Billy at his accustomed pitch, with a very small stock of birds in 2 large cages on the ground beside him, and he accompanied me to his residence. The room in which we sat had a pile of firewood opposite the door. The iron of the upper part of the door latch being wanting was replaced by a piece of wood, and on the pile sat a tame jackdaw, with the inquisitive and askant look peculiar to the bird. Above the pile was a large cage containing a jay, a bird seldom sold in the streets now, and a thrush in different compartments. A table, 3 chairs, and a hamper or 2, used in the wood cutting, completed the furniture. Outside the house were cages containing larks, goldfinches, and a very fine starling, of whose promising abilities the bird seller's sister had so favourable an opinion that she intended to try and teach it to talk, although that was very seldom done now. The following is the statement I obtained from the poor fellow. The man's sister was present at his desire, as he was afraid I could not understand him, owing to the indistinctness of his speech. but that was easy enough after a while, with a little patience and attention. "I was born a cripple, sir," he said, "and I shall die one. I was born at Lewisham, but I don't remember living in any place but London. I remember being at Stroud, though, where my father had taken me, and bathed me often in the sea himself, thinking it might do me good. I've heard him say, too, that when I was very young he took me to almost every hospital in London, but it was of no use. My father and mother were as kind to me and as good parents as could be. He's been dead 19 years, and my mother died before him. Father was very poor, almost as poor as I am. He worked in a brick field, but work weren't regular. I couldn't walk at all until I was 6 years old, and I was between 9 and 10 before I could get up and down stairs by myself. I used to slide down before, as well as I could, and had to be carried up. When I could get about, and went among other boys, I was in great distress, I was teased so. Life was a burthen to me, as I've read something about. They used to taunt me by offering to jump me, invite him to a jumping match, and to say, "I'll run you a race on one leg." They were bad to me then, and they are now. I've sometimes sat down and cried, but not often. No, sir, I can't say that I ever wished I was dead. I hardly know why I cried. I suppose because I was miserable. I learned to read at a Sunday school, where I went a long time. I like reading. I read the Bible and tracts, nothing else. Never a newspaper. It don't come in my way, and if it did I shouldn't look at it, for I can't read over well, and it's nothing to me who's king or who's queen. It can never have anything to do with me. It don't take my attention. There'll be no change for me in this world. When I was 13, my father put me into the bird trade. He knew a good many catchers. I've been bird selling in the streets for 26 years and more, for I was 39 the 24th of last January. Father didn't know what better he could put me to, as I hadn't the right use of my hands or feet, and at first I did very well. I liked the birds, and do still. I used to think at first that they was like me, they was prisoners, and I was a cripple. At first I sold birds in Poplar, and Limehouse, and Blackwall, and was a help to my parents, for I cleared 9 shillings or 10 shillings every week. But now, oh dear, I don't know where all the money's gone to. I think there's very little left in the country. I've sold larks, linnets, and goldfinches to captains of ships to take to the West Indies. I've sold them too to go to Port Phillip. Oh, and almost all those foreign parts. They bring foreign birds here and take back London birds. I don't know anything about foreign birds. I know there's men dressed as sailors going about selling them. They're duffers, I mean the men. There's a neighbour of mine that's very likely never been 20 miles out of London, and when he hawks birds he always dresses like a countryman and duffs that way. When my father died, continued the man, I was completely upset. Everything in the world was upset. I was forced to go into the workhouse, and I was there between 4 and 5 months. Oh, I hated it. I'd rather live on a penny loaf a day than be in it again. I've never been near the parish since, though I've often had nothing to eat many a day. I'd rather be lamer than I am, and be oftener called Silly Billy, and that sometimes makes me dreadful wild, than be in the workhouse. It was starvation, but then I know I'm a hearty eater, very hearty. Just now I know I could eat a shilling plate of meat, but for all that I very seldom taste meat. I live on bread and butter and tea, sometimes bread without butter. When I have it, I eat a quartern loaf at 3 meals. It depends upon how I'm off. My health's good. I never feel in any pain now. I did when I first got to walk, in great pain. Beer I often don't taste once in 2 or 3 months, and this very hot weather one can't help longing for a drop, when you see people drinking it all sides of you, but they have the use of their limbs. Here 2 little girls and a boy rushed into the room, for they had but to open the door from the outside, and evidently, to tease the poor fellow, loudly demanded a halfpenny bird. When the sister had driven them away, my informant continued, I'm still greatly teased, sir, with children. Yes, and with men too, both when they're drunk and sober. I think grown persons are the worst. They swear and use bad language to me. I'm sure I don't know why. I know no name they call me by in particular when I'm teased, if it isn't old hypocrite. I can't say why they call me hypocrite. I suppose because they know no better. Yes, I think I'm religious, rather. I would be more so if I had clothes. I get to chapel sometimes. Note: a resident near the birdseller's pitch, with whom I had some conversation, told me of Billy being sometimes teased in the way described. Some years ago, he believed it was at Limehouse, my informant heard a gentlemanly-looking man, tipsy, damn the street birdseller for Mr. Hobbler, and bid him go to the mansion house, or to hell. I asked the cripple about this, but he had no recollection of it, and as he evidently did not understand the allusion to Mr. Hobbler, I was not surprised at his forgetfulness. End note. I like to sit out in the sunshine selling my birds, he said. If it's rainy and I can't go out, because it would be of no use, I'm moped to death. I stay at home and read a little, or I chop a little firewood, but you may be very sure, sir, it's little I can do that way. I never associate with the neighbours. I never had any pleasure, such as going to a fair or like that. I don't remember having ever spent a penny in a place of amusement in my life. Yes, I've often sat all day in the sun, and of course a good deal of thoughts goes through my head. I think, shall I be able to afford myself plenty of bread when I get home? And I think of the next world sometimes, and feel quite sure, that I shan't be a cripple there. Yes, that's a comfort, for this world will never be any good to me. I feel that I shall be a poor starving cripple till the end, perhaps in the workhouse. Other poor men can get married, but not such as me. But I never was in love in my life. Never. Note: among the vagrants and beggars I may observe there are men more terribly deformed than the bird-seller, who are married or living in concubinage. End note. Yes, sir, he proceeded, I'm quite reconciled to my lameness, quite, and have been for years. Oh no, I never fret about that now, but about starving, perhaps, and the workhouse. Before father died, the parish allowed me 1 shilling 6pence and a quartern loaf a week, but after he was buried they'd allow me nothing, they'd only admit me into the house. I hadn't a penny allowed to me when I discharged myself and came out. I hardly know how ever I did manage to get a start again with the birds. I knew a good many catchers, and they trusted me. Yes, they was all poor men. I did pretty tidy by bits, but only when it was fine weather, until these 5 years or so, when things got terrible bad, particularly just the 2 last years with me. Do you think times are likely to mend, sir, with poor people? If working men had only money, they'd buy innocent things like birds to amuse them at home. But if they can't get the money, as I've heard them say, when they've been pricing my stock, why, in course they can't spend it. Yes, indeed, said the sister, trade's very bad. Where my husband and I once earned 18 shillings at the firewood, and then 15 shillings, we can't now earn 12 shillings, the 2 of us, slave as hard as we will. I always dread the winter a-coming. Though there may be more firewood wanted, there's greater expenses, and it's a terrible time for such as us. I dream sometimes, sir, the cripple resumed in answer to my question, but not often. I often have more than once dreamed I was starving and dying of hunger. I remember that, for I woke in a tremble. But most dreams is soon forgot. I've never seemed to myself to be a cripple in my dreams. Why, I can't explain how, but I feel as if my limbs was all free like, so beautiful. I dream most about starving, I think, than about anything else. Perhaps that's when I have to go to sleep hungry. I sleep very well, though, take it altogether. If I had only plenty to live upon, there would be nobody happier. I'm happy enough when times is middling with me, only one feels it won't last. I like a joke as well as anybody when times is good, but that's been very seldom lately. It's all small birds I sell in the street now, except at a very odd time. That jackdaw there, sir, he's a very fine bird. I've tamed him myself, and he's as tame as a dog. My sister's a very good hand among birds, and helps me. She once taught a linnet to say Joey, as plain as you can speak it yourself, sir. I buy birds of different catchers, but haven't money to buy the better kinds, as I have to sell at 3d and 4d and 6d mostly. If I had £1 to lay out in a few nice cages and good birds, I think I could do middling, this fine weather particular, for I'm a very good judge of birds, and know how to manage them as well as anybody. Then birds is rather dearer to buy than they was when I was first in the trade. The catchers have to go further, and I'm afeard the birds is getting scarcer, and so there's more time taken up. I buy of several catchers. The last whole day that I was at my pitch I sold 9 birds, and took about 3 shillings. If I could buy birds ever so cheap, there's always such losses by their dying. I've had 3 parts of my young linnets die, do what I might, but not often so many. Then if they die, all the food they've had is lost. There goes all for nothing the rape and flaxseed for your linnets, canary, and flax for your goldfinches, chopped eggs for your nightingales, and German paste for your skylarks. I've made my own German paste when I've wanted a sufficient quantity. It's made of pea meal, treacle, hog's lard, and moss seed. I sell more goldfinches than anything else. I used to sell a good many sparrows for shooting, but I haven't done anything that way these 8 or 9 years. It's a fashionable sport still, I hear. I've reared nightingales that sung beautiful, and have sold them at 4 shillings a piece, which was very cheap. They often die when the time for their departure comes. A shopkeeper as supplied such as I've sold would have charged £1 a piece for them. One of my favouriteest birds is redpoles, but they're only sold in the season. I think it's one of the most knowingest little birds that is, more knowing than the goldfinch in my opinion. My customers are all working people, all of them. I sell to nobody else. I make 4 shillings or 5 shillings. I call 5 shillings a good week at this time of year, when the weather suits. I lodge with a married sister. Her husband's a wood chopper, and I pay 1 shilling 6pence a week, which is cheap, for I've no sticks of my own. If I earn 4 shillings, there's only 2 shillings 6pence left to live on the week through. In winter, when I can make next to nothing, and must keep my birds, it is terrible. Oh yes, sir, if you believe me, terrible. Of the tricks of the bird duffers. The tricks practised by the bird sellers are frequent and systematic. The other day a man connected with the bird trade had to visit Holloway, the city, and Bermondsey. In Holloway he saw 6 men, some of whom he recognised as regular bird catchers and street sellers, offering sham birds. In the city he found 12, and in Bermondsey 6, as well as he could depend upon his memory. These, he thought, did not constitute more than a half of the number now at work as bird duffers, not including the sellers of foreign birds. In the summer, indeed, the duffers are most numerous, for birds are cheapest then, and these tricksters, to economise time, I presume, buy of other catchers any cheap hens suited to their purpose. Some of them, I am told, never catch their birds at all, but purchase them. The greenfinch is the bird on which these men's art is most commonly practised, its light-coloured plumage suiting it to their purpose. I have heard these people styled bird swindlers, but by street traders I heard them called bird duffers, yet there appears to be no very distinctive name for them. They are nearly all men, as is the case in the bird trade generally, although the wives may occasionally assist in the street sale. The means of deception as regards the greenfinch especially are from paint. One aim of these artists is to make their finch resemble some curious foreign bird, not often to be sold so cheap, or to be sold at all in this country. They study the birds in the window of the naturalists' shops for this purpose. Sometimes they declare these painted birds are young Java sparrows, at one time a fashionable bird, or St. Helena birds, or French or Italian finches. They sometimes get 5 shillings for such a duffing bird. One man has been known to boast that he once got a sovereign. I am told, however, by a bird catcher who had himself supplied birds to these men for duffing, that they complained of the trade growing worse and worse. It is usually a hen which is painted, for the hen is by far the cheapest purchase, and while the poor thing is being offered for sale by the duffers, she has an unlimited supply of hemp seed, without other food, and hemp seed beyond a proper quantity is a very strong stimulus. This makes the hen look brisk and bold, but if newly caught, as is usually the case, she will perhaps be found dead next morning. The duffer will object to his bird being handled on account of its timidity. but it is timid only with strangers. When you've had him a week, ma'am, such a bird seller will say, you'll find him as lovesome and tame as can be. One jealous lady, when asked 5 shillings for a very fine Italian finch, an excellent singer, refused to buy, but offered a deposit of 2s. 6d. if the man would leave his bird and cage for the trial of the bird's song for 2 or 3 days. The duffer agreed, and was bold enough to call on the 3rd day to hear the result. The bird was dead, and after murmuring a little at the lady's mismanagement, and at the loss he had been subjected to, the man brought away his cage. He boasted of this to a dealer's assistant, who mentioned it to me, and expressed his conviction that it was true enough. The paints used for the transformation of native birds into foreign are bought at the colour shops and applied with camel hair brushes in the usual way. When canaries are a bad colour, or have grown a paler yellow from age, they are re-dyed by the application of a colour sold at the colour shops, and known as the Queen's yellow. Blackbirds are dyed a deeper black, the grit of a frying pan being used for the purpose. The same thing is done to heighten the gloss and blackness of a jackdaw, I was told, by a man who acknowledged he had duffed a little. People like a gay bright colour. In the same way the tints of the goldfinch are heightened by the application of paint. It is common enough, moreover, for a man to paint the beaks and legs of the birds. It is chiefly the smaller birds which are thus made the means of cheating. Almost all the duffing birds are hawked. If a young hen be passed off for a good singing bird, without being painted, as a cock in his 2nd singing year, she is brisked up with hemp seed, is half tipsy in fact, and so passed off deceitfully. As it is very rarely that even the male birds will sing in the streets, this is often a successful ruse, the bird appearing so lively. A dealer calculated for me, from his own knowledge, that 2,000 small birds were duffed yearly, at an average of from 2s. 6d. to 3s. each. As yet I have only spoken of the duffing of English birds, but similar tricks are practised with the foreign birds. In parrot selling there is a good deal of duffing. The birds are painted up, as I have described in the case of the greenfinches and so on. Varnish is also used to render the colours brighter. The legs and beak are frequently varnished. Sometimes a spot of red is introduced, for as one of these duffers observed to a dealer in English birds, the more outlandish you make them look, the better's the chance to sell. Sometimes there is little injury done by this paint and varnish, which disappear gradually when the parrot is in the cage of a purchaser, but in some instances, when the bird picks himself where he has been painted, he dies from the deleterious compound. Of this mortality, however, there is nothing approaching that among the duffed small birds. Occasionally the duffers carry really fine cockatoos and so on, and if they can obtain admittance into a lady's house to display the beauty of the bird, they will pretend to be in possession of smuggled silk and so on, made of course for duffing purposes. The bird duffers are usually dressed as seamen, and sometimes pretend they must sell the bird before the ship sails, for a parting spree, or to get the poor thing a good home. This trade, however, has, from all that I can learn, and in the words of an informant, seen its best days. There are now sometimes 6 men thus engaged, sometimes none, and when one of these men is hard up, he finds it difficult to start again in a business for which a capital of about £1 is necessary, as a cage is wanted generally. The duffers buy the very lowest priced birds, and have been known to get £2 10s. For what cost but 8s. But that is a very rare occurrence, and the men are very poor, and perhaps more dissipated than the generality of street sellers. Parrot duffing, moreover, is seldom carried on regularly by any one, for he will often duff cigars and other things in preference, or perhaps vend really smuggled and good cigars or tobacco. Perhaps 150 parrots, paroquets, or cockatoos are sold in this way annually, at from 15s. to £1 10s. each, but hardly averaging £1, as the duffer will sell or raffle the bird for a small sum if he cannot dispose of it otherwise. of the street sellers of foreign birds. This trade is curious, but far from extensive as regards street sale. There is, moreover, contrary to what might be expected, a good deal of duffing about it. The duffer in English birds disguises them so that they shall look like foreigners. The duffer in what are unquestionably foreign birds disguises them that they may look more foreign, more Indian than in the Indies. The word duffer, I may mention, appears to be connected with the German dürfen, to want, to be needy, and so to mean literally a needy or indigent man, even as the word pedlar has the same origin, being derived from the German Bettler and the Dutch Bedelaar, a beggar. The verb dürfen means also to dare, to be so bold as to do, hence to durf or duff would signify to resort to any impudent trick. The supply of parrots, paroquets, cockatoos, Java sparrows, or St. Helena birds is not in the regular way of consignment from a merchant abroad to one in London. The commanders and mates of merchant vessels bring over large quantities, and often enough the seamen are allowed to bring parrots or cockatoos in the homeward bound ships from the Indies or the African coast, or from other tropical countries, either to beguile the tedium of the voyage, for presents to their friends, or, as in some cases, for sale on their reaching an English port. More, I am assured, although statistics are hardly possible on such a subject, are brought to London, and perhaps by 1/3, than to all the other ports of Great Britain collectively. Even on board the vessels of the Royal Navy, the importation of parrots used to be allowed as a sort of boon to the seamen. I was told by an old naval officer that once, after a long detention on the west coast of Africa, his ship was ordered home, and as an acknowledgment of the good behaviour of his men, he permitted them to bring parrots, cockatoos, or any foreign birds, home with them, not limiting the number, but of course under the inspection of the petty officers, that there might be no violation of the cleanliness which always distinguishes a vessel of war. Along the African coast, to the southward of Sierra Leone, the men were not allowed to land, both on account of the unhealthiness of the shores and of the surf, which rendered landing highly dangerous, a danger, however, which the seamen would not have scrupled to brave, and recklessly enough, for any impulse of the minute. As if by instinct, however, the natives seemed to know what was wanted, for they came off from the shores in their light canoes, which danced like feathers on the surf, and brought boatloads of birds. These the seamen bought of them, or possessed themselves of in the way of barter. Before the ship took her final departure, however, she was reported as utterly uninhabitable below, from the incessant din and clamour. "We might as well have a pack of women aboard, sir," was the ungallant remark of one of the petty officers to his commander. Orders were then given that the parrots and so on should be thinned, so that there might not be such an unceasing noise. This was accordingly done. How many were set at liberty and made for the shore, for the seamen in this instance did not kill them for their skins, as is not unfrequently the case, the commander did not know. He could but conjecture, and he conjectured that something like 1,000 were released, and even after that, and after the mortality which takes place among these birds in the course of a long voyage, a very great number were brought to Plymouth. Of these again, a great number were sent or conveyed under the care of the sailors to London, when the ship was paid off. The same officer endeavoured on this voyage to bring home some very large pineapple, which flavoured, and most deliciously, parts of the ship where she had been a long time at sea, but every one of them rotted and had to be thrown overboard. He fell into the error, Captain said, of having the finest fruit selected for the experiment, an error which the Bahama merchants had avoided, and consequently they succeeded where he failed. How the sailors fed the parrots, my informant could hardly guess, but they brought a number of the very fine birds to England, some of them with well-cultivated powers of speech. This, as I shall show, is one of the ways by which the London supply of parrots and so on is obtained, but the permission, as to the importation of these brightly feathered birds, is, I understand, rarely allowed at present to the seamen in the Royal Navy. The far greater supply, indeed more than 90% of the whole of the birds imported, is from the merchant service. I have already stated, on the very best authority, the motives which induce merchant seamen to bring over parrots and cockatoos. That to bring them over is an inducement to some to engage in an African voyage is shown by the following statement, which was made to me in the course of a long inquiry, published in my letters in the Morning Chronicle, concerning the condition of the merchant seamen. Quote, "I would never go to that African coast again, only I make a pound or two in birds. We buy parrots, grey parrots chiefly, of the natives, who come aboard in their canoes. We sometimes pay 6 shillings or 7 shillings in Africa for a fine bird. I have known 200 parrots on board. They make a precious noise, but half the birds die before they get to England. Some captains won't allow parrots." End quote. When the seamen have settled themselves after landing in England, they perhaps find that there is no room in their boarding houses for their parrots. These birds are not admitted into the sailor's home. The seaman's friends are stocked with the birds, and look upon another parrot as but another intruder, an unwelcome pensioner. There remains but one course, to sell the birds, and they are generally sold to a highly respectable man, Mr. M. Samuel, of Upper East Smithfield, and it is from him, though not always directly, that the shopkeepers and street sellers derive their stock in trade. There is also a further motive for the disposal of parrots, paroquets, and cockatoos to a merchant. The seafaring owner of those really magnificent birds, perhaps, squanders his money, perhaps he gets skinned, stripped of his clothes and money from being hocussed, or tempted to helpless drunkenness, or he chooses to sell them, and he or his boarding-house keeper takes the birds to Mr. Samuel and sells them for what he can get. But I heard from 3 very intelligent seamen whom I met with in the course of my inquiry, and by mere chance, that Mr. Samuel's price was fair and his money sure, considering everything, for there is usually a qualification to every praise. It is certainly surprising under these circumstances that such numbers of these birds should thus be disposed of. Parrots are as gladly or more gladly got rid of, in any manner, in different regions of the continents of Asia and America, than with us are even rats from a granary. Dr. Stanley, after speaking of the beauty of a flight of parrots, says, quote, "The husbandman who sees them hastening through the air with loud and impatient screams, looks upon them with dismay and detestation, knowing that the produce of his labour and industry is in jeopardy when visited by such a voracious multitude of pilferers, who, like the locusts of Egypt, desolate whole tracts of country by their unsparing ravages." End quote. A contrast with the harmlessness in a gilded cage in the house of the wealthy, with us. The destructiveness of these birds is, then, one reason why seamen can obtain them so readily and cheaply, for the natives take pleasure in catching them, while, as to plentifulness, the tropical regions teem with bird, as with insect and reptile life. Of parrots, paroquets, and cockatoos there are 3,000 imported to London in the way I have described, and in about equal proportions. They are sold wholesale from 5 shillings to 30 shillings each. There are now only 3 men selling these brilliant birds regularly in the streets, and in the fair way of trade, but there are sometimes as many as 18 so engaged. The price given by a hawker for a cockatoo and so on is 8 shillings or 10 shillings, and they are retailed at from 15 shillings to 30 shillings or more, if it can be got. The purchasers are the wealthier classes who can afford to indulge their tastes. Of late years, however, I am told, a parrot or a cockatoo seems to be considered indispensable to an inn, not a gin palace, and the innkeepers have been among the best customers of the street parrot sellers. In the neighbourhood of the docks, and indeed along the whole river side below London Bridge, it is almost impossible for a street seller to dispose of a parrot to an innkeeper, or indeed to anyone, as they are supplied by the seamen. A parrot which has been taught to talk is worth from £4 to £10, according to its proficiency in speech. About 500 of these birds are sold yearly by the street hawkers at an outlay to the public of from £500 to £600. Java sparrows from the East Indies and from the islands of the archipelago are brought to London, but considerable quantities die during the voyage, and in this country, for though hardy enough, not more than 1 in 3 survives being taken off the paddy seed. About 10,000, however, are sold annually in London at 1s. 6d. each, but a very small proportion by street hawking, as the Java sparrows are chiefly in demand for the aviaries of the rich in town and country. In some years not above 100 may be sold in the streets, in others as many as 500. In St. Helena birds, known also as wax-bills and redbacks, there is a trade to the same extent, both as regards number and price, but the street sale is perhaps 10% lower. End of section 11. Section 12 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the street sellers of birds' nests. The young gypsy-looking lad who gave me the following account of the sale of birds' nests in the streets was peculiarly picturesque in his appearance. He wore a dirty-looking smock frock with large pockets at the side. He had no shirt, and his long black hair hung in curls about him, contrasting strongly with his bare white neck and chest. The broad-brimmed brown Italian-looking hat, broken in and ragged at the top, threw a dark half-mask-like shadow over the upper part of his face. His feet were bare and black with mud. He carried in one hand his basket of nests, dotted with their many-coloured eggs. In the other he held a live snake, that writhed and twisted as its metallic-looking skin glistened in the sun, now over and now round the thick knotty bough of a tree that he used for a stick. The portrait of the youth is here given. I have never seen so picturesque a specimen of the English nomad. He said in answer to my inquiries, "I am a seller of birds' nesties, snakes, slowworms, adders, effets (lizards is their common name), hedgehogs, for killing black beetles, frogs, for the French they eats them, snails, for birds. That's all I sell in the summer-time. In the winter I get all kinds of wild flowers and roots, primroses, buttercups and daisies, and snowdrops, and backing off of trees. Backing it's called because it's used to put at the back of nosegays. It's got off the yew trees and is the green yew fern. I gather bulrushes in the summer-time, besides what I told you. Some buys bulrushes for stuffing. They're the fairy rushes, the small ones, and the big ones is bulrushes. The small ones is used for stuffing, that is, for showing off the birds as is stuffed, and make 'em seem as if they was alive in their cases, and among the rushes. I sell them to the bird stuffers at a penny a dozen. The big rushes the boys buys to play with and beat one another, on a Sunday evening mostly. The birds' nesties I get from a penny to 3d a piece for. I never had young birds, I can never sell 'em. You see, the young things generally dies of the cramp before you can get rid of them. I sell the birds' nesties in the streets. The 3d ones has 6 eggs, a halfpenny a egg. The linnets has mostly 4 eggs, they're 4d the nest. They're for putting under canaries and being hatched by them. The thrushes has from 4 to 5, 5 is the most. They're 2d, they're merely for curiosity, glass cases or anything like that. Moorhens, what build on the moors, has from 8 to 9 eggs, and is a penny a piece. They're for hatching underneath a bantam fowl, the same as partridges. Chaffinches has 5 eggs, they're 3d, and is for curiosity. Hedge sparrows 5 eggs, they're the same price as the other, and is for curiosity. The bottle tit, the nest and the bough are always put in glass cases. It's a long hanging nest, like a bottle, with a hole about as big as a 6d, and there's mostly as many as 18 eggs. They've been known to lay 33. To the house sparrow there is 5 eggs, they're a penny. The yellowhammers with 5 eggs is 2d.
The water wagtails with 4 eggs, 2d. Blackbirds with 5 eggs, 2d. The golden crest wren with 10 eggs, it has a very handsome nest, is 6d. Bullfinches, 4 eggs, a shilling. They're for hatching, and the bullfinch is a very dear bird. Crows, 4 eggs, 4d. Magpies, 4 eggs, 4d. Starlings, 5 eggs, 3d. The egg chats, 5 eggs, 2d. Goldfinches, 5 eggs, 6d for hatching. Martins, 5 eggs, 3d. The swallow, 4 eggs, 6d. It's so dear because the nest is such a curiosity. They build up again the house. The butcher birds, hedge murderers some calls them, for the number of birds they kills, 5 eggs, 3d. The cuckoo, they never has a nest, but lays in the hedge sparrows. There's only 1 egg. It's very rare you see the 2. They has been got, but that's seldom. That is 4d. The egg is such a curiosity. The greenfinches has 4 or 5 eggs, and is 3d. The sparrowhawk has 4 eggs, and they're 6d. The reed sparrow, they builds in the reeds close where the bulrushes grow. They has 4 eggs, and is 2d. The wood pigeon has 2 eggs, and they're 4d. The horned owl, 4 eggs, they're 6d. The woodpecker, I never see no more than 2, they're 6d the 2. They're a great curiosity, very seldom found. The kingfishers has 4 eggs, and is 6d. That's all I know of. I gets the eggs mostly from Witham and Chelmsford in Essex. Chelmsford is 20 mile from Whitechapel Church, and Witham 8 mile further. I know more about them parts than anywhere else, being used to go after moss for Mr. Butler of the herb shop in Covent Garden. Sometimes I go to Shirley Common and Shirley Wood, that's 3 miles from Croydon, and Croydon is 10 from Westminster Bridge. When I'm out bird nesting, I take all the cross-country roads across fields and into the woods. I begin bird nesting in May and leave off about August, and then comes the bulrushing, and they last till Christmas, and after that comes the roots and wild flowers, which serves me up to May again. I go out bird nesting 3 times a week. I go away at night and come up on the morning of the day after. I'm away a day and 2 nights. I start between 1 and 2 in the morning and walk all night for the coolness. You see, the weather's so hot, you can't do it in the daytime. When I get down, I go to sleep for a couple of hours. I skipper it, turn in under a hedge or anywhere. I get down about 9 in the morning at Chelmsford, and about 1 if I go to Witham. After I've had my sleep, I start off to get my nests and things. I climb the trees. Often I go up a dozen in the day, and many a time there's nothing in the nest when I get up. I only fell once. I got on the end of the bough and slipped off. I poisoned my foot once with the stagnant water going after the bulrushes. There was horse leeches and effets and all kinds of things in the water, and they stung me, I think. I couldn't use my foot hardly for 6 weeks afterwards, and was obliged to have a stick to walk with. I couldn't get about at all for 4 days, and should have starved if it hadn't been that a young man kept me. He was a printer by trade, and almost a stranger to me, only he seed me and took pity on me. When I fell off the bough, I wasn't much hurt, nothing to speak of. The horse sparrow is the worst nest of all to take. It's no value either when it is got, and is the most difficult of all to get at. You has to get up a sparapet, note, a parapet, end note, of a house, and either to get permission or run the risk of going after it without. Partridges' eggs, they has no nest. They gives you 6 months for, if they see you selling them, because it's game and I haven't no licence. But while you're hawking, that is, showing them, they can't touch you. The owl is a very difficult nest to get, they build so high in the trees. The bottle tit is a hard nest to find. You may go all the year round and perhaps only get one. The nest I like best to get is the chaffinch, because they're in the hedge and is no bother. Oh, you hasn't got the skylark down, sir. They builds on the ground and has 5 eggs. I sell them for 4d. The robin redbreast has 5 eggs too and is 3d. The ringdove has 2 eggs and is 6d. The titlark, that's 5 blue eggs and very rare, I get 4d for them. The jay has 5 eggs and a flat nest, very wiry indeed. It's a ground bird. That's 1 shilling. The egg is just like the partridge egg. When I first took a kingfisher's nest, I didn't know the name of it, and I kept wondering what it was. I dare say I asked 3 dozen people, and none of them could tell me. At last a bird fancier, the lame man at the Mile End gate, told me what it was. I likes to get the nesties to sell, but I haven't no fancy for birds. Sometimes I get squirrels' nesties, with the young in them. About 4 of them there mostly is, and they're the only young things I take. The young birds I leaves. They're no good to me. The 4 squirrels brings me from 6 shillings to 8 shillings. After I takes a bird's nest, the old bird comes dancing over it, chirruping and crying and flying all about. When they lose their nest, they wander about and don't know where to go. Oftentimes I wouldn't take them if it wasn't for the want of the victuals. It seems such a pity to disturb 'em after they've made their little bits of places. Bats I never take myself. I can't get over 'em. If I has an order for 'em, I buys 'em of boys. I mostly start off into the country on Monday and come up on Wednesday. The most nesties as ever I took is 22, and I generally get about 12 or 13. These, if I've an order, I sell directly, or else I may be 2 days, and sometimes longer, hawking them in the street. Directly I've sold them, I go off again that night, if it's fine, though I often go in the wet, and then I borrow a tarpaulin of a man in the street where I live. If I've a quick sale, I get down and back 3 times in a week, but then I don't go so far as with 'em, sometimes only to Rumford. That is 12 miles from Whitechapel Church. I never got an order from a bird fancier. They gets all the eggs they want of the countryman who comes up to market. It's gentlemen I gets my orders off, and then mostly they tells me to bring 'em 1 nest of every kind I can get hold of, and that will often last me 3 months in the summer. There's one gentleman as I sells to is a wholesale dealer in window glass, and he has a hobby for them. He puts 'em into glass cases and makes presents of 'em to his friends. He has been one of my best customers. I've sold him 100 nesties, I'm sure. There's a doctor at Dalston I sell a great number to. He's taking one of every kind of me now. The most of my customers is stray ones in the streets. They're generally boys. I sells a nest now and then to a lady with a child, but the boys of 12 to 15 years of age is my best friends. They buy 'em only for curiosity. I sold 3 partridges' eggs yesterday to a gentleman, and he said he would put them under a bantam he'd got and hatch 'em. The snakes and adders and slow worms I get from where there's moss or a deal of grass. Sunny weather's the best for 'em. They won't come out when it's cold. Then I go to a dung heap and turn it over. Sometimes I find 5 or 6 there, but never so large as the one I had today. That's a yard and 5 inches long, and 3/4 of a pound weight. Snakes is 5 shillings a pound. I sell all I can get to Mr. Butler of Covent Garden. He keeps 'em alive, for they're no good dead. I think it's for the skin they're kept. Some buys 'em to dissect. A gentleman in Theobald's Road does so. And so he does hedgehogs. He buys 'em for stuffing, and others for curiosities. Adders is the same price as snakes, 5 shillings a pound, after they first comes in, when they're 10 shillings. Adders is wanted dead. It's only the fat and skin that's of any value. The fat is used for curing pisoned wounds, and the skin is used for any one as has cut their heads. Farmers buys the fat and rubs it into the wound when they gets bitten or stung by anything pisonous. I kill the adders with a stick, or when I has shoes I jumps on 'em. Some fine days I get 4 or 5 snakes at a time, but then they're mostly small and won't weigh above half a pound. I don't get many adders. They don't weigh many ounces, adders don't, and I mostly has 9d. a piece for each I gets. I sells them to Mr. Butler as well. The hedgehogs is 1 shilling each. I gets them mostly in Essex. I've took 1 hedgehog with 3 young ones and sold the lot for 2 shillings 6d. People in the streets bought them of me. They're wanted to kill the black beetles. They're fed on bread and milk, and they'll suck a cow quite dry in their wild state. They eat adders and can't be pisoned. At least it says so in a book I've got about 'em at home. The effets I gets orders for in the streets. Gentlemen gives me their cards and tells me to bring them one. They're 2d. a piece. I get them at Hampstead and Highgate from the ponds. They're wanted for curiosity. The snails and frogs I sell to Frenchmen. I don't know what part they eat of the frog, but I know they buy them, and the dandelion root. The frogs is 6d. and a shilling a dozen. They like the yellow-bellied ones. The others they're afraid is toads. They always pick out the yellow-bellied first. I don't know how to feed 'em, or else I might fatten 'em. Many people swallows young frogs. They're reckoned very good things to clear the inside. The frogs I catch in ponds and ditches up at Hampstead and Highgate, but I only get them when I've a order. I've had a order for as many as 6 dozen, but that was for the French Hotel in Leicester Square. But I have sold 3 dozen a week to one man, a Frenchman, as keeps a cigar shop in R.'s Court. The snails I sell by the pailful, at 2s. 6d. the pail. There is some hundreds in a pail. The wet weather is the best times for catching 'em. The French people eats 'em. They boils 'em first to get 'em out of the shell and get rid of the green froth. Then they boils them again, and after that in vinegar. They eats them hot, but some of the foreigners likes 'em cold. They say they're better, if possible, than whelks. I used to sell a great many to a lady and gentleman in Soho Square, and to many of the French I sell a shilling's worth. That's about 3 or 4 quarts. Some persons buy snails for birds, and some to strengthen a sickly child's back. They rub the back all over with the snails, and a very good thing they tell me it is. I used to take 2 shillings worth a week to one woman. It's the green froth that does the greatest good. There are 2 more birds' nest sellers besides myself. They don't do as many as me, the 2 of them. They're very naked, their things is all to ribbons. They only go into the country once in a fortnight. They was never nothing, no trade. They never was in place, from what I've heard, either of them. I reckon I sell about 20 nesties a week, take 1 week with another, and that I do for 4 months in the year. Note, this altogether makes 320 nests. End note. Yes, I should say I do sell about 300 birds' nests every year, and the other 2, I'm sure, don't sell half that. Indeed, they don't want to sell. They does better by what they gets give to them. I can't say what they takes. They're Irish, and I never was in conversation with them. I get about 4 shillings to 5 shillings for the 20 nests. That's between 2d. and 3d. apiece. I sell about a couple of snakes every week, and for some of them I get a shilling, and for the big ones 2s. 6d. But them I seldom find. I've only had 3 hedgehogs this season, and I've done a little in snails and frogs, perhaps about a shilling. The many foreigners in London this season hasn't done me no good. I haven't been to Leicester Square lately, or perhaps I might have got a large order or 2 for frogs." End quote. Life of a bird's nest seller. Quote, "I am 22 years of age. My father was a dyer, and I was brought up to the same trade. My father lived in Arundel, in Sussex, and kept a shop there. He had a good business as dyer, scourer, calico glazer, and furniture cleaner. I have heard mother say his business in Arundel brought him in £300 a year at least. He had 8 men in his employ, and none under 30 shillings a week. I had 2 brothers and 1 sister, but one of my brothers is since dead. Mother died 5 years ago in the Consumption Hospital at Chelsea, just after it was built. I was very young indeed when father died. I can hardly remember him. He died in Middlesex Hospital. He had abscesses all over him. There were 36 at the time of his death. I've heard mother say many times that she thinked it was through exerting himself too much at his business that he fell ill. The ruin of father was owing to his house being burnt down. The fire broke out at 2 in the morning. He wasn't insured. I don't remember the fire. I've only heard mother talk about it. It was the ruin of us all, she used to tell me. Father had so much work belonging to other people, a deal of moreen curtains, 500 or 600 yards. It was of no use his trying to start again. He lost all his glazing machines and tubs, and his drugs and punches. From what I've heard from mother, they was worth some hundreds. The Duke of Norfolk, after the fire, gave a good lot of money to the poor people whose things father had to clean, and father himself came up to London. I wasn't 2 year old when that happened. We all come up with father, and he opened a shop in London and bought all new things. We had got a bit of money left, and mother's uncle lent him £60. We lived 2 doors from the stage door of the Queen's Theatre in Pitt Street, Charlotte Street, Fitzroy Square. But father didn't do much in London. He had a new connection to make, and when he died his things was sold for the rent of the house. There was only money enough to bury him. I don't know how long ago that was, but I think it was about 3 years after our coming to London, for I've heard mother say I was 6 years old when father died. After father's death, mother borrowed some more money of her uncle, who was well-to-do. He was perfumer to Her Majesty. He's dead now and left the business to his foreman. The business was worth £2,000. His wife, my mother's aunt, is alive still, and though she's a woman of large property, she won't so much as look at me. She keeps her carriage and 2 footmen. Her address is Mrs. Lewis, No. 10, Porchester Terrace, Bayswater. I have been in her drawing-room 2 or 3 times. I used to take letters to her from mother. She was very kind to me then, and give me several half-crowns. She knows the state I am in now. A young man wrote a letter to her, saying I had no clothes to look after work in, and that I was near starving, but she sent no answer to it. The last time I called at her house, she sent me down nothing, and bid the servant tell me not to come any more. Ever since I've wanted it, I've never had nothing from her, but before that she used to give me something whenever I took a letter from mother to her. The last half-crown I got at her house was from the cook, who gave it me out of her own money, because she'd known my mother. I've got a grandmother living in Woburn Place. She's in service there, and been in the family for 20 years. The gentleman died lately and left her half his property. He was a foreigner and had no relations here. My grandmother used to be very good to me, and when I first got out of work she always gave me something when I called, and had me down in her room. She was housekeeper then. She never offered to get me a situation, but only gave me a meal of victuals and a shilling or 18p whenever I called. I was tidy in my dress then. At last a new footman came, and he told me as I wasn't to call again. He said the family didn't allow no followers. I've never seen my grandmother since that time but once, and then I was passing with my basket of birds' nests in my hand, just as she was coming out of the door. I was dressed about the same then as you seed me yesterday. I was without a shirt to my back. I don't think she saw me, and I was ashamed to let her see me as I was. She was kind enough to me, that is, she wouldn't mind about giving me a shilling or so at a time, but she never would do nothing else for me, and yet she had got plenty of money in the bank, and a gold watch, and all, at her side. After father died, as I was saying, mother got some money from her uncle, and set up on her own account. She took in glazing for the trade. Father had a few shops that he worked for, and they employed mother after his death. She kept on at this for 18 months, and then she got married again. Before this, an uncle of mine, my father's brother, who kept some lime kilns down in Bury St Edmunds, consented to take my brother and sister and provide for them, and 4 or 5 years ago he got them both into the Duke of Norfolk's service, and there they are now. They've never seen me since I was a child but once, and that was a few years ago. I've never sent to them to say how badly I was off. They're younger than I am, and can only just take care of themselves. When mother married again, her husband came to live at the house. He was a dyer. He behaved very well to me. Mother wouldn't send me down to uncle's, she was too fond of me. I was sent to school for about 18 months, and after that I used to assist in the glazing at home, and so I went on very comfortable for some time. 9 years ago, I went to work at a French dyer's in Rathbone Place. My stepfather got me there, and there I stopped 6 years. I lived in the house after the first 18 months of my service. 5 years ago, mother fell ill. She had been ailing many years, and she got admitted into the Consumption Hospital at Brompton. She was there just upon 3 months, and was coming out the next day, her term was up, when she died on the overnight. After that, my stepfather altered very much towards me. He didn't want me at home at all. He told me so a fortnight after mother was in her grave. He took to drinking very hearty directly she was gone. He would do anything for me before that. He used to take me with him to every place of amusement what he went to, but when he took to drinking he quite changed. Then he got to beat me, and at last he told me I needn't come there any more. After that I still kept working in Rathbone Place, and got a lodging of my own. I used to have 9 shillings a week where I was, and I paid 2 shillings a week for my bed and washing and mending. I had half a room with a man and his wife. I went on so for about 2 years, and then I was took bad with the scarlet fever, and went to Gray's Inn Lane Hospital. After I was cured of the scarlet fever, I had the brain fever, and was near my death. I was altogether 8 weeks in the hospital, and when I came out I could get no work where I had been before. The master's nephew had come from Paris, and they had all French hands in the house. He wouldn't employ an English hand at all. He gave me a trifle of money, and told me he would pay my lodgings for a week or 2 while I looked for work. I sought all about, and couldn't find any. This was about 3 years ago. People wouldn't have me because I didn't know nothing about the English mode of business. I couldn't even tell the names of the English drugs, having been brought up in a French house. At last my master got tired of paying for my lodging, and I used to try and pick up a few pence in the streets by carrying boxes and holding horses. It was all as I could get to do. I tried all I could to find employment, and they was the only jobs I could get. But I couldn't make enough for my lodging this way, and over again I've had to sleep out. Then I used to walk the streets most of the night, or lie about in the markets till morning came, in the hopes of getting a job. I'm a very little eater, and perhaps that's the luckiest thing for such as me. Half a pound of bread and a few potatoes will do me for the day. If I could afford it, I used to get a ha'porth of coffee and a ha'porth of sugar, and make it do twice. Sometimes I used to have victuals give to me, sometimes I went without altogether, and sometimes I couldn't eat. I can't always. 6 weeks after I had been knocking about in the streets, in the manner I've told you, a man I met in Covent Garden Market told me he was going into the country to get some roots. It was in the winter time, and cold indeed. I was dressed about the same as I am now, only I had a pair of boots. And he said if I chose to go with him, he'd give me half of whatever he earned. I went to Croydon and got some primroses. My share came to 9pence, and that was quite a godsend to me, after getting nothing. Sometimes before that I'd been 2 days without tasting anything, and when I got some victuals after that, I couldn't touch them. All I felt was giddy. I wasn't to say hungry, only weak and sicklified. I went with this man after the roots 2 or 3 times. He took me to oblige me and show me the way how to get a bit of food for myself. After that, when I got to know all about it, I went to get roots on my own account. I never felt a wish to take nothing when I was very hard up. Sometimes when I got cold and was tired, walking about and weak from not having had nothing to eat, I used to think I'd break a window and take something out to get locked up. But I could never make my mind up to it. They never hurt me, I'd say to myself. I do fancy, though, if anybody had refused me a bit of bread, I should have done something again them. But I couldn't, do you see, in cold blood like. When the summer came round, a gentleman whom I seed in the market asked me if I'd get him 6 nesties. He didn't mind what they was, so long as they was small and of different kinds. And as I'd come across a many in my trips after the flowers, I told him I would do so, and that first put it into my head, and I've been doing that every summer since then. It's poor work though, at the best. Often and often I have to walk 30 miles out without any victuals to take with me, or money to get any, and 30 miles again back, and bring with me about 12 nesties. And perhaps if I'd no order for them and was forced to sell them to the boys, I shouldn't get more than 1 shilling for the lot after all. When the time comes round for it, I go Christmasing and getting holly, but that's more dangerous work than bird nesting. The farmers don't mind your taking the nesties, as it prevents the young birds from growing up and eating their corn. The greater part of the holly used in London for trimming up the churches and sticking in the puddings is stolen by such as me, at the risk of getting 6 months for it. The farmers brings a good lot to market, but we is obligated to steal it. Take 1 week with another, I'm sure I don't make above 5 shillings. You can tell that to look at me. I don't drink and I don't gamble, so you can judge how much I get when I've had to pawn my shirt for a meal. All last week I only sold 2 nesties. There was a partridges and a yellowhammers. For one I got 6pence and the other 3pence, and I had been 13 miles to get them. I got beside that a 4penny piece for some chickweed which I'd been up to Highgate to gather for a man with a bad leg. It's the best thing there is for a poultice to a wound. And then I earned another 4pence by some marsh, mallow leaves. That there was to purify the blood of a poor woman. That, with 4pence that a gentleman give to me, was all I got last week. 1 shilling 9pence I think it is altogether. I had some victuals give to me in the street, or else I dare say I should have had to go without. But as it was, I gave the money to the man and his wife I live with. You see they had nothing, and as they're good to me when I want, why, I did what I could for them. I've tried to get out of my present life, but there seems to be an ill luck again me. Sometimes I gets a good turn, a gentleman gives me an order, and then I saves a shilling or 18pence, so as to buy something with that I can sell again in the streets. But a wet day is sure to come, and then I'm cracked up, obligated to eat it all away. Once I got to sell fish. A gentleman gave me a crown piece in the street, and I borrowed a barrow at 2pence a day, and did pretty well for a time. In 3 weeks I had saved 18 shillings. Then I got an order for a sack of moss from one of the flower sellers, and I went down to Chelmsford and stopped for the night in Lower Nelson Street at the sign of the Three Queens. I had my money safe in my fob the night before, and a good pair of boots to my feet then. When I woke in the morning my boots was gone, and on feeling in my fob my money was gone too. There was 4 beds in the rooms, feather and flock. The feather ones was 4pence and the flock 3pence for a single one, and 2pence halfpenny each person for a double one. There was 6 people in the room that night, and one of 'em was gone before I awoke. He was a cadger, and had took my money with him. I complained to the landlord, they call him George, but it was no good. All I could get was some victuals. So I've been obliged to keep to bird's nesting ever since. I've never been in prison but once. I was took up for begging. I was merely leaning again the railings of Tavistock Square with my bird's nesties in my hand, and the policeman took me off to Clerkenwell. But the magistrates, instead of sending me to prison, gave me 2 shillings out of the poor's box. I feel it very much going about without shoes or without shirt, and exposed to all weathers, and often out all night. The doctor at the hospital in Gray's Inn Lane gave me 2 flannels, and told me that whatever I did, I was to keep myself wrapped up. But what's the use of saying that to such as me, who's obligated to pawn the shirt off our back for food the first wet day as comes? If you haven't got money to pay for your bed at a lodging-house, you must take the shirt off your back and leave it with them, or else they'll turn you out. I know many such. Sometimes I go to an artist. I had 5 shillings when I was drawed before the Queen. I wasn't exactly drawed before her, but my portrait was shown to her, and I was told that if I'd be there I might receive a trifle. I was drawed as a gypsy fiddler. Mr. Oakley in Regent Street was the gentleman as did it. I was dressed in some things he got for me. I had an Italian's hat, one with a broad brim and a peaked crown, a red plush waistcoat, and a yellow handkerchief tied in a good many knots round my neck. I had a black velveteen Newmarket cut coat, with very large pearl buttons, and a pair of black knee breeches tied with fine red strings. Then I'd blue striped stockings with high ankle boots, with very thin soles. I'd a fiddle in one hand and a bow in the other. The gentleman said he drawed me for my head of hair. I've never been a gypsy, but he told me he didn't mind that, for I should make as good a gypsy fiddler as the real thing. The artists mostly give me 2 shillings. I've only been 3 times. I only wish I could get away from my present life. Indeed, I would do any work if I could get it. I'm sure I could have a good character from my masters in Rathbone Place, for I never done nothing wrong. But if I couldn't get work, I might very well, if I'd money enough, get a few flowers to sell. As it is, it's more than anyone can do to save at bird nesting, and I'm sure I'm as prudent as e'er a one in the streets. I never took the pledge, but still I never take no beer nor spirits, I never did. Mother told me never to touch 'em, and I haven't tasted a drop. I've often been in a public house selling my things, and people has offered me something to drink, but I never touch any. I can't tell why I dislike doing so, but something seems to tell me not to taste such stuff. I don't know whether it's what my mother said to me. I know I was very fond of her, but I don't say it's that altogether as makes me do it. I don't feel to want to. I smoke a good bit, and would sooner have a bit of baccy than a meal at any time. I could get a goodish rig out in the lane for a few shillings. A pair of boots would cost me 2 shillings, and a coat I could get for 2 shillings 6pence. I go to a ragged school 3 times a week if I can, for I'm but a poor scholar still, and I should like to know how to read. It's always handy, you know, sir." End quote. This lad had been supplied with a suit of clothes and sufficient money to start him in some of the better kind of street trades. It was thought advisable not to put him to any more settled occupation on account of the vagrant habits he has necessarily acquired during his bird-nesting career. Before doing this he was employed as errand-boy for a week, with the object of testing his trustworthiness, and was found both honest and attentive. He appears a prudent lad, but of course it is difficult as yet to speak positively as to his character. He has, however, been assured that if he shows a disposition to follow some more reputable calling, he shall at least be put in the way of so doing. Of the street sellers of squirrels. The street squirrel sellers are generally the same men as are engaged in the open-air traffic in cage birds. There are, however, about 6 men who devote themselves more particularly to squirrel selling, while as many more sometimes take a turn at it. The squirrel is usually carried in the vendor's arms, or is held against the front of his coat, so that the animal's long bushy tail is seen to advantage. There is usually a red leather collar round its neck, to which is attached some slender string, but so contrived that the squirrel shall not appear to be a prisoner, nor in general, although perhaps the hawker became possessed of his squirrel only that morning, does the animal show any symptoms of fear. The chief places in which the squirrels are offered for sale are Regent Street and the Royal Exchange, but they are offered also in all the principal thoroughfares, especially at the West End. The purchasers are gentlefolk, tradespeople, and a few of the working classes who are fond of animals. The wealthier persons usually buy the squirrels for their children, and even after the free life of the woods, the animal seems happy enough in the revolving cage in which it thinks it climbs. The prices charged are from 2 shillings to 5 shillings, or more if it can be got, from a third to a half being profit. The sellers will oft enough state, if questioned, that they caught the squirrels in Epping Forest, or Cane Wood, or any place sufficiently near London, but such is hardly ever the case, for the squirrels are bought by them of the dealers in live animals. Countrymen will sometimes catch a few squirrels and bring them to London, and 9 times out of 10 they sell them to the shopkeepers. To sell 3 squirrels a day in the street is accounted good work. I am assured by the best informed parties that for 5 months of the year there are 20 men selling squirrels in the streets, at from 20 to 50% profit, and that they average a weekly sale of 6 each. The average price is from 2 shillings to 2 shillings 6pence, although not very long ago one man sold a wonderfully fine squirrel in the street for 3 half-crowns, but they are sometimes parted with for 1 shilling 6pence, or less, rather than be kept overnight. Thus 2,400 squirrels are vended yearly in the streets at a cost to the public of £240. Of the street sellers of leverets, wild rabbits, etc. There are a few leverets or young hares sold in the streets, and they are vended for the most part in the suburbs, where the houses are somewhat detached, and where there are plenty of gardens. The softness and gentleness of the leveret's look pleases children, more especially girls, I am informed, and it is usually through their importunity that the young hares are bought, in order that they may be fed from the garden, and run tame about an outhouse. The leverets thus sold, however, as regards 9 out of 10, soon die. They are rarely supplied with their natural food, and all their natural habits are interrupted. They are in constant fear, and danger moreover from both dogs and cats. One shopkeeper who sold fancy rabbits in a street off the Westminster Road told me that he had once tried to tame and rear leverets in hutches, as he did rabbits, but to no purpose. He had no doubt it might be done, he said, but not in a shop or a small house. 3 or 4 leverets are hawked by the street people in one basket, and are seen lying on hay, the basket having either a wide-worked lid or a net thrown over it. The hawkers of live poultry sell the most leverets, but they are vended also by the singing bird sellers. The animals are nearly all bought for this traffic at Leadenhall, and are retailed at 1 to 2 shillings each, 1/3 to 1/2 being profit. Perhaps 300 are sold this way yearly, producing £22 10 shillings. About 400 young wild rabbits are sold in the street in a similar way, but at lower sums, from 3d to 6d each, 4d being the most frequent rate. The yearly outlay is thus £6 13 shillings. They thrive in confinement no better than the leverets. End of section 12. Section 13 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the street sellers of gold and silver fish. Of these dealers, residents in London, there are about 70, but during my inquiry, at the beginning of July, there were not 20 in town. One of their body knew of 10 who were at work live fish selling, and there might be as many more, he thought, working the remoter suburbs of Blackheath, Croydon, Richmond, Twickenham, Isleworth, or wherever there are villa residences of the wealthy. This is the season when the gold and silver fish sellers, who are altogether a distinct class from the bird sellers of the streets, resort to the country to vend their glass globes, with the glittering fish swimming ceaselessly round and round. The goldfish hawkers are for the most part of the very best class of the street sellers. One of the principal fish sellers is in winter a street vendor of cough drops, horsehound candy, coltsfoot sticks, and other medicinal confectionaries, which he himself manufactures. Another leading goldfish seller is a costermonger now on pineapples. A third, with a good connection among the innkeepers, is in the autumn and winter a hawker of game and poultry. There are in London 3 wholesale dealers in gold and silver fish. 2 of them, one in the Kingsland Road and the other close by Billingsgate, supply more especially the street sellers, and the street traffic is considerable. Goldfish is one of the things which people buy when brought to their doors, but which they seldom care to order. The importunity of children when a man unexpectedly tempts them with a display of such brilliant creatures as goldfish is another great promotive of the street trade, and the street traders are the best customers of the wholesale purveyors, buying somewhere about 3/4 of their whole stock. The dealers keep their fish in tanks suited to the purpose, but goldfish are never bred in London. The English-reared goldfish are raised, for the most part, as respects the London market, in several places in Essex. In some parts they are bred in warm ponds, the water being heated by the steam from adjacent machinery, and in some places they are found to thrive well. Some are imported from France, Holland, and Belgium. Some are brought from the Indies, and are usually sold to the dealers to improve their breed, which every now and then, I was told, required a foreign mixture, or they didn't keep up their colour. The Indian and foreign fish, however, are also sold in the streets. The dealers, or rather the Essex breeders, who are often in London, have just the pick of them, usually through the agency of their town customers. The English-reared goldfish are not much short of 3/4 of the whole supply, as the importation of these fishes is troublesome, and unless they are sent under the care of a competent person, or unless the master or steward of a vessel is made to incur a share in the venture by being paid so much freight money for as many gold and silver fishes as are landed in good health, and nothing for the dead or dying, it is very hazardous sending them on shipboard at all, as in case of neglect they may all die during the voyage. The gold and silver fish are of the carp species, and are natives of China, but they were first introduced into this country from Portugal about 1690. Some are still brought from Portugal. They have been common in England for about 120 years. These fish are known in the street trade as globe and pond fish. The distinction is not one of species, nor even of the variety of a species, but merely a distinction of size. The larger fish are pond, the smaller globe, but the difference on which the street sellers principally dwell is that the pond fish are far more troublesome to keep by them in a slack time, as they must be fed and tended most sedulously. Their food is stale bread or biscuit. The globe fish are not fed at all by the street dealer, as the animalcule and the minute insects in the water suffice for their food. Soft, rain, or sometimes Thames water is used for the filling of the globe containing a street seller's goldfish, the water being changed twice a day at a public house or elsewhere, when the hawker is on a round. Spring water is usually rejected, as the soft water contains more food. One man, however, told me he had recourse to the street pumps for a renewal of water, twice or occasionally thrice a day, when the weather was sultry, but spring or well water wouldn't do at all. He was quite unconscious that he was using it from the pump. The wholesale price of these fish ranges from 5s to 18s per dozen, with a higher charge for picked fish, when high prices must be paid. The cost of large silvers, for instance, which are scarcer than large golds, so I heard them called, is sometimes 5s apiece, even to a retailer, and rarely less than 3s 6d. The most frequent price, retail from the hawker, for almost all the fish are hawked, but only there, I presume, for a temporary purpose, is 2s the pair. The goldfish are now always hawked in glass globes, containing about a dozen occupants, within a diameter of 12 inches. These globes are sold by the hawker, or, if ordered, supplied by him on his next round that way, the price being about 2s. Glass globes for the display of goldfish are indeed manufactured at from 6d to £1 10s each, but 2s or 2s 6d is the usual limit to the price of those vended in the street. The fish are lifted out of the water in the globe to consign to a purchaser, by being caught in a neat net of fine and different coloured cordage, always carried by the hawker and manufactured for the trade at 2s the dozen. Neat handles for these nets, of stained or plain wood, are 1s the dozen. The dealers avoid touching the fish with their hands. Both goldfish and glass globes are much cheaper than they were 10 years ago. The globes are cheaper, of course, since the alteration in the tax on glass, and the street sellers are numerically nearly double what they were. From a well-looking and well-spoken youth of 21 or 22, I had the following account. He was the son and grandson of costermongers, but was, perhaps in consequence of his goldfish selling, lying among a class not usually the costermongers' customers, of more refined manners than the generality of the costers' children. "I've been in the streets, sir," he said, "helping my father, until I was old enough to sell on my own account, since I was 6 years old. Yes, I like a street life, I'll tell you the plain truth, for I was put by my father to a paper stainer, and found I couldn't bear to stay indoors. It would have killed me. Goldfish are as good a thing to sell as anything else, perhaps, but I've been a costermonger as well, and have sold both fruit and good fish, salmon and fine soles. Goldfish are not good for eating. I tried one once, just out of curiosity, and it tasted very bitter indeed. I tasted it boiled. I've worked both town and country on goldfish. I've served both Brighton and Hastings. The fish were sent to me by rail, in vessels with air holes when I wanted more. I never stopped at lodging-houses, but at respectable public-houses, where I could be well suited in the care of my fish. It's an expense, but there's no help for it. Note, a costermonger, when I questioned him on the subject, told me that he had sometimes sold goldfish in the country, and though he had often enough slept in common lodging-houses, he never could carry his fish there, for he felt satisfied, although he had never tested the fact, that in 9 out of 10 such places the fish in the summer season would half of them die during the night from the foul air. End note. Goldfish sell better in the country than town, the street dealer continued. Much better. They're more thought of in the country. My father sold them all over the world, as the saying is. I've sold both foreign and English fish. I prefer English. They're the hardiest. Essex fish. The foreign, I don't just know what part, are bred in milk ponds, kept fresh and sweet of course, and when they're brought here, and some to be put in cold water, they soon die. In Essex they're bred in cold water. They live about 3 years, that's their lifetime if they're properly seen to. I don't know what kind of fish goldfish are. I've heard that they first came from China. No, I can't read, and I'm very sorry for it. If I have time next winter, I'll get taught. Gentlemen sometimes ask me to sit down and talk to me about fish and their history, natural history, and I'm often at a loss, which I mightn't be if I could read. If I have fish left after my day's work, I never let them stay in the globe I've hawked them in, but put them into a large pan or a tub sometimes, 3 parts full of water, where they have room. My customers are ladies and gentlemen, but I have sold to shopkeepers, such as buttermen, that often show goldfish and flowers in their shops. The fish don't live long in the very small globes, but they're put in them sometimes just to satisfy children. I've sold as many as 2 dozen at a time, to stock a pond in a gentleman's garden. It's the best sale, a little way out of town in any direction. I sell 6 dozen a week, I think, one week with another. They'll run us to price at a shilling a piece. That 6 dozen includes what I sell both in town and country. Perhaps I sell them nearly 3 parts of the year. Some hawk all the year, but it's a poor winter trade. Yes, I make a very fair living, 2 shillings 6pence or 3 shillings or so a day perhaps on goldfish, when the weather suits." End quote. A man to whom I was referred as an experienced goldfish seller had just returned, when I saw him, from the sale of a stock of new potatoes, peas, and so on, which he worked in a donkey cart. He had not this season, he said, started in the goldfish line, and did very little last year in it, as his costermongering trade kept steady, but his wife thought goldfish selling was a better trade, and she always accompanied him in his street rounds, so he might take to it again. In his youth he was in the service of an old lady who had several pets, and among them were goldfish, of which she was very proud, always endeavouring to procure the finest, a street seller being sure of her as a customer if he had fish larger or deeper or brighter coloured than usual. She kept them both in stone cisterns or small ponds in her garden, and in glass globes in the house. Of these fish my informant had the care, and was often commended for his good management of them. After his mistress's death, he was very unlucky, he said, in his places, his last master having been implicated, he believed, in some gambling and bill discounting transactions, left the kingdom suddenly, and my informant was without a character, for the master he served previously to the one who went off so abruptly was dead, and a character 2 years back was of no use, for people said, "But where have you been living since? Let me know all about that." The man did not know what to do, for his money was soon exhausted. "I had nothing left," he said, "which I could turn into money, except a very good greatcoat which had belonged to my last master, and which was given to me because he went off without paying me my wages. I thought of listing, for I was tired of a footman's life, almost always in the house in such places as I had, but I was too old, I feared, and if I could have got over that, I knew I should be rejected because I was getting bald. I was sitting thinking whatever could be done, I wasn't married then, and had nobody to consult with, when I heard the very man as used to serve my old lady crying goldfish in the street. It struck me all of a heap, and I wonder I hadn't thought of it before, when I recollected how well I'd managed the fish, that I'd sell goldfish too, and hawk it as he did, and it didn't seem such a bad trade. So I asked the man all about it, and he told me, and I raised a sovereign on my greatcoat, and that was my start in the streets. I was nervous and a little shamed at first, but I soon got over that, and in time turned my hand to fruit and other things. Goldfish saved my life, sir, I do believe that, for I might have pined into a consumption, if I'd been without something to do, and something to eat much longer. If we calculate, in order to allow for the cessation of the trade during the winter, and often in the summer when costermongering is at its best, that but half the above-mentioned number of goldfish sellers hawk in the streets, and that for but half a year, each selling 6 dozen weekly at 12s. the dozen, we find 65,520 fish sold at an outlay of £3,276. As the country is also worked by the London street sellers, and the supply is derived from London, the number and amount may be doubled to include this traffic, or 131,040 fish sold, and £6,552 expended. Of the street sellers of tortoises. The number of tortoises sold in the streets of London is far greater than might be imagined, for it is a creature of no utility, and one which is inanimate in this country for half its life. Of live tortoises, there are 20,000 annually imported from the port of Mogador in Morocco. They are not brought over, as are the parrots and so on of which I have spoken, for amusement or as private ventures of the seamen, but are regularly consigned from Jewish houses in Mogador to Jewish merchants in London. They are a freight, of which little care is taken, as they are brought over principally as ballast in the ship's hold, where they remain torpid. The street sellers of tortoises are costermongers of the smarter class. Sometimes the vendors of shells and foreign birds work also a few tortoises, and occasionally a wholesale dealer, the consignee of the Jewish house in Africa, will send out his own servants to sell barrow-loads of tortoises in the street on his own account. They are regularly ranged on the barrows, and certainly present a curious appearance, half-alive creatures as they are, when the weather is not of the warmest, brought from another continent for sale by thousands in the streets of London, and retention in the gardens and grounds of our civic villas. Of the number imported, 1/2, or 10,000, are yearly sold in the streets by the several open-air dealers I have mentioned. The wholesale price is from 4s. to 6s. the dozen. They are retailed from 6d. to 1s., a very fine well-grown tortoise being sometimes worth 2s. 6d. The mass, however, are sold at 6d. to 9d. each, but many fetch 1s. They are bought for children, and to keep in gardens, as I have said, and when properly fed on lettuce leaves, spinach, and similar vegetables, or on white bread sopped in water, will live a long time. If the tortoise be neglected in a garden, and have no access to his favourite food, he will eat almost any green thing which comes in his way, and so may commit ravages. During the winter, and the later autumn and earlier spring, the tortoise is torpid and may be kept in a drawer or any recess until the approach of summer thaws him, as I heard it called. Calculating the average price of tortoises in street sale at 8d. each, we find upwards of £333 thus expended yearly. Of the street sellers of snails, frogs, worms, snakes, hedgehogs, etc., I class together these several kinds of live creatures, as they are all gathered and sold by the same persons, principally by the men who supply bird food, of whom I have given accounts in my statements concerning groundsel, chickweed, plantain, and turf selling. The principal snail sellers, however, are the turf cutters, who are young and active men, while the groundsel sellers are often old and infirm, and incapable of working all night, as the necessities of the snail trade often require. Of turf cutters there were, at the time of my inquiry last winter, 42 in London, and of these full 1/3 are regular purveyors of snails, such being the daintier diet of the caged blackbirds and thrushes. These men obtain their supply of snails in the market gardens, the proprietors willingly granting leave to any known or duly recommended person who will rid them of these depredators. 7/8 of the quantity gathered are sold to the bird dealers, to whom the price is 2d. a quart. The other eighth is sold on a street round at from 3d. to 6d. the quart. A quart contains at least 80 snails, not heaped up, their shells being measured along with them. One man told me there were 100 snails to a fair quart. When it is moonlight at this season of the year, the snail gatherers sometimes work all night, at other times from an hour before sunset to the decline of daylight, the work being resumed at the dawn. To gather 12 quarts in a night, or a long evening and morning, is accounted a prosperous harvest. Half that quantity is pretty tidy. An experienced man said to me, quote, "The best snail grounds, sir, you may take my word for it, is in Putney and Barnes. It's the greys we go for, the fellows with the shells on them. The black snails or slugs is no good to us. I think snails is the slowest got money of any. I don't suppose they get scarcer, but there's good seasons for snails and there's bad. Warm and wet is best. We don't take the little uns, they come next year. I may make £1 a year, or a little more, in snails. In winter there's hardly anything done in them, and the snails is on the ground. In summer they're on the walls or leaves. They'll keep 6 months without injury. They'll keep the winter round, indeed, in a proper place." End quote. I am informed that the 14 snail gatherers on the average gather 6 dozen quarts each in a year, which supplies a total of 12,096 quarts, or individually 1,189,440 snails. The labourers in the gardens, I am informed, may gather somewhat more than an equal quantity, all being sold to the bird shops, so that altogether the supply of snails for the caged thrushes and blackbirds of London is about 2 millions and a half. Computing them at 24,000 quarts, and only at 2d. a quart, the outlay is £200 per annum. The frogs sold by street people are, at the rate of about 36 dozen a year, disposed of in equal proportion to university and king's colleges. Only 2 men collect the frogs, 1 for each hospital. They are charged a penny each. "I've sometimes," said one of the frog purveyors, "come on a place where I could have got 6 or 7 dozen in a day, but that's mostly been when I didn't want them. At other times I've gone days without collaring a single frog. I only want them 4 times a year, and 4 or 5 dozen at a time. The low part of Hampstead's the best ground for them, I think. The doctors like big fellows. They keep them in water till they're wanted to dissect." End quote. One man thought that there might be 50 more frogs or upwards ordered yearly through the bird shops for experiments under air pumps and so on. This gives about 500 frogs sold yearly by the street people. One year, however, I was told, the supply was larger, for a Camberwell gentleman ordered 40 frogs to stock a watery place at the foot of his garden, as he liked to hear and see them. The toad trade is almost a nonentity. One man who was confident he had as good a trade in that line as any of his fellows told me that last year he only supplied 1 toad. In 1 year, he forgot the precise time, he collected 10. He was confident that from 12 to 24 a year was now the extent of the toad trade, perhaps 20. There was no regular price, and the men only work to order. Quote, "It's just what the shopkeeper, mostly a herbalist, likes to give." End quote. I was told from a penny to 6d. according to size. Quote, "I don't know what they're wanted for, something about the doctors, I believe, but if you want any toads, sir, for anything, I know a place between Hampstead and Willesden where there's real stunners." End quote. Worms are collected in small quantities by the street sellers, and very grudgingly, for they are to be supplied gratuitously to the shopkeepers who are the customers of the turf cutters and snail and worm collectors. They expects it as a perquisite like. One man told me that they only gathered ground worms for the bird fanciers. Of the snakes and hedgehogs I have already spoken when treating of the collection of birds' nests. I am told that some few glowworms are collected. End of section 13. Section 14 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the street sellers of mineral productions and natural curiosities. The class of which I have now to treat, including as it does the street sellers of coal, coke, tan-turf, salt, and sand, seem to have been called into existence principally by the necessities of the poorer classes, as the earnings of thousands of men in all the slop, slaughterhouse, or scamping branches of tailoring, shoemaking, cabinet-making, joining, and so on, have become lower and lower. They are compelled to purchase the indispensable articles of daily consumption in the smallest quantities, and at irregular times, just as the money is in their possession. This is more especially the case as regards chamber-masters and garret-masters among the shoemakers, and cabinet-makers, who, as they are small masters and working on their own account, have not even such a regularity of payment as the journeyman of the slop tailor. Among these poor artisans, moreover, the wife must slave with the husband, and it is often an object with them to save the time lost in going out to the chandler's shop or the coal shed, to have such things as coal and coke brought to their very doors, and vended in the smallest quantities. It is the same with the women who work for the slop shirt merchants, and so on, or make cap fronts and so on their own account, for the supply of the shopkeepers, or the wholesale swagmen, who sell low-priced millinery. The street sellers of the class I have now to notice are then the principal purveyors of the very poor. The men engaged in the street sale of coal and coke, the chief articles of this branch of the street sale, are of the costermonger class, as indeed is usually the case where an exercise of bodily strength is requisite. Costermongers, too, are better versed than any other street folk in the management of barrows, carts, asses, ponies, or horses, so that when these vehicles and these animals are a necessary part of any open-air business, it will generally be found in the hands of the coster class. Nor is this branch of the street traffic confined solely to articles of necessity. Under my present enumeration will be found the street sale of shells, an ornament of the mantelpiece above the fire grate, to which coal is a necessity. The present division will complete the subject of street sale in the metropolis. Of the street sellers of coals. According to the returns of the coal market for the last few years, there has been imported into London, on an average, 3,500,000 tons of seaborne coal annually. Besides this immense supply, the various railways have lately poured in a continuous stream of the same commodity from the inland districts, which has found a ready sale without sensibly affecting the accustomed vend of the north country coals long established on the coal exchange. To the very poor, the importance of coal can be scarcely estimated. Physiological and medical writers tell us that carbonaceous food is that which produces heat in the body, and is therefore the fuel of the system. Experience tells us that this is true, for who that has had an opportunity of visiting the habitations of the poor, the dwellers in ill-furnished rooms and garrets, has not remarked the more than half-starved slop needlewoman, the wretched half-naked children of the casually employed labourer, as the dockman, or those whose earnings are extorted from them by their employers, such as the ballast man, sitting crouched among the smouldering embers in the place where the fire ought to be. The reason of this is, because the system of the sufferer, by long want of food, has been deprived of the necessary internal heat, and so seeks instinctively to supply the deficiency by imbibing it from some outward source. It is on this account chiefly, I believe, that I have found the ill-paid and ill-fed work-people prize warmth almost more than food. Among the poorest Irish, I have invariably found them crowding round the wretched fire, when they had nothing to eat. The census returns of the present year, according to the accounts published in the newspapers, estimate the number of the inhabitants of London at 2,363,141, and the number of inhabited houses as 307,722. Now, if we take into consideration that in the immense suburbs of the metropolis there are branching off from almost every street labyrinths of courts and alleys, teeming with human beings, and that almost every room has its separate family, for it takes a multitude of poor to make one rich man, we may be able to arrive at the conclusion that by far the greater proportion of coals brought into London are consumed by the poorer classes. It is on this account of the highest importance that honesty should be the characteristic of those engaged in the vend and distribution of an article so necessary not only to the comfort but to the very existence of the great masses of the population. The modes in which the coals imported into London are distributed to the various classes of consumers are worthy of observation, as they unmistakably exhibit not only the wealth of the few, but the poverty of the many. The inhabitants of Belgravia, the wealthy shopkeepers, and many others, periodically see at their doors the well-loaded waggon of the coal merchant, with 2 or 3 swarthy coal porters, bending beneath the black heavy sacks, in the act of laying in the 10 or 20 tons for yearly or half-yearly consumption. But this class is supplied from a very different quarter from that of the artisans, labourers, and many others, who, being unable to spare money sufficient to lay in at once a ton or 2 of coals, must have recourse to other means. To meet their limited resources, there may be found in every part, always in back streets, persons known as coal-shed men, who get the coals from the merchant in 7, 14, or 20 tons at a time, and retail them from 1/4 of a hundredweight upwards. The coal-shed men are a very numerous class, for there is not a low neighbourhood in any part of the city which contains not 2 or 3 of them in every street. There is yet another class of purchasers of coals, however, which I have called the very poor, the inhabitants of 2 pairs back, the dwellers in garrets, and so on. It seems to have been for the purpose of meeting the wants of this class that the street sellers of coals have sprung into existence. Those who know nothing of the decent pride which often lingers among the famishing poor can scarcely be expected to comprehend the great boon that the street sellers of coals, if they could only be made honest and conscientious dealers, are calculated to confer on these people. "I have seen," says a correspondent, "the starveling child of misery, in the gloom of the evening, steal timidly into the shop of the coal-shed man, and in a tremulous voice ask, as if begging a great favour, for 7 pound of coal. The coal-shed man has set down his pint of beer, taken the pipe from his mouth, blowing after it a cloud of smoke, and in a gruff voice, at which the little wretch has shrunk up, if it were possible, into a less space than famine had already reduced her to, and demanded, 'Who told you as how I serves 7 pound of coal? Go to Bill C. He may serve you if he likes. I won't, and that's an end on't. I wonder what people wants with 7 pound of coal.' The coal-shed man, after delivering himself of this enlightened observation, has placidly resumed his pipe, while the poor child, gliding out into the drizzling sleet, disappeared in the darkness." End quote. The street sellers vend any quantity at the very door of the purchaser, without rendering it necessary for them to expose their poverty to the prying eyes of the neighbourhood, and as I have said, were the street dealers only honest, they would be conferring a great boon upon the poorer portion of the people, but unhappily it is scarcely possible for them to be so, and realise a profit for themselves. The police reports of the last year show that many of the coal merchants, standing high in the estimation of the world, have been heavily fined for using false weights. And did the present inquiry admit of it, there might be mentioned many other infamous practices by which the public are shamefully plundered in this commodity, and which go far to prove that the coal trade in toto is a gigantic fraud. May I ask how it is possible for the street sellers, with such examples of barefaced dishonesty before their eyes, even to dream of acting honestly? If not actually certain, yet strongly suspecting, that they themselves are defrauded by the merchant, how can it be otherwise than that they should resort to every possible mode of defrauding their customers, and so add to the already almost unendurable burdens of the poorest of the poor, who by one means or other are made to bear all the burdens of the country? The usual quantity of coals consumed in the poorest rooms in which a family resides is half a hundredweight per week in summer, and 1 hundredweight ditto in winter, or about 2 tons per annum. The street sale of coals was carried on to a considerable extent during the earlier part of the last century, small coalmen being among the regular street traders. The best known of these was Tom Britton, who died through fright occasioned by a practical joke. He was a great fosterer of a taste for music among the people, for after hawking his coals during the day, he had a musical gathering in his humble abode in the evening, to which many distinguished persons resorted. This is alluded to in the lines by Hughes, under Tom Britton's portrait, and the allusion, according to the poetic fashion of the time, being made by means of a strained classicality. Quote, Silenius so as fables tell, and Jove came willing guests to poor Philemon's grove. End quote. The trade seems to have disappeared gradually, but has recently been revived in another form. Some few years ago, an ingenious and enterprising costermonger, during a slack in his own business, conceived the idea of purchasing some of the refuse of the coals at the wharfs, conveying them round the poorer localities of his beat in his ass or pony cart, and vending them to room-keepers and others in small quantities and at a reduced rate, so as to undersell the coal-shed men, while making for himself a considerable profit. The example was not lost upon his fraternity, and no long time had elapsed before many others had started in the same line. This eventually took so much custom from the regular coal-shed men that, as a matter of self-defence, those among them who had a horse and cart found it necessary to compete with the originators of the system in their own way, and being possessed of more ample means, they succeeded in a great measure in driving the costers out of the field. The success of the coal-shed men was for a time so well followed up that they began by degrees to edge away from the lanes and alleys, extending their excursions into quarters somewhat more aristocratic, and even there establishing a trade amongst those who had previously taken their ton or half-ton of coals from the brass plate merchant, as he is called in the trade, being a person who merely procures orders for coals, gets some merchant who buys in the coal market to execute them in his name, and manages to make a living by the profits of these transactions. Some of this latter class consequently found themselves compelled to adopt a mode of doing their business somewhat similar, and for that purpose hired vans from the proprietors of those vehicles, loaded them with sacks of coals, drove round among their customers, prepared to furnish them with sacks or half-sacks as they felt disposed. Finally, many of the van proprietors themselves, finding that business might be done in this way, started in the line, and being in general men of some means, established it as a regular trade. The van proprietors at the present time do the greater part of the business, but there may occasionally be seen, employed in this traffic, all sorts of conveyances, from the donkey cart of the costermonger, or dock labourer, the latter of whom endeavours to make up for the miserable pittance he can earn at the rate of 4d. per hour, by the profits of this calling, to the aristocratic van, drawn along by 2 plump, well-fed horses, the property of a man worth £800 or £900. The van of the street seller of coals is easily distinguished from the waggon of the regular merchant. The merchant's waggon is always loaded with sacks standing perpendicularly. It is drawn by 4 immense horses, and is driven along by a gaunt figure begrimed with coal dust, and sporting ankle boots, or shoes and gaiters, white, or what ought to be white, stockings, velvet knee breeches, short tarry smock coat, and a huge fantail hat slouching halfway down his back. The street seller's vehicle, on the contrary, has the coals shot into it without sacks, while on a tailboard extending behind lie weights and scales. It is most frequently drawn by 1 horse, but sometimes by 2, with bells above their collars jingling as they go, or else the driver at intervals rings a bell like a dustman's to announce his approach to the neighbourhood. The street sellers formerly purchased their coals from any of the merchants along the riverside, generally the refuse or what remained after the best had been picked out by screening or otherwise, but always taking a 3rd or 4th quality as most suitable for their purpose. But since the erection of machinery for getting coals out of the ships in the Regent's Canal basin, they have resorted to that place, as the coals are at once shot from the box in which they are raised from the hold of the ship into the cart or van, saving all the trouble of being filled in sacks by coal porters, and carried on their backs from the ship's barge or heap, preparatory to their being emptied into the van, thus getting them at a cheaper rate, and consequently being enabled to realise a greater profit. Since the introduction of inland coals also by the railways, many of the street sellers have either wholly or in part taken to sell them on account of the lower rate at which they can be purchased. Sometimes they vend them unmixed, but more frequently they mix them up with the small of north country coals of better quality, and palm off the compound as genuine Wallsend direct from the ship. This, together with short weights, being in fact the principal source of their profit. It occasionally happens that a merchant purchases in the market a cargo of coals which turns out to be damaged, very small, or of inferior quality. In such cases he usually refuses to take them, and it is difficult to dispose of them in any regular way of trade. Such cargoes, or parts of cargoes, are consequently at times bought up by some of the more wealthy van proprietors engaged in the coal line, who realise on them a great profit. To commence business as a street seller of coals requires little capital beyond the possession of a horse and cart. The merchants in all cases let street sellers have any quantity of coals they may require till they are able to dispose of them, and the street trade being a ready money business, they can go on from day to day or from week to week, according to their pre-arrangements, so that as far as the commodity in which they deal is concerned, there is no outlay of capital whatever. There are about 30 2-horse vans continually engaged in this trade, the price of each van being £70. This gives £2,100. 100 horses at £20 each, £1,200. 160 carts at £10 each, £1,600. 160 horses at £10 each, £1,600. 20 donkey or pony carts, value £1 each, £20. 20 donkeys or ponies at £1 and 10 shillings each, £30, making a total of 210 vehicles continually employed, which with the horses and so on may be valued at £6,550. This sum, with the price of 210 sets of weights and scales, at £1 and 10s. per set, £315, makes a total of £6,865. This may be fairly set down as the gross amount of capital at present employed in the street sale of coals. It is somewhat difficult to ascertain correctly the amount of coals distributed in this way among the poorer classes, but I have found that they generally take 2 turns per day. That is, they go to the wharfs in the morning, get their vans or carts loaded, and proceed on their various rounds. This first turn usually occupies them till dinner time, after which they get another load, which is sufficient to keep them employed till night. Now, if we allow each van to carry 2½ tons, it will make for all 150 tons per day, or 900 tons per week. In the same manner, allowing the 160 carts to carry a ton each, it will give 320 tons per day, or 1,920 tons per week, and the 20 pony carts half a ton each, 40 tons per day, or 240 tons per week, making a total of 3,060 tons per week, or 159,120 tons per annum. This quantity purchased from the merchants at 14s. 6d. per ton amounts to £115,362 annually, and sold at the rate of a shilling per hundredweight, or £1 per ton, leaves 5s. 6d. per ton profit, or a total profit of £43,758, and this profit divided according to the foregoing account gives the subjoined amounts, namely, to each 2-horse van regularly employed throughout the year, a profit of £429, to each 1-horse cart, ditto, £171 12s, to each pony cart, ditto, £121 12s, from which must of course be made the necessary deductions for the keep of the animals and the repair of vehicles, harness, and so on. The keep of a good horse is 10s. per week, a pony 6s. 3 horses can be kept for the price of 2, and so on. The more there are, the less cost for each. The localities where the street sellers of coals may most frequently be met with are Blackwall, Poplar, Limehouse, Stepney, St George's East, Twig Folly, Bethnal Green, Spitalfields, Shoreditch, Kingsland, Haggerston, and Islington. It is somewhat remarkable that they are almost unknown on the south side of the Thames, and are seldom or never to be encountered in the low streets and lanes in Westminster lying contiguous to the river, nor in the vicinity of Marylebone, nor in any place farther west than Shoreditch. This is on account of the distance from the Regent's Canal basin, precluding the possibility of their making more than one turn in the day, which would greatly diminish their profits, even though they might get a higher price for their commodity. It may be observed that the foregoing statement in figures is rather under the mark than otherwise, as it is founded on the amount of coals purchased at a certain rate and sold at a certain profit, without taking into account any of the dodges which almost all classes of coal dealers, from the highest to the lowest, are known to practice, so that the rate of profit arising from this business may be fairly supposed to amount to much more than the above account can show in figures. I received the following statement from a person engaged in the street traffic. Quote, I kept a coal shed and greengrocer's shop, and as I had a son grown up, I wanted to get something for him to do. So about 6 years ago, having a pony and cart, and seeing others selling coals through the street, I thought I'd make him try his hand at it. I went to Mr. B.'s at Whiting's Wharf, and got the cart loaded, and sent my son round our own neighbourhood. I found that he soon disposed of them, and so he went on by degrees. People think we get a great deal of profit, but we don't get near as much as they think. I paid 16 shillings a ton all the winter for coals, and sold them for a shilling a hundred. And when I came to feed the horse, I found that he'll nearly eat it all up. A horse's belly is not so easy to fill. I don't think my son earns much more now in summer than feeds the horse. It's different in winter. He does not sell more than half a ton a day, now the weather's so warm. In winter he can always sell a ton at the least, and sometimes 2, and on the Saturday he might sell 3 or 4. My cart holds a ton. The vans hold from 2 to 3 tons. I can't exactly tell how many people are engaged in selling coals in the street, but there are a great many, that's certain. About 8 o'clock, what a number of carts and vans you'll see about the Regent's Canal. They like to get away before breakfast, because then they may have another turn after dinner. There's a great many go to other places for coals. The people who have vans do much better than those with the carts, because they carry so much that they save time. There are no great secrets in our business. We haven't the same chance of doing the thing as the merchants have. They can mix the coals up as they like for their customers and sell them for best. All we can do is to buy a low quality. Then we may lose our customers if we play any tricks. To be sure, after that we can go to parts where we're not known. I don't use light weights, but I know it's done by a good many, and they mix up small coals a good deal, and that of course helps their profits. My son generally goes 4 or 5 miles before he sells a ton of coals, and in summer weather a great deal farther. It's hard-earned money that's got at it, I can tell you. My cart is worth £12. I have a van worth £20. I wouldn't take £20 for my horse. My van holds 2 tons of coals, and the horse draws it easily. I send the van out in the winter when there's a good call, but in the summer I only send it out on the Saturday. I never calculated how much profit I made. I haven't the least idea how much is got by it, but I'm sure there's not near as much as you say. Why, if there was, I ought to have made a fortune by this time. Note, it is right I should state that I received the foregoing account of the profits of the street trade in coals from one practically and eminently acquainted with it. End note. Some in the trade have done very well, but they were well enough off before. I know very well I'll never make a fortune at anything. I'll be satisfied if I keep moving along so as to keep out of the Union. End quote. As to the habits of the street sellers of coals, they are as various as their different circumstances will admit, but they closely resemble each other in one general characteristic, their provident and careful habits. Many of them have risen from struggling costermongers to be men of substance, with carts, vans, and horses of their own. Some of the more wealthy of the class may be met with now and then in the parlours of respectable public houses, where they smoke their pipes, sip their brandy and water, and are remarkable for the shrewdness of their remarks. They mingle freely with the respectable tradesmen of their own localities, and may be seen, especially on the Sunday afternoons, with their wives and showily dressed daughters in the gardens of the New Globe or Green Dragon, the Cremorne and Vauxhall of the East. I visited the house of one of those who I was told had originally been a costermonger. The front portion of the shop was almost filled with coals, he having added to his occupation of street seller the business of a coal shed man. This his wife and a little boy managed in his absence, while, true to his early training, the window ledge and a bench before it were heaped up with cabbages, onions, and other vegetables. In an open space opposite his door I observed a 1-horse cart and 2 or 3 trucks with his name painted thereon. At his invitation I passed through what may be termed the shop, and entered the parlour, a neat room nicely carpeted, with a round table in the centre, chairs ranged primly round the walls, and a long looking-glass reflecting the china shepherds and shepherdesses on the mantelpiece, while framed and glazed all around were highly coloured prints, among which Dick Turpin in flash-red coat gallantly clearing the Tall Gate in his celebrated ride to York, and Jack Sheppard lowering himself down from the window of the Lock-up House, were most conspicuous. In the window lay a few books, and one or two old copies of Bell's Life. Among the well-thumbed books I picked out the Newgate Calendar, and the Calendar of Horrors, as he called it, of which he expressed a very high opinion. "Lord bless you!" he exclaimed, "them there stories is the wonderfullest in the world. I'd never ha' believed it if I hadn't seed it with my own two eyes, but there can't be no mistake when I read it hout o' the book, can there now? I just asks yer that there plain question." Of his career he gave me the following account, quote, "I was at one time a coster, regular brought up to the business. The times was good then, but lor, we used to lush at sich a rate. About 10 year ago, I says to myself, I says, Bill, I'm blowed if this 'ere game will do any longer. I had a good moke (donkey), and a tidyish box of a cart. So what does I do but goes and sees one of my old pals that gets into the coal line somehow. He and I goes to the Bell and 7 Mackerels in the Mile End Road, and then he tells me all he knowed, and takes me along with hisself, and from that time I sticks to the coals. I never cared much about the lush myself, and when I got away from the old uns I didn't mind it nohow. But Jack, my pal, was a awfully lushy cove. He couldn't do no good at nothink whatsoever. He died, they say, of lyrium tremens." Not understanding what he meant, I inquired of what it was he died. "Why, of lyrium tremens, which I takes to be too much of Truman and Hanbury's heavy. So I takes varnin by poor Jack, and cuts the lush. But if you thinks as we don't enjoy ourselves sometimes, I tells you, you don't know nothink about it. I'm getting on like a regular house afire." End of section 14. Section 15 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the street sellers of coke. Among the occupations that have sprung up of late years is that of the purchase and distribution of the refuse cinders or coke obtained from the different gas-works, which are supplied at a much cheaper rate than coal. Several of the large gas companies burn as many as 100,000 tons of coal per annum, and some even more, and every ton thus burnt is stated to leave behind 2 chaldrons of coke, returning to such companies 50% of their outlay upon the coal. The distribution of coke is of the utmost importance to those whose poverty forces them to use it instead of coal. It is supposed that the 10 gas companies in and about the metropolis produce at least 1,400,000 chaldrons of coke, which are distributed to the poorer classes by vans, one-horse carts, donkey carts, trucks, and itinerant vendors who carry 1 and in some cases 2 sacks lashed together on their backs from house to house. The van proprietors are those who, having capital, contract with the companies at a fixed rate per chaldron the year through, and supply the numerous retail shops at the current price, adding 3d per chaldron for carriage, thus speculating upon the rise or fall of the article, and in most cases carrying on a very lucrative business. This class numbers about 100 persons, and are to be distinguished by the words coke contractor painted on a showy ground on the exterior of their handsome, well-made vehicles. They add to their ordinary business the occupation of conveying to their destination the coke that the companies sell from time to time. These men have generally a capital, or a reputation for capital, to the extent of £400 or £500, and in some cases more, and they usually enter into their contracts with the companies in the summer, when but small quantities of fuel are required, and the gas-works are incommoded for want of space to contain the quantity made. They are consequently able, by the command of means, to make advantageous bargains, and several instances are known of men starting with a wheelbarrow in this calling, and who are now the owners of the dwellings in which they reside, and have goods, vans, and carts besides. Another class to whom may be applied much that has been said of the van proprietors are the possessors of one-horse carts, who in many instances keep small shops for the sale of greens, coals, and so on. These men are scattered over the whole metropolis, but as they do not excessively obtain their living by vending this article, they do not properly belong to this portion of the inquiry. A very numerous portion of the distributors of coke are the donkey cart men, who are to be seen in all the poorer localities with a quantity shot in the bottom of their cart, and 2 or 3 sacks on the top or fastened underneath, for it is of a light nature, ready to meet the demand, crying coke, 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 morning, noon, and night. This they sell as low as 2d. per bushel, coke having, in consequence of the cheapness of coals, been sold at the gasworks by the single sack as low as 7d. And although there is here a seeming contradiction, that of a man selling and living by the loss, such is not in reality the case. It should be remembered that a bushel of good coke will weigh 40 pounds, and that the bushels of these men rarely exceed 25 pounds, so that it will be seen that by this unprincipled mode of dealing they can seemingly sell for less than they give, and yet realize a good profit. The 2 last classes are those who own a truck or wheelbarrow, or are the fortunate possessors of an athletic frame and broad shoulders, who roam about near the vicinity of the gasworks, soliciting custom, obtaining ready cash if possible, but in most cases leaving 1 sack on credit, and obtaining a profit of from 2d, 3d, 4d, or more. These men are to be seen going from house to house, cleverly regulating their arrival to such times as when the head of the family returns home with his weekly wage, and in possession of ready cash enough to make a bargain with the coke contractor. Another fact in connection with this class, many of whom are women, who employ boys to drag or carry their wares to their customers, is this: when they fail through any cause, they put their walk up for sale, and find no difficulty to obtain purchasers from £2 to as high as £8, £10, and £12. The street sellers of coke number in all not less than 1,500 persons, who may be thus divided: van proprietors 100, single horse carts 300, donkey cart men 500, trucks, wheelbarrows, and physical force men 550, and women about 50, who penetrate to all the densely crowded districts about town, distributing this useful article. The major portion of those who are of anything like sober habits live in comfort, and in spite of the opinion held by many that the consumption of coke is injurious to health and sight, they carry on a large and increasing business. At the present time, coke may be purchased at the gas factories at 6s. per chaldron, but in winter it generally rises to 10s, so that, taking the average, 8s, it will be found that the gas factories of the metropolis realise no less a sum than £560,000 per annum by the coke produced in the course of their operations, and 4s. per chaldron being considered a fair profit, it will be found that the total profit arising from its sale by the various vendors is £280,000. It is impossible to arrive with any degree of certainty at the actual amount of business done by each of the above named classes, and the profits consequent on that business. By dividing the above amount equally among all the coke sellers, it will be found to give £186 per annum to each person. But it will be at once seen that the same rule holds good in the coke trade that has already been explained in connection with coals, those possessing vans reaping the largest amount of profit, the one-horse cartmen next, then the donkey carts, trucks, and wheelbarrows, and least of all the backers, as they are sometimes called. Concerning the amount of capital invested in the street sale of coals, it may be estimated as follows. If we allow £70 for each of the 100 vans, it will give £7,000. £20 for each of the horses gives £2,000. 300 carts at £10 each gives £3,000. 300 horses at £10 each, £3,000. 500 donkey carts at £1 each, £500. 500 donkeys at £1 each, £500. 200 trucks and barrows at 10 shillings each, £100, making a total of £16,100. To this must be added 4,800 sacks for the 100 vans at 3 shillings 6pence each, £840. 3,600 sacks for the 300 carts, £630. 3,000 sacks for the 500 donkey carts, £525. 1,652 sacks for the 550 trucks and backers, £288 15 shillings. 300 sacks for the 50 women, £52 10 shillings, making a total of £18,336 5 shillings, which being added to the value of vans, carts and horses employed in the street sale of coals, namely £6,865, gives a capital of £252,015 employed in the street sale of coal and coke. The profits of both these trades added together, namely that on coals, £43,758, and the profit on coke, £280,000, shows a total profit of £323,758, to be divided among 1,710 persons who compose the class of itinerant coal and coke vendors of the metropolis. The following statement as to the street sale of coke was given by a man in good circumstances, who had been engaged in the business for many years. Quote, I am a native of the south of Ireland. More nor 20 years ago I came to London. I had friends here working in the gas factory, and after a time they managed to get me into the work too. My business was to keep the coals to the stokers, and when they emptied the retorts, to wheel the coke in barrows and empty it on the coke heap. I worked for 4 or 5 years off and on at this place. I was sometimes put out of work in the summer time because they don't want as many hands then. There's not near so much gas burned in summer, and then, of course, it takes less hands to make it. Well, at last I got to be a stoker. I had better wages then, and a couple of pots of beer in the day. It was dreadful hard work, and as hot, aye, as if you were in the inside of an oven. I don't know how I ever stood it. Be my soul, I don't know how anybody stands it. It's the divil's place of all you ever saw in your life, standing there before them retorts with a long heavy rake, pulling out the red-hot coke for the bare life, and then there's the rake red-hot in your hands, and the hissing and the bubbling of the water, and the smoke and this smell. It's fit to melt a man, like a roll of fresh butter. I wasn't a bit too fond of it at any rate, for it'd kill a horse. So I says to the wife, I can't stand this much longer, Peggy. Well, behold you, Peggy begins to cry and wring her hands, thinking we'd starve. But I knew a great deal better than that, for I was 2 or 3 times drinking with some of them that carry the coke out of the yard in sacks to sell to the poor people, and they had twice as much money to spend as me, that was working like a horse from morning to night. I had £1 or 2 by me, for I was always saving, and by this time I knew a great many people round about. So off I goes and asks one and another to take a sack of coke from me, and being nown in the yard, and standing a drop of drink now and then for the fillers, I always got good measure, and so I used to make 4 sacks out of 3, and often 3 out of 2. Well, at last I got tired carrying sacks on my back all day, and now I know I was a fool for doing it at all, for it's easier to drag a truck with 5 or 6 sacks than to carry one. So I got a second-hand truck for little or nothing, and then I was able to do 5 times as much work in half the time. At last I took a notion of putting so much every Saturday night in the saving bank, and faith, sir, that was the lucky notion for me, although Peggy wouldn't hear of it at all. She swore the bank had be broke, and said she could keep the gold safer in her own stocking, that them gentlemen in banks were all a set of blackguards, and only deceived the poor people into giving them their money to keep it themselves. But in spite of Peggy, I put the money in, and it was well for me that I did so, for in a short time I could count up 30 or 40 guineas in bank, and when Peggy saw that the bank wasn't broke, she was quite satisfied. So one day I says to myself, what the devil's the use of me breaking my heart morning, noon and night, dragging a truck behind me, when ever so little a bit of a horse would drag 10 times as much as I can. So off I set to Smithfield, and bought a stout stump of a horse for £12 10s, and then went to a sale and bought an old cart for little or nothing, and in less nor a month I had every farthing back again in the bank. Well, after this I made more and more every day, and finding that I paid more for the coke in winter than in summer, I thought as I had money if I could only get a place to put a good lot in summer to sell in winter, it would be a good thing. So I began to look about, and found this house for sale, so I bought it out and out. It was an old house, to be sure, but it's strong enough, and done up well enough for a poor man. Besides, there's the yard, and see in that yard there's a heap of coke for the winter. I'm buying it up now, and it'll turn a nice penny when the cold weather comes again. To make a long story short, I needn't call the king my cousin. I'm sure any one can do well if he likes, but I don't mean that they can do well breaking their heart working. Divil a one that sticks to work, he'll never be a halfpenny above a beggar. And I know if I'd stuck to it myself, I'd be a great deal worse off now than the first day, for I'm not so young, nor near so strong as I was then, and if I hadn't lifted it off in time, I'd have nothing at all to look to in a few years more, but to end my days in the workhouse. Bad luck to it." End quote. Of the street sellers of tan turf. Tan turf is oak bark made into turf after its virtues have been exhausted in the tan pits. To make it into turf, the manufacturers have a mill which is turned by horsepower, in which they grind the bark to a considerable degree of fineness, after which it is shaped by a mould into thin cakes about 6 inches square, put out to dry and harden, and when thoroughly hardened it is fit for sale and for all the uses for which it is intended. There is only one place in London or its neighbourhood where there are tan pits, in Bermondsey, and there only is the turf made. There are not more than 12 persons in London engaged in the sale of this commodity in the streets, and they are all of the tribe of the costermongers, the usual capital necessary for starting in the line being a donkey and cart, with 9s or 10s to purchase a few hundreds of the turf. There is a tradition extant, even at the present day, that during the prevalence of the plague in London, the houses where the tan turf was used in a great measure escaped that awful visitation, and to this moment many people purchase and burn it in their houses on account of the peculiar smell, and under the belief that it is efficacious in repelling infectious diseases from the localities in which it is used. The other purposes for which it is used are for forming a sort of compost or manure for plants of the heath kind, which delight in a soil of this description, growing naturally among mosses and bogs where the peat fuel is obtained. It is used also by small bakers for heating their ovens, as preferable for their purposes and more economical than any other description of fuel. Sometimes it is used for burning under coppers, and very often for keeping alight during the night, on account of the slowness of its decomposition by fire, for a single cake will continue burning for a whole night, will be found in the morning completely enveloped in a white ash, which on being removed discovers the live embers in the centre. The rate at which the tan turf is sold to the dealers at the tan pits is from 6d. to 9d. per 100 cakes. Those at 9d. per 100 are perfect and unbroken, while those at 6d. have been injured in some way or other. The quality of the article, however, remains the same, and by purchasing some of each sort, the vendors are able to make somewhat more profit, which may be, on an average, about 4d. halfpenny per 100, as they sell it at 1s. While seeking information on this subject, I obtained the address of a person in T Mews, T Square, engaged in the business. Running out of the square is a narrow street, which about midway through leads on the right-hand side to a narrow alley, at the bottom of which is the mews, consisting of merely an oblong court surrounded by stables of the very smallest dimensions, not one of them being more than 12 feet square. 3 or 4 men, in the long waistcoats and full breeches peculiar to persons engaged among horses, were lounging about, and with the exception of the horses, appeared to be the only inhabitants of the place. On inquiring of one of the loungers, I was shown a stable in one corner of the court, the wide door of which stood open. On entering, I found it occupied by a donkey cart containing a couple of 100 cakes of tan turf. Another old donkey cart was turned up opposite, the tailboard resting on the ground, the shafts pointing to the ceiling, while a cock and 2 or 3 draggle-tailed hens were composing themselves to roost on the front portion of the cart between the shafts. Within the space thus enclosed by the 2 carts lay a donkey and 2 dogs that seemed keeping him company, and were busily engaged in mumbling and crunching some old bones. On the wall hung Jack's harness. In one corner of the ceiling was an opening giving access to the place above, which was reached by means of a long ladder. On ascending this, I found myself in a very small attic, with a sloping ceiling on both sides. In the highest part, the middle of the room, it was not more than 6 feet high, but at the sides it was not more than 3 feet. In this confined apartment stood a stump bedstead, taking up the greater portion of the floor. In a corner alongside the fireplace, I noticed what appeared to be a small turn-up bedstead. A little rickety deal table, an old smoke-dried Dutch clock, and a poor old woman, withered and worn, were the only other things to be seen in the place. The old woman had been better off, and, as is not uncommon under such circumstances, she endeavoured to make her circumstances appear better than they really were. She made the following statement, quote, "My husband was 23 years selling the tan turf. There used to be a great deal more of it sold than there is now. People don't seem to think so much of it now as they once did, but there are some who still use it. There's an old lady in Kentish Town who must have it regularly. She burns it on account of the smell, and has burned it for many years. My husband used to serve her. There's an old doctor at Hampstead, or rather he was there, for he died a few days ago. He always bought a deal of it, but I don't know whether he burned it or not. He used to buy 500 or 600 at a time. He was a very good customer, and we miss him now. The gardeners buy some of it for their plants. They say it makes good manure, though you wouldn't think so to look at it, it's so hard and dry. My husband is dead 3 years. We were better off when he was alive. He was a very sober and careful man, and never put anything to waste. My youngest son goes with the cart now. He don't do as well as his father, poor little fellow. He's only 14 years of age, but he does very well for a boy of his age. He sometimes travels 30 miles of a day, and can't sell a load, sometimes not half a load, and then he comes home of a night so footsore that you'd pity him. Sometimes he's not able to stir out for a day or two, but he must do something for a living. There's nothing to be got by idleness. The cart will hold 1,000 or 1,200, and if he could sell that every day, we'd do very well. It would leave us about 3s. 6d. profit, after keeping the donkey. It costs 9d. a day to keep our donkey. He's young yet, but he promises to be a good strong animal, and I like to keep him well, even if I go short myself, for what could we do without him? I believe there are 1 or 2 persons selling tan turf who use trucks, but they're strong. Besides, they can't do much with a truck, they can't travel as far with a truck as a donkey can, and they can't take as much out with them. My son goes of a morning to Bermondsey for a load, and is back by breakfast time. From this to Bermondsey is a long way. Then he goes out and travels all round Kentish Town and Hampstead, and what with going up one street and down another, by the time he comes home at night he don't travel less than from 25 to 30 miles a day. I have another son, the eldest. He used to go with his father when he was alive. He was reared to the business, but after he died he thought it was useless for both to go out with the cart, so he left it to the little fellow, and now the eldest works among horses. He don't do much, only gets an odd job now and then among the ostlers, and earns a shilling now and then. They're both good lads, and would do well if they could. They do as well as they can, and I have a right to be thankful for it." End quote. The poor woman, notwithstanding the extraordinary place in which she lived and the confined dimensions of her single apartment, I ascertained that the 2 sons slept in the stump bedstead while she used the turnip, was nevertheless cleanly in her person and apparel, and superior in many respects to persons of the same class, and I give her statement verbatim, as it corroborates in almost every particular the statement of the unfortunate seller of salt, who is afflicted with a drunken disorderly wife, and who is also a man superior to the people with whom he is compelled to associate, but who, in evident bitterness of spirit, made this assertion: "Bad as I'm off now, if I had only a careful partner, I wouldn't want for anything." Concerning the dogs that I have spoken of as being with the donkey, there is a curious story. During his rounds the donkey frequently met the bitch, and an extraordinary friendship grew up between the 2 animals, so that the dog at last forsook its owner and followed the donkey in all his travels. For some time back she has accompanied him home, together with her puppy, and they all sleep cosily together during the night, Jack taking especial care not to hurt the young one. In the morning, when about to go out for the day's work, it is of no use to expect Jack to go without his friends, as he will not budge an inch, so he is humoured in his whim. The puppy, when tired, is put into the cart, and the mother forages for her living along the way, the poor woman not being able to feed them. The owner of the dogs came to see them on the day previous to my visit. Of the street sellers of salt. Until a few years after the repeal of the duty on the salt, there were no street sellers of it. It was first taxed in the time of William III, and during the war with Napoleon the impost was 15 shillings the bushel, or nearly 30 times the cost of the article taxed. The duty was finally repealed in 1823. When the tax was at the highest, salt was smuggled most extensively and retailed at 4d or 4d halfpenny the pound. A licence to sell it was also necessary. Street salt selling is therefore a trade of some 20 years' standing. Considering the vast consumption of salt and the trifling amount of capital necessary to start in the business, it might be expected that the street sellers would be a numerous class, but they do not number above 150 at the outside. The reason assigned by a well-informed man was, that in every part of London there are such vast numbers of shopkeepers who deal in salt. About 1/2 of those employed in street salt selling have donkeys and carts, and the rest use the 2-wheeled barrow of the costermonger, to which class the street salt sellers generally belong. The value of the donkey and cart may be about £2 5s on an average, so that 75 of the number possessing donkeys and carts will have a capital among them equal to the sum of £168 15s. The barrows of the remainder are worth about 10s each, which will amount to £37 10s. To sell 300 weight of salt in a day is considered good work, and this, if purchased at 2s per hundredweight, gives, for stock money, the sum total of £45. Thus, the amount of capital which may be reasonably assumed to be embarked in this business is £251 5s. The street sellers pay at the rate of 2s. per hundredweight for the salt, and retail it at £3 for a penny, which leaves 1s. 1d. profit on every hundredweight. One day with another, taking wet and dry, for from the nature of the article it cannot be hawked in wet weather, the street sellers dispose of about 2½ hundredweight per day, or 18 tons 15 hundredweight per day for all hands, which, deducting Sundays, makes 5,825 tons in the course of the year. The profit of 1s. 1d. per hundredweight amounts to a yearly aggregate profit of £6,310 8s. and 4d, or about £42 per annum for each person in the trade. The salt dealers generally endeavour to increase their profits by the sale of mustard, and sometimes by the sale of rock salt, which is used for horses, but in these things they do little, the most profit they can realise in a day averaging about 4d. The salt men who merely use the barrow are much better off than the donkey cart men. The former are young men, active and strong, well able to drive their truck or barrow about from one place to another, and they can thereby save the original price and subsequent keep of the donkey. The latter are in general old men, broken down or weak, or lads. The daily cost of keeping a donkey is from 6d. to 9d. If we reckon 7d. halfpenny as the average, it will annually amount to £11 8s. and a penny the year, which will reduce the profit of £42 to about £30, and so leave a balance of £11 8s. and a penny in favour of the truck or barrowman. There are 9 or 10 places where the street sellers purchase the salt: Moores at Paddington, who get their salt by the canal from Staffordshire; Wellings at Battle Bridge; Bailey of Thames Street, and so on. Great quantities are brought to London by the different railways. The street sellers have all regular beats, and seldom intrude on each other, though it sometimes happens, especially when any quarrel occurs among them, that they oppose and undersell one another in order to secure the customers. During my inquiries on this subject, I visited Church Lane, Bloomsbury, to see a street seller about 7 in the evening. Since the alterations in St. Giles, Church Lane has become one of the most crowded places in London. The houses, none of which are high, are all old, time-blackened and dilapidated, with shattered window frames and broken panes. Stretching across the narrow street, from all the upper windows might be seen lines crossing and recrossing each other, on which hung yellow-looking shirts, stockings, women's caps, and handkerchiefs looking like soiled and torn paper, and throwing the whole lane into shade. Beneath this ragged canopy, the street literally swarmed with human beings, young and old, men and women, boys and girls, wandering about amidst all kinds of discordant sounds. The footpaths on both sides of the narrow street were occupied here and there by groups of men and boys, some sitting on the flags, and others leaning against the wall, while their feet, in most instances bare, dabbled in the black channel alongside the curb, which being disturbed sent up a sickening stench. Some of these groups were playing cards for money, which lay on the ground near them. Men and women at intervals lay stretched out in sleep on the pathway. Over these the passengers were obliged to jump. In some instances they stood on their backs as they stepped over them, and then the sleeper languidly raised his head, growled out a drowsy oath, and slept again. 3 or 4 women, with bloated countenances, bloodshot eyes, and the veins of their necks swollen and distended till they resembled strong cords, staggered about violently, quarrelling at the top of their drunken voices. The street salt seller, whom I had great difficulty in finding in such a place, was a man of about 50, rather sickly in his look. He wore an old cloth cap without a peak, a sort of dun-coloured waistcoat, patched and cobbled, a strong check shirt, not remarkable for its cleanliness, and what seemed to me to be an old pair of buckskin breeches, with fragments hanging loose about them like fringes. To the covering of his feet, I can hardly say shoes, there seemed to be neither soles nor uppers. How they kept on was a mystery. In answer to my questions, he made the following statement, in language not to be anticipated from his dress or the place in which he resided. Quote, "For many years I lived by the sale of toys, such as little chairs, tables, and a variety of other little things, which I made myself and sold in the streets. And I used to make a good deal of money by them. I might have done well, but when a man hasn't got a careful partner, it's of no use what he does, he'll never get on, he may as well give it up at once, for the money'll go out 10 times as fast as he can bring it in. I hadn't the good fortune to have a careful woman, but one who, when I wouldn't give her money to waste and destroy, took out my property and made money of it to drink. Where a bad example like that is set, it's sure to be followed. The good example is seldom taken, but there's no fear of the bad one. You may want to find out where the evil lies. I tell you it lies in that pint pot and in that quart pot, and if it wasn't for so many pots and so many pints, there wouldn't be half so much misery as there is. I know that from my own case. I used to sell toys, but since the foreign things were let come over, I couldn't make anything of them and was obliged to give them up. I was forced to do something for a living, for a half loaf is better than no bread at all. So seeing 2 or 3 selling salt, I took to it myself. I buy my salt at Moore's Wharf, Paddington. I consider it the purest. I could get salt 3d or 2d the hundredweight, or even cheaper, but I'd rather have the best. A man's not ashamed when he knows his articles are good. Some buy the cheap salt, of course they make more profit. We never sell by measure, always by weight. Some of the street weights, a good many of them, are slangs, but I believe they are as honest as many of the shopkeepers after all. Every one does the best he can to cheat everybody else. I go 2 or 3 evenings in the week, or as often as I want it, to the wharf for a load. I'm going there tonight, 3 miles out and 3 miles in. I sell, considering everything, about 200 weight a day. I sold 1.5 today. But tomorrow, Saturday, I'll sell 300 or 400 weight, and perhaps more. I pay 2 shillings the hundredweight for it, and make about 1 shilling a hundredweight profit on that. I sold 6 worth of mustard today. It might bring me in 2d profit. Every little makes something. If I wasn't so weak and broke down, I wouldn't trouble myself with a donkey, it's so expensive. I'd easily manage to drive about all I'd sell, and then I'd save the expense. It cost me 7d or 8d a day to keep him, besides other things. I got him a set of shoes yesterday. I said I'd shoe him first and myself afterwards. So you see there's other expenses. There's my son too, paid off the other day from the Prince of Wales, after a 4 years' voyage, and he came home without a 6d in his pocket. He might have done something for me, but I couldn't expect anything else from him, after the example that was set to him. Even now, bad as I am, I wouldn't want for anything if I had a careful woman, but she's a shocking drunkard, and I can do nothing with her." End quote. This poor fellow's mind was so full of his domestic troubles that he recurred to them again and again, and was more inclined to talk about what so nearly concerned himself than on any matter of business. End of section 15. Section 16 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the street sellers of sand. 2 kinds of sand only are sold in the streets: scouring or floor sand, and bird sand for birds. In scouring sand, the trade is inconsiderable to what it was, sawdust having greatly superseded it in the gin palace, the tap room, and the butcher's shop. Of the supply of sand, a man who was working at the time on Hampstead Heath gave the following account. Quote, "I've been employed here for 35 years under Sir Thomas Wilson. Times are greatly changed, sir. We used to have from 25 to 30 carts a day, hawking sand,
and taking 6 or 7 men to fill them every morning, besides large quantities which went to brass founders and for cleaning dentist's cutlery, for stone sawing, lead and silver casting, and such like. This heath, sir, contains about every kind of sand, but Sir Thomas won't allow us to dig it. The greatest number of carts filled now is 8 or 10 a day, which I fill myself. Sir Thomas has raised the price from 3s. 6d. to 4s. a load, of about 2½ tons. Bless you, sir, some years ago one might go into St. Luke's and sell 5 or 6 cartloads of house sand a week. Now a man may roar himself hoarse, and not sell a load in a fortnight. Sawdust is used in all the public houses and gin palaces. People sprung up who don't use sand at all, and many of the old people are too poor to buy it. The men who get sand here now are old customers who carry it all over the town and round Holloway, Islington, and such parts. 12 years ago I would have taken here £6 or £7 in a morning. Today I have only taken 9s. Fine weather is greatly against the sale of house sand. In wet, dirty weather the sale is greater." End quote. One street sand seller gave the following account of his calling. Quote, "I have been in the sand business, man and boy, for 40 years. I was at it when I was 12 years old, and I am now 52. I used to have 2 carts hawking sand, but it wouldn't pay, so I have just that one you see here. Hawking sand is a poor job now. I send 2 men with that here cart, and pay one of 'em 3s. 4d. and the other 3s. a day. Now with beer money 2s. a week to the man at the heath and turnpike gates. I reckon every load of sand to cost me 5s. Add to that 6s. 4d. for the 2 men, the wear and tear, and horses keep. And to do a horse justice, you cannot in these cheap times keep 'em at less than 10s. a week. In deer seasons it will cost 15s. And you will find each load of sand stands me in a good sum. So suppose we get a guinea a load, you see we have no great pull. Then there's the licence, 8s. a year. Many years ago we resisted this and got Mr. Humphreys to defend us before the magistrates at Clerkenwell, but we were cast. Several hawkers were fined £10, and I was brought up before old Sir Richard Burney at Bow Street, and had to find bail that I would not sell another bushel of sand till I took out a licence. Soon after that, Sir Thomas Wilson shut up the heath from us. He said he would not have it cut about any more, for that a poor animal could not pick up a crumb without being in danger of breaking its leg. This was just after we took out our licences, and as we'd paid dearly for being allowed to sell the sand, some of us, and I was one, we waited upon Sir Thomas and asked to be allowed to work out our licences, which was granted, and we have gone on ever since. My men work very hard for their money, sir. They are up at 3 o'clock of the morning, and are knocking about the streets perhaps till 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening." End quote. The yellow house sand is also found at Kingsland and at the Kensington gravel pits, but at the latter place street sellers are not supplied. The sand here is very fine and mostly disposed of to plasterers. There is also some of this kind of sand at Wandsworth. In the street selling of house sand there are now not above 30 men employed, and few of these trade on their own account. Reckoning the horses and carts employed in the trade at the same price as our Camden Town informant sets on his stock, we have 20 horses at £10 each, and 20 carts at £3 each, with 3 baskets to each at 2s. apiece, making a total of £236 of capital employed in the carrying machinery of the street selling of sand. Allowing 3s. a day for each man, the wages would amount for 30 men to £27 weekly, and the expenses for horses' keep at 10s. a head would give for 20 horses £10 weekly, making a total of £38 weekly, or an annual expenditure for man and horse of £2,496. Calculating the sale at a load per day for each horse and cart, at 21s. a load, we have £6,573 annually expended in the purchase of house or floor sand. Bird sand, or the fine and dry sand required for the use of cage birds, is now obtained altogether of a market gardener in Hackney. It is sold at 8d. the barrow load, as much being shovelled on to a coster's barrow as it will carry. A good-sized barrow holds 3½ bushels, a smaller size 3 bushels, and the buyer is also the shoveller. 3/4 of the quantity conveyed by the street sellers from Hackney is sold to the bird shop keepers at 6d. for 3 pecks. The remainder is disposed of to such customers as purchase it in the street, or is delivered at private houses, which receive a regular supply. The usual charge to the general public is a halfpenny or a penny for sand to fill any vessel brought to contain it. A penny a gallon is perhaps an average price in this retail trade. A man in a good way of business disposes of a barrow load once a week, the others once a fortnight. In wet or windy weather great care is necessary and much trouble incurred in supplying this sand to the street sellers, and again in their vending it in the streets. The street vendors are the same men as supply the turf and so on for cage birds, of whom I have treated. Page 156, Volume 1. There are 40 in number, and although they do not all supply sand, a matter beyond the strength of the old and infirm, a few costermongers convey a barrow load of sand now and then to the bird sellers, and this addition ensures the weekly supply of 40 barrow loads. Calculating these at the wholesale or bird dealer's price, 2s. 3d. a barrow being an average, we find £234 yearly expended in this sand. What is vended at 2s. 3d. costs but 8d. at the wholesale price, but the profit is hardly earned considering the labour of wheeling a heavy barrow of sand for miles, and the trouble of keeping overnight what is unsold during the day. Of the street sellers of shells. The street trade in shells presents the characteristics I have before had to notice as regards the trade in what are not necessaries, or an approach to necessaries, in contradistinction of what men must have to eat or wear. Shells such as the green snail, ear shell, and others of that class, though extensively used for inlaying in a variety of ornamental works, are comparatively of little value, for no matter how useful, if shells are only well known, they are considered of but little importance, while those which are rarely seen, no matter how insignificant in appearance, command extraordinary prices. As an instance, I may mention that on the 23rd of June there was purchased by Mr. Sowerby, shell dealer, at a public sale in King Street, Covent Garden, a small shell not 2 inches long, broken and damaged, and withal what is called a dead cell, for the sum of 30 guineas. It was described as the Conus Glory Mary, and had it only been perfect would have fetched 100 guineas. Shells such as conches, cowries, green snails, and ear shells, the latter being so called from their resemblance to the human ear, are imported in large quantities as parts of cargoes, and are sold to the large dealers by weight. Conch shells are sold at 8s. per hundredweight, cowries and clams from 10s. to 12s. per hundredweight. The green snail, used for inlaying, fetches from £1 to £1 10s. per hundredweight, and the ear shell, on account of its superior quality and richer variety of colours, as much as £3 and £5 per hundredweight. The conches are found only among the West India Islands, and are used principally for garden ornaments and grotto work. The others come principally from the Indian Ocean and the China Seas, and are used as well for chimney ornaments as for inlaying, for the tops of work tables and other ornamental furniture. The shells which are considered of the most value are almost invariably small and of an endless variety of shape. They are called cabinet shells, and are brought from all parts of the world, land as well as sea, lakes, rivers, and oceans furnishing specimens to the collection. The Australian forests are continually ransacked to bring to light new varieties. I have been informed that there is not a river in England but contains valuable shells, that even in the Thames there are shells worth from 10s. to £1 each. I have been shown a shell of the snail kind found in the woods of New Holland
and purchased by a dealer for £2, and on which he confidently reckoned to make a considerable profit. Although cabinet shells are collected from all parts, yet by far the greater number come from the Indian Ocean. They are generally collected by the natives, who sell them to captains and mates of vessels trading to those parts, and very often to sailors, all of whom frequently speculate to a considerable extent in these things, and have no difficulty in disposing of them as soon as they arrive in this country, for there is not a shell dealer in London who has not a regular staff of persons stationed at Gravesend to board the homeward bound ships at the Nore, and sometimes as far as the Downs, for the purpose of purchasing shells. It usually happens that when 3 or 4 of these persons meet on board the same ship, an animated competition takes place, so that the shells on board are generally bought up long before the ship arrives at London. Many persons from this country go out to various parts of the world for the sole purpose of procuring shells, and they may be found from the western coast of Africa to the shores of New South Wales, along the Persian Gulf, in Ceylon, the Moluccas, China, and the islands of the Pacific, where they employ the natives in dredging the bed of the ocean, and are by this means continually adding to the almost innumerable varieties which are already known. To show the extraordinary request in which shells are held in almost every place, while I was in the shop of Mr. J. C. Jamrach, naturalist and agent to the Zoological Society at Amsterdam, one of the largest dealers in London, and to whom I am indebted for much valuable information on this subject, a person, a native of High Germany, was present. He had arrived in London the day before, and had purchased on that day a collection of shells of a low quality, for which he paid Mr. Jamrach £36. To this he added a few birds. Placing his purchase in a box furnished with a leather strap, he slung it over his shoulder, shook hands with Mr. Jamrach, and departed. Mr. Jamrach informed me that the next morning he was to start by steam for Rotterdam, then continue his journey up the Rhine to a certain point, from whence he was to travel on foot from one place to another till he could dispose of his commodities, after which he would return to London as the great mart for a fresh supply. He was only a very poor man, but there are a great many others far better off, continually coming backwards and forwards, who are able to purchase a larger stock of shells and birds, and who in the course of their peregrinations wander through the greater part of Germany, extending their excursions sometimes through Austria, the Tyrol, and the north of Italy. A visit to the premises of Mr. Jamrach of Ratcliffe Highway, or Mr. Samuel Upper East Smithfield, would well repay the curious observer. The front portion of Mr. Jamrach's house is taken up with a wonderful variety of strange birds that keep up an everlasting screaming. In another portion of the house are collected confusedly together heaps of nondescript articles, which might appear to the uninitiated worth little or nothing, but on which the possessor places great value. In a yard behind the house, immured in iron cages, are some of the larger species of birds, and some beautiful varieties of foreign animals, while in large presses, ranged round the other rooms, and furnished with numerous drawers, are placed his real valuables, the cabinet shells. The establishment of Mr. Samuel is equally curious. In London, the dealers in shells, keeping shops for the sale of them, amount to no more than 10. They are all doing a large business, and are men of good capital, which may be proved by the following quotation from the day books of one of the class for the present year, namely, shells sold in February, £275. Shells sold in March, £471. Shells sold in April, £1,389. Shells sold in May, £475. Total, £2,610. Profit on same, February, £75 12s. Profit in March, £140. Profit in April, £323. Profit in May, £127. Total, £665 12s. Besides these, there are about 20 private dealers who do not keep shops, but who nevertheless do a considerable business in this line among persons at the West End of London. All shell dealers add to that occupation the sale of foreign birds and curiosities. There is yet another class of persons who seem to be engaged in the sale of shells, but it is only seeming. They are dressed as sailors, and appear at all times to have just come ashore after a long voyage, as a man usually follows them with that sort of canvas bag in use among sailors, in which they stow away their clothes. The men themselves go on before carrying a parrot or some rare bird in one hand, and in the other a large shell. These men are the duffers, of whom I have spoken in my account of the sale of foreign birds. They make shells a more frequent medium for the introduction of their real avocation, as a shell is a far less troublesome thing either to hawk or keep by them than a parrot. I now give a description of these men as general duffers, and from good authority. Quote, "They are known by the name of duffers, and have an exceedingly cunning mode of transacting their business. They are all united in some secret bond. They have persons also bound to them who are skilled in making shawls in imitation of those imported from China, and who, according to the terms of their agreement, must not work for any other persons. The duffers, from time to time, furnish these persons with designs for shawls, such as cannot be got in this country, which, when completed, they, the duffers, conceal about their persons, and start forward on their travels. They contrive to gain admission to respectable houses by means of shells and sometimes of birds, which they purchase from the regular dealers, but always those of a low quality, after which they contrive to introduce the shawls, their real business, for which they sometimes have realized prices varying from £5 to £20. In many instances the cheat is soon discovered, when the duffers immediately decamp to make place for fresh batch, who have been long enough out of London to make their faces unknown to their former victims. These remain till they also find danger threaten them, when they again start away, and others immediately take their place. While away from London, they travel through all parts of the country, driving a good trade among the country gentlemen's houses, and sometimes visiting the seaports such as Liverpool, Portsmouth, and Plymouth." End quote. An instance of the skill with which the duffers sometimes do business is the following. One of these persons some time ago came into the shop of a shell dealer, having with him a beautiful specimen of a 3-coloured cockatoo, for which he asked £10. The shell dealer declined the purchase at that price, saying that he sold these birds at £4 a piece, but offered to give £3 10s. For it, which was at once accepted. While pocketing the money, the man remarked that he had paid 10 guineas for that bird. The shell dealer, surprised that so good a judge should be induced to give so much more than the value of the bird, was desirous of hearing further, when the duffer made this statement: "I went the other day to a gentleman's house, he was an old officer, where I saw this bird, and in order to get introduced I offered to purchase it. The gentleman said he knew it was a valuable bird, and couldn't think of taking less than 10 guineas. I then offered to barter for it, and produced a shawl, for which I asked 25 guineas, but offered to take 15 guineas and the bird. This was at length agreed to, and now, having sold it for £3 10s, it makes £19 5s I got for the shawl, and not a bad day's work either." Of shells there are about 1,000,000 of the commoner sorts bought by the London street sellers at 3s. the gross. They are retailed at a penny a piece, or 12s. the gross, when sold separately. A large proportion, as is the case with many articles of taste or curiosity rather than of usefulness, being sold by the London street folk on country rounds. Some of these rounds stretch half-way to Bristol or to Liverpool. Of the river beer sellers or purl men. There is yet another class of itinerant dealers who, if not traders in the streets, are traders in what was once termed the silent highway, the river beer sellers, or purl men as they are more commonly called. These should strictly have been included among the sellers of eatables and drinkables. They have, however, been kept distinct, being a peculiar class, and having little in common with the other outdoor sellers. I will begin my account of the river sellers by enumerating the numerous classes of labourers, amounting to many thousands, who get their living by plying their respective avocations on the river, and to constitute the customers of these men. There are first the sailors on board the corn, coal, and timber ships, then the lumpers, or those engaged in discharging the timber ships, the stevedores, or those engaged in stowing craft, and the riggers, or those engaged in rigging them, ballast heavers, ballast getters, corn porters, coal whippers, watermen and lightermen, and coal porters, who, although engaged in carrying sacks of coal from the barges or ships at the river's side to the shore, where there are public houses, nevertheless, when hard worked and pressed for time, frequently avail themselves of the presence of the purl men to quench their thirst, and to naval stimulate them to further exertion. It would be a remarkable circumstance if the fact of so many persons continually employed in severe labour, and who of course are at times in want of refreshment, had not called into existence a class to supply that which was evidently required. Under one form or the other, therefore, river dealers boast of an antiquity as old as the naval commerce of the country. The prototype of the river beer seller of the present day is the bumboatman. Bumboats, or rather Baumboats, that is to say, the boats of the harbour, from the German Baum, a haven or bar, are known in every port where ships are obliged to anchor at a distance from the shore. They are stored with a large assortment of articles, such as are likely to be required by people after a long voyage. Previously to the formation of the various docks on the Thames, they were very numerous on the river, and drove a good trade with the homeward bound shipping. But since the docks came into requisition, and steam tugs brought the ships from the mouth of the river to the dock entrance, their business died away, and they gradually disappeared, so that a bumboat on the Thames at the present day would be a sort of curiosity, a relic of times past. In former times it was not in the power of any person who chose to follow the calling of a bumboatman on the Thames. The Trinity Company had the power of granting licenses for this purpose. Whether they were restrained by some special clause in their charter or not from giving licenses indiscriminately, it is difficult to say, but it is certain that none got a license but a sailor, one who had served his country, and it was quite common in those days to see an old fellow with a pair of wooden legs, perhaps blind of an eye, or wanting an arm, and with a face rugged as a rock, plying about among the shipping, accompanied by a boy whose duty it was to carry the articles to the purchasers on shipboard, and help in the management of the boat. In the first or second year of the reign of Her present Majesty, however, when the original bumboatmen had long degenerated into the mere beer sellers, and any one who wished traded in this line on the river, the Trinity Company having for many years paid no attention to the matter, an inquiry took place, which resulted in a regulation that all the beer sellers or purl men should thenceforward be regularly licensed for the river sale of beer and spirits from the Waterman's Hall, which regulation is in force to the present time. It appears to have been the practice at some time or other in this country to infuse wormwood into beer or ale previous to drinking it, either to make it sufficiently bitter or for some medicinal purpose. This mixture was called purl, why I know not, but Bailey, the philologist of the 17th century, so designates it. The drink originally sold on the river was purl, or this mixture, whence the title Purlman. Now, however, the wormwood is unknown, and what is sold under the name of purl is beer warmed nearly to boiling heat, and flavoured with gin, sugar, and ginger. The river sellers, however, still retain the name of purlmen, though there is not one of them with whom I have conversed that has the remotest idea of the meaning of it. To set up as a purlman, some acquaintance with the river and a certain degree of skill in the management of a boat are absolutely necessary, as, from the frequently crowded state of the pool and the rapidity with which the steamers pass and repass, twisting and wriggling their way through craft of every description, the unskilful adventurer would run in continual danger of having his boat crushed like a nutshell, The purlmen, however, through long practice, are scarcely inferior to the watermen themselves in the management of their boats, and they may be seen at all times easily working their way through every obstruction, now shooting athwart the bows of a Dutch galliot or sailing barge, then dropping astern to allow a steamboat to pass, till they at length reach the less troubled waters between the tiers of shipping. The first thing required to become a purlman is to procure a licence from the Waterman's Hall, which costs 3s. 6d. per annum. The next requisite is the possession of a boat. The boats used are all in the form of skiffs, rather short, but of a good breadth, and therefore less liable to capsize through the swell of the steamers, or through any other cause. Thus equipped, he then goes to some of the small breweries, where he gets 2 pins, or small casks of beer, each containing 18 pots. After this he furnishes himself with a quart or 2 of gin from some publican, which he carries in a tin vessel with a long neck, like a bottle, an iron or tin vessel to hold the fire, with holes drilled all round to admit the air and keep the fuel burning, and a huge bell, by no means the least important portion of his fit-out. Placing his 2 pins of beer on a frame in the stern of the boat, the spiles loosened and the brass cocks fitted in, and with his tin gin bottle close to his hand beneath the seat, 2 or 3 measures of various sizes, a black tin pot for heating the beer, and his fire-pan secured on the bottom of the boat, and sending up a black smoke, he takes his seat early in the morning and pulls away from the shore, resting now and then on his oars to rig the heavy bell that announces his approach. Those on board the vessels requiring refreshment, when they hear the bell, hail, "Purl ahoy!" In an instant the oars are resumed, and the purlman is quickly alongside the ship. The bell of the purlman not unfrequently performs another very important office. During the winter, when dense fogs settle down on the river, even the regular watermen sometimes lose themselves and flounder about bewildered, perhaps for hours. The direction once lost, their shouting is unheeded or unheard. The purlman's bell, however, reaches the ear through the surrounding gloom and indicates his position. When near enough to hear the hail of his customers, he makes his way unerringly to the spot by now and then sounding his bell. This is immediately answered by another shout, so that in a short time the glare of his fire may be distinguished as he emerges from the darkness and glides noiselessly alongside the ship where he is wanted. The amount of capital necessary to start in the purl line may be as follows. I have said that the boats are all of the skiff kind, generally old ones, which they patch up and repair at but little cost. They purchase these boats at from £3 to £6 each. If we take the average of these two sums, the items will be: boat, £4 10s, pewter measures, 5s, warming pot, 1s 6d, fire stove, 5s, gallon can, 2s 6d, 2 pins of beer, 8s, quart of gin, 2s 6d, sugar and ginger, 1s, licence, 3s 6d, total £5 19s. Thus it requires at the very least a capital of £6 to set up as a purlman. Since the Waterman's Hall has had the granting of licences, there have been upwards of 140 issued, but out of the possessors of these many are dead, some have left for other business, and others are too old and feeble to follow the occupation any longer, so that out of the whole number there remain only 35 purlmen on the river, and these are thus divided. 23 ply their trade in what is called the Pool, that is, from Execution Dock to Ratcliffe Cross, among the coal-laden ships, and do a tolerable business among the sailors and the hard-working and thirsty coal-whippers. 8 purlmen follow their calling from Execution Dock to London Bridge, and sell their commodity among the ships loaded with corn, potatoes, and so on. And 4 are known to frequent the various reaches below Limehouse Hole, where the colliers are obliged to lie at times in sections, waiting till they are sold on the coal exchange, and some even go down the river as far as the ballast lighters of the Trinity Company, for the purpose of supplying the ballast getters. The purl men cannot sell much to the unfortunate ballast heavers, for they are suffering under all the horrors of an abominable truck system, and are compelled to take from the publicans about Wapping and Shadwell, who are their employers, large quantities of filthy stuff, compounded especially for their use, for which they are charged exorbitant prices, being thus, and in a variety of other ways, mercilessly robbed of their earnings, so that they and their families are left in a state of almost utter destitution. One of the purl men, whose boat is number 44, has hoops like those used by gypsies for pitching their tents. These he fastens to each side of the boat, over which he draws a tarred canvas covering, waterproof, and beneath this he sleeps the greater part of the year, seldom going ashore except for the purpose of getting a fresh supply of liquors for trade, or food for himself. He generally casts anchor in some unfrequented nook down the river, where he enjoys all the quiet of a Thames hermit after the labour of the day. To obtain the necessary heat during the winter, he fits a funnel to his fire stove to carry away the smoke, and thus warmed he sleeps away in defiance of the severest weather. It appears from the facts above given that £210 is the gross amount of capital employed in this business. On an average, all the year round, each purlman sells 2 pins of beer weekly, independent of gin, but little gin is thus sold in the summer, but in the winter a considerable quantity of it is used in making the purl. The men purchase the beer at 4s. per pin, and sell it at 4d. per pot, which leaves them a profit of 4s. on the 2 pins, and allowing them 6d. per day profit on the gin, it gives £1 7s. per week profit to each, or a total to all hands of £47 5s. per week, and a gross total of £2,457 profit made on the sale of 98,280 gallons of beer, besides gin sold on the Thames in the course of the year. From this amount must be deducted £318 10s, which is paid to boys at the rate of 3s. 6d. per week, it being necessary for each purlman to employ a lad to take care of the boat while he is on board the ships serving his customers, or traversing the tiers. This deduction being made leaves £61 2s. per annum to each purlman as the profit of his year's trading. The present race of purlmen, unlike the weather-beaten tars, who in former times alone were licensed, are generally young men who have been in the habit of following some river employment, and who, either from some accident having befallen them in the course of their work, or from their preferring the easier task of sitting in their boat and rowing leisurely about to continuous labour, have started in the line, and ultimately superseded the old river dealers. This is easily explained. No man labouring on the river would purchase from a stranger when he knew that his own fellow workman was afloat, and was prepared to serve him with as good an article. Besides, he might not have money, and a stranger could not be expected to give trust, but his old acquaintance would make little scruple in doing so. In this way the customers of the purlmen are secured, and many of these people do so much more than the average amount of business above stated, that it is no unusual thing to see some of them, after 4 or 5 years on the river, take a public house, spring up into the rank of licensed victuallers, and finally become men of substance. I conversed with one who had been a coal whipper. He stated that he had met with an accident while at work, which prevented him from following coal whipping any longer. He had fallen from the ship's side into a barge, and was for a long time in the hospital. When he came out, he found he could not work, and had no other prospect before him but the Union. "I thought I'd be, by this time, toes up in Stepney churchyard," he said, "and grinning at the lid of an old coffin." In this extremity, a neighbour, a waterman, who had long known him, advised him to take to the purl business, and gave him not only the advice, but sufficient money to enable him to put it in practice. The man accordingly got a boat, and was soon afloat among his old workmates. In this line he now makes out a living for himself and his family, and reckons himself able to clear, one week with the other, from 18s. to 20s. "I should do much better," he said, "if people would only pay what they owe, but there are some who never think of paying anything." He has between £10 and £20 due to him, and never expects to get a farthing of it. The following is the form of licence issued by the Watermen's Company. Incorporated 1827, Bumboat. Height 5 feet 8 inches, 30 years of age, dark hair, sallow complexion, 2nd and 3rd Victoria, cap 47, section 25. I hereby certify that blank of blank, in the parish of blank, in the county of Middlesex, is this day registered in a book of the Company of the Master, Wardens, and Commonalty of Watermen and Lightermen of the River Thames, kept for that purpose, to use, work, or navigate a boat called a skiff, named blank, number blank, for the purpose of selling, disposing of, or exposing for sale to and amongst the seamen, or other persons employed in and about any of the ships or vessels upon the said river, any liquors, slops, or other articles whatsoever, between London Bridge and Limehouse Hole, but the said boat is not to be used on the said river for any other purpose than the aforesaid. Waterman's Hall, James Bannion, Clerk. Beside the regular purlmen, or as they may be called, bumboatmen, there are 2 or 3 others who, perhaps unable to purchase a boat and take out the licence, have nevertheless for a number of years contrived to carry on a traffic in spirits among the ships in the Thames. Their practice is to carry a flat tin bottle concealed about their person, with which they go on board the first ship in a tier, where they are all well known by those who may be there employed. If the seamen wish for any spirit, the river vendor immediately supplies it, entering the name of the customers served, as none of the vendors ever receive at the time of sale any money for what they dispose of. They keep an account till their customers receive their wages, when they always contrive to be present, and in general succeed in getting what is owed to them. What their profits are, it is impossible to tell. Perhaps they may equal those of the regular purlman, for they go on board of almost every ship in the course of the day. When their tin bottle is empty, they go on shore to replenish it, doing so time after time if necessary. It is remarkable that although these people are perfectly well known to every purlman on the river, who have seen them day by day for many years going on board the various ships, and are thoroughly cognisant of the purpose of their visits, there has never been any information laid against them, nor have they been in any way interrupted in their business. There is one of these river spirit sellers who has pursued the avocation for the greater part of his life, but he is a native of the south of Ireland, now very old, and a little shrivelled up man. He may still be seen every day going from ship to ship by scrambling over the quarters where they are lashed together in tiers, a feat sometimes attended with danger to the young and strong. Yet he works his way with the agility of a man of 20, gets on board the ship he wants, and when there, were he not so well known, he might be thought to be some official sent to take an inventory of the contents of the ship, for he has at all times an ink bottle hanging from one of his coat buttons, a pen stuck over his ear, spectacles on his nose, a book in his hand, and really has all the appearance of a man determined on doing business of some sort or other. He possesses a sort of ubiquity, for go where you will through any part of the pool, you are sure to meet him. He seems to be expected everywhere. No one appears to be surprised at his presence. Captains and mates pass him by unnoticed and unquestioned. As suddenly as he comes does he disappear, to start up in some other place. His visits are so regular that it would scarcely look like being on board ship if Old D, the whisky man, as he is called, did not make his appearance some time during the day, for he seems to be in some strange way identified with the river, and with every ship that frequents it. End of section 16. Section 17 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the numbers, capital, and income of the street sellers of second-hand articles, live animals, mineral productions, etc. The hawkers of second-hand articles, live animals, mineral productions, and natural curiosities form, as we have seen, large important classes of the street sellers. According to the facts already given, there appear to be at present in the streets 90 sellers of metal wares, including the sellers of second-hand trays and Italian irons, 30 sellers of old linen, as wrappers and toweling, 80 vendors of second-hand, burnt, linen and calico, 30 sellers of curtains, 30 sellers of carpeting, and so on, 30 sellers of bed-ticking, and so on, 6 sellers of old crockery and glass, 25 sellers of old musical instruments, 6 vendors of second-hand weapons, 6 sellers of old curiosities, 6 vendors of telescopes and pocket glasses, 30 to 40 sellers of other miscellaneous second-hand articles, 100 sellers of men's second-hand clothes, 30 sellers of old boots and shoes, 15 vendors of old hats, 50 sellers of women's second-hand apparel, 30 vendors of second-hand bonnets, and 10 sellers of old furs, 116 sellers of second-hand articles at Smithfield Market, making altogether 725 street sellers of second-hand commodities. But some of the above trades are of a temporary character only, as in the case of the vendors of old linen toweling or wrappers, carpets, bed-ticking, and so on, the same persons who sell the one often selling the others. The towels and wrappers, moreover, are offered for sale only on the Monday and Saturday nights. Assuming then that upwards of 100 or 1/6 of the above number sell 2 different second-hand articles, or are not continually employed at that department of street traffic, we find the total number of street sellers belonging to this class to be about 500. Concerning the number selling live animals in the streets, there are 50 men vending fancy and sporting dogs, 200 sellers and duffers of English birds, 10 sellers of parrots and other foreign birds, 3 sellers of birds' nests, and so on, 20 vendors of squirrels, 6 sellers of leverets and wild rabbits, 35 vendors of gold and silver fish, 20 vendors of tortoises, and 14 sellers of snails, frogs, worms, and so on. Or, allowing for the temporary and mixed character of many of these trades, we may say that there are 200 constantly engaged in this branch of street commerce. Then, of the street sellers of mineral productions and natural curiosities, there are 216 vendors of coals, 1,500 sellers of coke, 14 sellers of tan turf, 150 vendors of salt, 70 sellers of sand, 26 sellers of shells, or 1,969 in all. From this number the sellers of shells must be deducted, as the shell trade is not a special branch of street traffic. We may therefore assert that the number of people engaged in this latter class of street business amounts to about 1,900. Now, adding all these sums together, we have the following table as to the numbers of individuals comprised in the first division of the London street folk, namely the street sellers. 1. Costermongers, including men, women, and children engaged in the sale of fish, fruit, vegetables, game, poultry, flowers, and so on, 30,000. 2. Street sellers of green stuff, including watercresses, chickweed, and grunsel, turf, and so on, 2,000. 3. Street sellers of eatables and drinkables, 4,000. 4. Street sellers of stationery, literature, and fine arts, 1,000. Street sellers of manufactured articles of metal, crockery, glass, textile, chemical, and miscellaneous substances, 4,000. 6. street sellers of second-hand articles, including the sellers of old metal articles, old glass, old linen, old clothes, old shoes, and so on, 500. 7. Street sellers of live animals, as dogs, birds, gold and silver fish, squirrels, leverets, tortoises, snails, and so on, 200. 8. Street sellers of mineral productions and natural curiosities, as coals, coke, tan turf, salt, sand, shells, and so on, 1,900. Total number of street sellers, 43,640. These numbers, it should be remembered, are given rather as an approximation to the truth than as the absolute fact. It would therefore be safer to say, making all due allowance for the temporary and mixed character of many branches of street commerce, that there are about 40,000 people engaged in selling articles in the streets of London. I am induced to believe that this is very near the real number of street sellers, from the wholesale returns of the places where the street sellers purchase their goods, and which I have always made a point of collecting from the best authorities connected with the various branches of street traffic. The statistics of the fish and green markets, the swag shops, the old clothes exchange, the bird dealers, which I have caused to be collected for the first time in this country, all tend to corroborate this estimate. The next fact to be evolved is the amount of capital invested in the street sale of second-hand articles, of live animals, and of mineral productions. And first, as to the money employed in the second-hand street trade. The following tables will show the amount of capital invested in this branch of street business. Street sellers of second-hand metal wares. 30 stalls, 5s. each. 20 barrows, £1 each. Stock money for 50 vendors at 10s. per head, £52 10s. Street sellers of second-hand metal trays. Stock money for 20 sellers at 5s. each, £5. Street sellers of other second-hand metal articles, as Italian and flat irons. Stock money for 20 vendors at 5s. each, 20 stalls at 3s. each, £8. Street sellers of second-hand linen and so on. Stock money for 30 vendors at 5s. per head, £7 10s. Street sellers of second-hand burnt linen and calico. Stock money for 80 vendors at 10s. each, £40. Street sellers of second-hand curtains. Stock money for 30 sellers at 5s. each, £7 10s. Street sellers of second-hand carpeting, flannels, stocking legs, and so on. Stock money for 30 sellers at 6s. each, £9. Street sellers of second-hand bed ticking, sacking, fringe, and so on. Stock money for 30 sellers at 4s. each, £6. Street sellers of second-hand glass and crockery. 6 barrows, 15s. each. 6 baskets, 1s. 6d. each. Stock money for 6 vendors at 5s. each, £6 9s. Street sellers of second-hand miscellaneous articles. Stock money for 5 vendors at 15s. each, £3 15s. Street sellers and duffers of second-hand music. Stock money for 25 sellers at £1 each, £25. Street sellers of second-hand weapons. Stock money for 6 vendors at £1 each, £6. Street sellers of second-hand curiosities. 6 barrows, 15s. each. Stock money for 6 vendors at 15s. per head, £9. Street sellers of second-hand telescopes and pocket glasses. Stock money for 6 vendors at £4 each, £24. Street sellers of other miscellaneous articles. 30 stalls, 5s. each. Stock money for 30 sellers at 15s. each, £30. Street sellers of men's second-hand clothes. 100 linen bags at 2s. each. Stock money for 100 sellers at 15s. each, £85. Street sellers of second-hand boots and shoes. 10 stalls at 3s. each. 30 baskets at 2s. 6d. each, stock money for 30 sellers at 10 shillings each, £20 5 shillings. Street sellers of second-hand hats, 30 irons, 2 to each man, at 2 shillings each, 60 blocks at 1 shilling 6pence per block, stock money for 15 vendors at 10 shillings each, £15. Street sellers of women's second-hand apparel, stock money for 50 sellers at 10 shillings each, 50 baskets at 2 shillings 6pence each, £31 5 shillings. Street sellers of second-hand bonnets, 10 umbrellas at 3 shillings each, 30 baskets at 2 shillings 6pence each, stock money for 30 sellers at 5 shillings each, £12 15 shillings. Street sellers of second-hand furs, stock money for 10 vendors at 7 shillings 6pence each, £3 15 shillings. Street sellers of second-hand articles in Smithfield Market, 30 sellers of harness sets and collars at an average capital of 15 shillings each, 6 sellers of saddles and pads at 15 shillings each, 10 sellers of bits at 3 shillings each, 6 sellers of wheel springs and trays at 15 shillings each, 6 sellers of boards and trestles for stalls at 10 shillings each, 20 sellers of barrows, small carts and trucks at £5 each, 6 sellers of goat carriages at £3 each, 6 sellers of shooting galleries and guns for ditto and drums for costers at 15 shillings each, 10 sellers of measures, weights and scales at 25 shillings each, 5 sellers of potato cans and roasted chestnut apparatus at £5 each, 3 sellers of ginger beer trucks at £5 each, 6 sellers of pea soup cans and pickled eel kettles 15 shillings each, 2 sellers of elder wine vessels at 15 shillings each. Thus we find that the average number of street sellers frequenting Smithfield Market once a week is 116, and the average capital £217. Total amount of capital belonging to street sellers of second-hand articles, £621 14 shillings. Street sellers of live animals, street sellers of dogs, stock money for 20 sellers, including kennels and keep, at £5 15 shillings each seller, £115. Street sellers and duffers of birds, English, 2,400 small cages, reckoning 12 to each seller, at 6pence each, 1,200 long cages, allowing 6 cages to each seller, at 2 shillings each, 1,800 large cages, averaging 9 cages to each seller, at 2 shillings 6pence each, stock money for 200 sellers at 20 shillings each, £605. Street sellers of parrots and so on, 20 cages at 10 shillings each, stock money for 10 sellers at 30 shillings each, £25. Street sellers of birds' nests, 3 hamper baskets at 6pence each, 1 shilling 6pence. Street sellers of squirrels, stock money for 20 vendors at 10 shillings each, £10. Street sellers of leverets, wild rabbits and so on, 6 baskets at 2 shillings each, stock money for 6 vendors at 5 shillings each, £2 2 shillings. Street sellers of gold and silver fish, 35 glass globes at 2 shillings each, 35 small nets at 6pence each, stock money for 35 vendors at 15 shillings each, £30 12 shillings and 6pence. Street sellers of tortoises, stock money for 20 vendors at 10 shillings each, £25. Street sellers of snails, frogs, worms, snakes, hedgehogs and so on, 14 baskets at a shilling each, 14 shillings. Total amount of capital belonging to street sellers of live animals, £798 10 shillings. Street sellers of mineral productions and natural curiosities. Street sellers of coals, 30 2-horse vans at £70 each, 100 horses at £20 each, 100 carts at £10 each, 160 horses at £10 each, 20 donkey or pony carts at £1 each, 20 donkeys or ponies at £1 10s. each, 210 sets of weights and scales at £1 10s. each, stock money for 210 vendors at £2 each, £7,485. Street sellers of coke, 100 vans at £70 each, 100 horses at £20 each, 300 carts at £10 each, 300 horses at £10 each, 500 donkey carts at £1 each, 500 donkeys at £1 each, 200 trucks and barrows at 10s. each, 4,800 sacks for the 100 vans at 3s. 6d. each, 3,600 sacks for the 300 carts, 3,000 sacks for the 500 donkey carts, 1,652 sacks for the 550 trucks and barrows, 300 sacks for the 50 women, stock money for 1,500 vendors at £1 a head, £19,936 12s. Street sellers of tan turf, 12 donkeys and carts at £2 each, 2 trucks at 15s. each, stock money for 14 vendors at 10s. each, £32 10s. Street sellers of salt, 75 donkeys and carts at £2 5s. each, 75 barrows at 10s. each, stock money for 150 vendors at 6s. each, £251 5s. Street sellers of sand, 20 horses at £10 each, 20 carts at £3 each, 60 baskets at 2s. each, wages of 30 men at 3s. per day for each, expenses for keep of 20 horses at 10s. per head, estimated stock money for 30 sellers at 5s. each, 40 barrows at 15s. each, stock money for the barrowmen at 1s. 6d. each, £320 5s. Street sellers of shells, stock money for 70 vendors at 5s. each, £17 10s. Total capital belonging to street sellers of mineral productions, etc., £28,043 2s. River sellers of purl, 35 boats at £4 10s. each, 35 sets of measures at 5s. a set, 35 warming pots at 1s. 6d. each, 35 fire stoves at 5s. each, 35 gallon cans at 2s. 6d. each, 70 pins of beer at 4s. per pin, 35 quarts of gin at 2s. 6d. the quart, 35 licenses at 3s. 6d, stock money for spice and so on at a shilling each, £208 5s. Hence it would appear that the gross amount of property belonging to the street sellers may be reckoned as follows: value of stock in trade belonging to costermongers, £25,000. Ditto street sellers of green stuff, £149. Ditto street sellers of eatables and drinkables, £9,000. Ditto street sellers of stationery, literature, and the fine arts, £400. Ditto street sellers of manufactured articles, £2,800. Ditto street sellers of second-hand articles, £621 14s. Ditto street sellers of live animals, £798 10s. Ditto street sellers of mineral productions and so on, £28,043 2s. Ditto river sellers of purl, £208 5s. Total amount of capital belonging to the London street sellers, £67,023 11s. The gross value of the stock in trade of the London street sellers may then be estimated at about £60,000. Income or takings of the street sellers of second-hand articles. We have now to estimate the receipts of each of the above-mentioned classes. Street sellers of second-hand metalwares. I was told by several in this trade that there were 200 old metal sellers in the streets, but from the best information at my command, not more than 50 appear to be strictly street sellers, unconnected with shopkeeping. Estimating a weekly receipt per individual of 15 shillings, half being profit, the yearly street outlay among this body amounts to £1,950. Street sellers of second-hand metal trays and so on. Calculating that 20 persons take in the 1 or 2 nights' sale 4 shillings a week each on second-hand trays, 33% being the rate of profit, the street expenditure amounts yearly to £208. Street sellers of other second-hand metal articles, as Italian and flat irons and so on. There are, I am informed, 20 persons selling Italian and flat irons regularly throughout the year in the streets of London. Each takes upon an average 6 shillings weekly, which gives an annual expenditure of upwards of £312. Street sellers of second-hand linen and so on. There are at present 30 men and women who sell toweling and canvas wrappers in the streets on Saturday and Monday nights, each taking in the sale of those articles 9 shillings per week, thus giving an annual outlay of £702. Street sellers of second-hand burnt linen and calico. The most intelligent man whom I met with in this trade calculated that there were 80 of these second-hand street folk plying their trade 2 nights in the week, and that they took 8 shillings each weekly, about half of it being profit. Thus the annual street expenditure would be £1,664. Street sellers of second-hand curtains. From the best data at my command, there are 30 individuals who are engaged in the street sale of second-hand curtains, and reckoning the weekly takings of each to be 5 shillings, we find the yearly sum spent in the streets upon second-hand curtains amounts to £390. Street sellers of second-hand carpeting, flannels, stocking legs, and so on. I am informed that the same persons selling curtains sell also second-hand carpeting and so on. Their weekly average takings appear to be about 6 shillings each in the sale of the above articles. Thus we have a yearly outlay of £468. Street sellers of second-hand bed ticking, sacking, fringe, and so on. The street sellers of curtains, carpeting, and so on, of whom there are 30, are also the street sellers of bed ticking, sacking, fringe, and so on. Their weekly takings for the sale of these articles amount to 4 shillings each. Hence we find that the sum spent yearly in the streets upon the purchase of bed ticking and so on amounts to £312. Street sellers of second-hand glass and crockery. Calculating that each of the 6 dealers takes 12 shillings weekly, with a profit of 6 shillings or 7 shillings, we find there is annually expended in this department of street commerce £187 4 shillings. Street sellers of second-hand miscellaneous articles. From the best data I have been able to obtain, it appears that there are 5 street sellers engaged in the sale of these second-hand articles of amusement, and the receipts of the whole are £10 weekly, about half being profit, thus giving a yearly expenditure of £520. Street sellers and duffers of second-hand music. A broker who was engaged in this traffic estimated, and an intelligent street seller agreed in the computation, that, take the year through, at least 25 individuals are regularly, but few of them fully, occupied with this traffic, and that their weekly takings average 30 shillings each, or an aggregate yearly amount of £1,950. The weekly profits run from 10 shillings to 15 shillings, and sometimes the well-known dealers clear 40 shillings or 50 shillings a week, while others do not take 5 shillings. £1,950. Street sellers of second-hand weapons. In this traffic it may be estimated, I am assured, that there are 20 men engaged, each taking as an average £1 a week. In some weeks a man may take £5. In the next month he may sell no weapons at all. From 30 to 50% is the usual rate of profit, and the yearly street outlay on these second-hand offensive or defensive weapons is £1,040. Street sellers of second-hand curiosities. There are not now more than 6 men who carry on this trade, apart from other commerce. Their average takings are 15 shillings weekly each man, about 2/3 being profit, or yearly £234. Street sellers of second-hand telescopes and pocket glasses. There are only 6 men at present engaged in the sale of telescopes and pocket glasses, and their weekly average takings are 30 shillings each, giving a yearly expenditure in the streets of £468. Street sellers of other second-hand miscellaneous articles. If we reckon that there are 30 street sellers carrying on a traffic in second-hand miscellaneous articles, and that each takes 10 shillings weekly, we find the annual outlay in the streets upon these articles amounts to £780. Street sellers of men's second-hand clothes. The street sale of men's second-hand wearing apparel is carried on principally by the Irish and others. From the best information I can gather, there appear to be upwards of 1,200 old clothesmen buying left-off apparel in the metropolis, 1/3 of whom are Irish. There are, however, not more than 100 of these who sell in the streets the articles they collect. The average takings of each of the sellers are about 20 shillings weekly, their trading being chiefly on the Saturday nights and Sunday mornings. Their profits are from 50 to 60%. Estimating the number of sellers at 100 and their weekly takings at 20 shillings each, we have an annual expenditure of £5,200. Street sellers of second-hand boots and shoes. There are at present about 30 individuals engaged in the street sale of second-hand boots and shoes of all kinds. Some take as much as 30 shillings weekly, while others do not take more than half that amount, their profits being about 50%. Reckoning that the weekly average takings are 20 shillings each, we have a yearly expenditure on second-hand boots and shoes of £1,560. Street sellers of second-hand hats. Throughout the year there are not more than 15 men constantly working this branch of street traffic. The average weekly gains of each are about 10 shillings, and in order to clear that sum they must take 20 shillings. Hence the gross gains of the class will be £390 per annum, while the sum yearly expended in the streets upon second-hand hats will amount altogether to £780. Street sellers of women's second-hand apparel. The number of persons engaged in the street sale of women's second-hand apparel is about 50, each of whom take, upon an average, 15 shillings per week. 1/2 of this is clear gain. Thus we find the annual outlay in the streets upon women's second-hand apparel is no less than £1,950. Street sellers of second-hand bonnets. There are at present 30 persons, nearly 1/2 of whom are milliners and the others street sellers, who sell second-hand straw and other bonnets. Some of these are placed in an umbrella turned upside down, while others are spread upon a wrapper on the stones. The average takings of this class of street sellers are about 12 shillings each per week, and their clear gains not more than 1/2, thus giving a yearly expenditure of £936. Street sellers of second-hand furs. During 5 months of the year there are as many as 8 or 12 persons who sell furs in the street markets on Saturday nights, Sunday mornings, and Monday nights. The weekly average takings of each is about 12 shillings, nearly 3/4 of which is clear profit. Reckoning that 10 individuals are engaged 20 weeks during the year, and that each of these takes weekly 12 shillings, we find the sum annually expended in the streets on furs amounts to £120. Street sellers of second-hand articles in Smithfield Market. I am informed by those who are in a position to know that there are sold on an average every year in Smithfield Market about 624 sets of harness at 14 shillings per set, 1,560 collars at 2 shillings each, 686 pads at a shilling each, 1,560 saddles at 5 shillings each, 936 bits at 6pence each, 520 pair of wheels at 10 shillings per pair, 624 pair of springs at 8s. 4d. per pair, 832 pair of trestles at 2s. 6d. per pair, 520 boards at 4s. each, 1,820 barrows at 25s. each, 312 trucks at 50s. each, 208 trays at 1s. 3d. each, 1,040 small carts at 63s. each, 156 goat carriages at 20s. each, 520 shooting galleries at 14s. each, 312 guns for shooting galleries at 10s. each, 1,040 drums for costers at 3s. each, 2,080 measures at 3d. each, 2,080 pair of large scales at 5s. per pair, 2,080 pair of hand scales at 5d. per pair, 30 roasted chestnut apparatus at 20s. each, 100 ginger beer trucks at 30s. each, 20 eel kettles at 5s. each, 100 potato cans at 17s. each, 10 pea soup cans at 5s. each, 40 elder wine vessels at 8s. each, giving a yearly expenditure of £10,242 3s. 8d. Total sum of money annually taken by the street sellers of second-hand articles, £33,461 1s. 4d. Street sellers of live animals. Street sellers of dogs, fancy pets. From the best data, it appears that each hawker sells 4 or 5, occasionally in 1 week in the summer when trade's brisk and days are long, and only 2 or 3 the next week when trade may be flat, and during each week in winter when there isn't the same chance. Calculating then that 7 dogs are sold by each hawker in a fortnight at an average price of 50s. each, many fetch £3, £4 and £5, and supposing that but 20 men are trading in this line the year through, we find that no less a sum is yearly expended in this street trade than £9,100. Street sellers of sporting dogs. The amount turned over in the trade of sporting dogs yearly in London is computed by the best informed at about £12,000. Street sellers and duffers of live birds, English. There are in the metropolis 200 street sellers of English birds who may be said to sell among them 7,000 linnets at 3d. each, 3,000 bullfinches at 2s. 6d. each, 400 piping bullfinches at 63s. each, 7,000 goldfinches at 9d. each, 1,500 chaffinches at 2s. 6d. each, 700 greenfinches at 3d. each, 6,000 larks at a shilling each, 200 nightingales at 1s. each, 600 redbreasts at a shilling each, 3,500 thrushes and thrustles at 2s. 6d. each, 1,400 blackbirds at 2s. 6d. each, 1,000 canaries at a shilling each, 10,000 sparrows at a penny each, 1,500 starlings at 1s. 6d. each, 500 magpies and jackdaws at 9d. each, 300 redpoles at 9d. each, 150 blackcaps at 4d. each, 2,000 duffed birds at 2s. 6d. each, thus making the sum annually expended in the purchase of birds in the streets amount to £3,624 12s. and 2d. Street sellers of parrots and so on. The number of individuals at present hawking parrots and other foreign birds in the streets is 10, who sell among them during the year about 500 birds. Reckoning each bird to sell at £1, we find the annual outlay upon parrots bought in the streets to be £500, adding to this the sale of 110 Java sparrows and St. Helena birds as waxbills and redbeaks at 1s. 6d. each. We have, for the sum yearly expended in the streets on the sale of foreign birds, £508 5s. Street sellers of birds' nests. There are at present only 3 persons hawking birds' nests and so on in the streets during the season, which lasts from May to August. These street sellers sell among them 400 nests at 2d halfpenny each, 144 snakes at 1s. 6d each, 4 hedgehogs at a shilling each, and about 2s. worth of snails. This makes the weekly income of each amount to about 8s. 6d during a period of 12 weeks in the summer, and the sum annually expended on these articles to come to £15 6s. Street sellers of squirrels. For 5 months of the year there are 20 men selling squirrels in the streets, at from 20 to 50% profit, and averaging a weekly sale of 6 each. The average price is from 2s. to 2s. 6d. Thus 2,400 squirrels are vended yearly in the streets, at a cost to the public of £240. Street sellers of leverets, wild rabbits, and so on. During the year there are about 6 individuals exposing for sale in the streets young hares and wild rabbits. These persons sell among them 300 leverets at 1s. 6d each, and 400 young wild rabbits at 4d each, giving a yearly outlay of £29 3s. 4d. Street sellers of gold and silver fish. If we calculate, in order to allow for the cessation of the trade during the winter, and often in the summer when costermongering is at its best, that but 35 goldfish sellers hawk in the streets, and that for but half a year, each selling 6 dozen weekly at 12s. a dozen, we find 65,520 fish sold at an outlay of £3,276. Street sellers of tortoises. Estimating the number of individuals selling tortoises to be 20, and the number of tortoises sold to be 10,000, at an average price of 8d each, we find there is expended yearly upon these creatures upwards of £333 6s. 8d. Street sellers of snails, frogs, and so on. There are 14 snail gatherers, and they on an average gather 6 dozen quarts each in a year, which supplies a total of 12,096 quarts of snails. The labourers in the gardens, I am informed, gather somewhat more than an equal quantity, the greater part being sold to the bird shops, so that altogether the supply of snails for the caged thrushes and blackbirds of London is about 2 millions and a half. Computing them at 24,000 quarts and at 2d a quart, the annual outlay is £200. Besides snails, there are collected annually 500 frogs and 18 toads at a penny each, giving a yearly expenditure of £202 3s. 2d. Total or gross takings of the street sellers of live animals, £23,868 16s. 4d. Income or takings of the street sellers of mineral productions and natural curiosities. Street sellers of coals. The number of individuals engaged in the street sale of coals is 210. These distribute 2,940 tons of coals weekly, giving an annual trade of 152,880 tons at £1 per ton, and consequently a yearly expenditure by the poor of £152,880. Street sellers of coke. The number of individuals engaged in the street sale of coke is 1,500, and the total quantity of coke sold annually in the streets is computed at about 1,400,000 chaldrons. These are purchased at the gas factories at an average price of 8s. per chaldron. Reckoning that this is sold at 4s. per chaldron for profit, we find that the total gains of the whole class amount to £280,000 per annum, and their gross annual takings to £840,000. Street sellers of tan turf. The number of tan turf sellers in the metropolis is estimated at 14. Each of these dispose of, upon an average, 20,000 per week during the year, selling them at a shilling per hundred, and realising a profit of 4d halfpenny for each hundred. This makes the annual outlay in the street sale of the above article amount to £7,280. Street sellers of salt. There are at present 150 individuals hawking salt in the several streets of London. Each of these pay at the rate of 2s. per hundredweight for the salt, and retail it at £3 for a penny, which leaves 1s. 1d. profit on every hundredweight. One day with another, wet and dry, each of the street sellers disposes of about 2½ hundredweight, or 18 tons 15 hundredweight per day, for all hands, and this, deducting Sundays, makes 5,868 tons 15 hundredweight in the course of the year. The profit of 1s. 1d. per hundredweight amounts to a yearly aggregate profit of £6,357 16s. and 3d, or about £42 per annum for each person in the trade, while the sum annually expended upon this article in the streets amounts to £18,095 6s. 3d. Street sellers of sand. Calculating the sale at a load of sand per day for each horse and cart at 21s. per load, we find the sum annual expended in house sand to be £6,573, adding to this the sum of £234 spent yearly in bird sand. The total street expenditure is £6,807. Street sellers of shells. There are about 50 individuals disposing of shells at different periods of the year. These sell among them 1,000,000 at a penny each, giving an annual expenditure of £4,166 13s. and 4d. Total or gross takings of the street sellers of mineral productions and natural curiosities, £1,029,228 19s. and 7d. River sellers of pearl. There are at present 35 men following the trade of pearl selling on the River Thames to colliers. The weekly profits of this class amount to £1,117 5s. per week, and yearly to £6,097, while their annual takings is £8,190. Now, adding together the above and the other foregone results, we arrive at the following estimate as to the amount of money annually expended on the several articles purchased in the streets of the metropolis. Wet fish, £1,177,200. Dry fish, £127,000. Shellfish, £156,600. Total fish of all kinds, £1,460,800. Vegetables, £292,400. Green fruit, £332,200. Dry fruit, £1,000. Total fruit and vegetables, £625,600. Game, poultry, rabbits, and so on, £80,000. Flowers, roots, and so on, £14,800. Watercresses, £13,900. Chickweed, grunsel, and turf for birds, £14,570. Eatables and drinkables, £203,100. Stationery, literature, and fine arts, £33,400. Manufactured articles, £188,200. Second-hand articles, £29,900. Live animals, including dogs, birds, and goldfish, £29,300. Mineral productions, as coals, coke, salt, sand, and so on, £1,022,700. Total sum expended upon the various articles vended by the street sellers, £3,716,270. Hence it appears that the street sellers of all ages in the metropolis are about 40,000 in number, their stock in trade is worth about £60,000, and their gross annual takings or receipts amount to no less than 3,5 millions sterling. End of section 17. Section 18. of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the Street Buyers. The persons who traverse the streets or call periodically at certain places to purchase articles which are usually sold at the door or within the house are, according to the division I laid down in the first number of this work, street buyers. The largest, and in every respect the most remarkable body of these traders are the buyers of old clothes, and of them I shall speak separately, devoting at the same time some space to the street Jews. It will also be necessary to give a brief account of the Jews generally, for they are still a peculiar race, and street and shop trading among them are in many respects closely blended. The principal things bought by the itinerant purchasers consist of waste paper, hair and rabbit skins, old umbrellas and parasols, bottles and glass, broken metal, rags, dripping, grease, bones, tea leaves, and old clothes. With the exception of the buyers of waste paper, among whom are many active, energetic, and intelligent men, the street buyers are of the lower sort, both as to means and intelligence. The only further exception, perhaps, which I need notice here, is that among some umbrella buyers there is considerable smartness, and sometimes in the repair or renewal of the ribs and so on, a slight degree of skill. The other street purchasers, such as the hareskin and old metal and rag buyers, are often old and infirm people of both sexes, of whom, perhaps by reason of their infirmities, not a few have been in the trade from their childhood, and are as well known by sight in their respective rounds as was the long-remembered beggar in former times. It is usually the lot of a poor person who has been driven to the streets, or has adopted such a life when an adult, to sell trifling things, such as are light to carry and require a small outlay, in advanced age. Old men and women totter about offering lucifer matches, boot and stay laces, penny memorandum books, and such like. But the elder portion of the street folk I have now to speak of do not sell but buy. The street seller commends his wares, their cheapness and excellence. The same sort of man, when a buyer, depreciates everything offered to him in order to ensure a cheaper bargain, while many of the things thus obtained find their way into street sale and are then as much commended for cheapness and goodness as if they were the stock in trade of an acute slop advertisement monger, and this is done sometimes by the very man who, when a buyer, condemned them as utterly valueless. But this is common to all trades. Of the street buyers of rags, broken metal, bottles, glass, and bones. I class all these articles under one head, for on inquiry I find no individual supporting himself by the trading in any one of them. I shall therefore describe the buyers of rags, broken metal, bottles, glass, and bones as a body of street traders, but take the articles in which they traffic seriatim, pointing out in what degree they are or have been, wholly or partially, the staple of several distinct callings. The traders in these things are not unprosperous men. The poor creatures who may be seen picking up rags in the street are street finders and not buyers. It is the same with the poor old men who may be seen bending under an unsavoury sack of bones. The bones have been found or have been given for charity, and are not purchased. One feeble old man whom I met with, his eyes fixed on the middle of the carriageway in the old St. Pancras Road, and with whom I had some conversation, told me that the best friend he had in the world was a gentleman who lived in a large house near the Regent's Park, and gave him the bones which his dogs had done with. "If I can only see his self, sir," said the old man, "he's sure to give me any coppers he has in his coat pocket, and that's a very great thing to a poor man like me. Oh yes, I'll buy bones if I have any halfpence, rather than go without them, but I pick them up or have them given to me mostly." The street buyers, who are only buyers, have barrows, sometimes even carts with donkeys,
and as they themselves describe it, they buy everything. These men are little seen in London, for they work the more secluded courts, streets, and alleys when in town, but their most frequented rounds are the poorer parts of the populous suburbs. There are many in Croydon, Woolwich, Greenwich, and Deptford. "It's no use," a man who had been in the trade said to me, "such as us calling at fine houses to know if they've any old keys to sell. No, we trades with the poor." Often, however, they deal with the servants of the wealthy, and their usual mode of business in such cases is to leave a bill at the house a few hours previous to their visit. This document has frequently the royal arms at the head of it, and asserts that the firm has been established since the year blank, which is seldom less than half a century. The handbill usually consists of a short preface as to the increased demand for rags on the part of the paper makers, and this is followed by a liberal offer to give the very best prices for any old linen, or old metal, bottles, rope, stair rods, locks, keys, dripping, carpeting, and so on. In fact, no rubbish or lumber, however worthless, will be refused, and generally concludes with a request that this bill may be shown to the mistress of the house, and preserved, as it will be called for in a couple of hours. The papers are delivered by one of the firm, who marks on the door a sign indicative of the houses at which the bill has been taken in, and the probable reception there of the gentleman who is to follow him. The road taken is also painted by marks before explained. See Volume 1, pages 218 and 247. These men are residents in all quarters within 20 miles of London, being most numerous in the places at no great distance from the Thames. They work their way from the suburban residences to London, which of course is the mart, or exchange, for their wares. The reason why the suburbs are preferred is that in those parts the possessors of such things as broken metal and so on cannot so readily resort to a marine store dealer's as they can in town. I am informed, however, that the shops of the marine store men are on the increase in the more densely peopled suburbs. Still, the dwellings of the poor are often widely scattered in those parts, and few will go a mile to sell any old thing. They wait in preference, unless very needy, for the visit of the street buyer. A good many years ago, perhaps until 30 years back, rags, and especially white and good linen rags, were among the things most zealously inquired for by street buyers, and then 3d. a pound was a price readily paid. Subsequently, the paper manufacturers brought to great and economical perfection the process of boiling rags in lye and bleaching them with chlorine, so that colour became less a desideratum. A few years after the peace of 1815, moreover, the foreign trade in rags increased rapidly. At the present time, about 1,200 tons of woolen rags and upwards of 10,000 tons of linen rags are imported yearly. These 10,000 tons give us but a vague notion of the real amount. I may therefore mention that, when reduced to a more definite quantity, they show a total of no less than 22,400,000 pounds. The woolen rags are imported the most largely from Hamburg and Bremen, the price being from £5 to £17 the ton. Linen rags, which average nearly £20 the ton, are imported from the same places, and from several Italian ports, more especially those in Sicily. Among these ports are Palermo, Messina, Ancona, Leghorn, and Trieste, the Trieste rags being gathered in Hungary. The value of the rags annually brought to this country is no less than £200,000. What the native rags may be worth, there are no facts on which to ground an estimate. But supposing each person of the 20 million in Great Britain to produce 1 pound of rags annually, then the rags of this country may be valued at very nearly the same price as the foreign ones, so that the gross value of the rags of Great Britain, imported and produced at home, would in such a case amount to £400,000. From France, Belgium, Holland, Spain, and other continental kingdoms, the exportation of rags is prohibited, nor can so bulky and low-priced a commodity be smuggled to advantage. Of this large sum of rags, which is independent of what is collected in the United Kingdom, the Americans are purchasers on an extensive scale. The wear of cotton is almost unknown in many parts of Italy, Germany, and Hungary. And although the linen in use is coarse, and compared to the Irish, Scotch, or English, rudely manufactured, the foreign rags are generally linen, and therefore are preferred at the paper mills. The street buyers in this country, however, make less distinction than ever, as regards price, between linen and cotton rags. The linen rag buying is still prosecuted extensively by itinerant gatherers in the country and in the further neighbourhoods of London, but the collection is not to the extent it was formerly. The price is lower, and owing to the foreign trade the demand is less urgent. So common too is now the wear of cotton, and so much smaller that of linen, that many people will not sell linen rags, but reserve them for use in case of cuts and wounds, or for giving to the poor neighbours on any such emergency. This was done doubtlessly to as great or to a greater extent in the old times, but linen rags were more plentiful then, for cotton shirting was not woven to the perfection seen at present, and many great country housewives spun their own linen sheetings and shirtings. A street buyer of the class I have described, upon presenting himself at any house, offers to buy rags, broken metal, or glass, and for rags especially there is often a serious bargaining, and sometimes, I was told by an itinerant street seller who had been an ear witness, a little joking not of the most delicate kind. For coloured rags these men give a halfpenny a pound, or a penny for 3 pounds. For inferior white rags, a halfpenny a pound, and up to a penny halfpenny. For the best, 2d. the pound. It is common, however, and even more common, I am assured, among masters of the old rag and bottle shops than among street buyers, to announce 2d. or 3d., or even as much as 6d. for the best rags, but somehow or other the rags taken for sale to those buyers never are of the best. To offer 6d. a pound for rags is ridiculous, but such an offer may be seen at some rag shops, the figure 6 perhaps crowning a painting of a large plum pudding as a representation of what may be a Christmas result, merely from the thrifty preservation of rags, grease, and dripping. Some of the street buyers, when working the suburbs or the country, attach a similar illustration to their barrows or carts. I saw the winter placard of one of these men, which he was reserving for a country excursion as far as Rochester, when the plum pudding time was a-coming. In this pictorial advertisement a man and woman, very florid and full-faced, were on the point of enjoying a huge plum pudding, the man flourishing a large knife, and looking very hospitable. On a scroll which issued from his mouth were the words, "From our rags, the best prices given by of London." The woman in like manner exclaimed, "From dripping and house fat, the best prices given by of London." This man told me that at some times, both in town and country, he did not buy a pound of rags in a week. He had heard the old hands in the trade say that 20 or 30 years back they could gather (note the word generally used for buying) twice and 3 times as many rags as at present. My informant attributed this change to 2 causes, depending more upon what he had heard from experienced street buyers than upon his own knowledge. At one time it was common for a mistress to allow her maidservant to keep a rag bag, in which all refuse linen and so on was collected for sale for the servant's behoof, a privilege now rarely accorded. The other cause was that working people's wives had less money at their command now than they had formerly, so that instead of gathering a good heap for the man who called on them periodically, they ran to a marine store shop and sold them by 1, 2, and 3 pennyworths at a time. This related to all the things in the street buyer's trade, as well as to rags. "I've known this trade 10 years or so," said my informant. "I was a costermonger before that, and I work coster work now in the summer, and buy things in the winter. Before Christmas is the best time for second-hand trade. When I set out on a country road,
and I've gone as far as Guildford and Maidstone and St Albans. I lays in as great a stock of glass and crocks as I can raise money for, or as my donkey or pony — I've had both, but I'm working in a ass now — can drag without distressing him. I swaps my crocks for anythink in the second-hand way, and when I've got through them I buys outright, and so works my way back to London. I bring back what I've bought in the crates and hampers I've had to pack the crocks in. The first year as I started I got hold of a few very tidy rags, coloured things mostly. The Jew I sold 'em to when I got home again gave me more than I expected. Oh Lord, no, not more than I asked. He told me too that he'd buy any more I might have, as they was wanted at some town not very far off, where there was a call for them for patching quilts. I haven't heard of a call for any that way since. I get less and less rags every year, I think. Well, I can't say what I got last year, perhaps about 2 stone. No, none of them was woollen. They're things as people's seldom satisfied with the price for, is rags. I've bought muslin window curtains, or frocks as was worn, and good for nothink but rags. But there always seems such a lot, and they weighs so light and comes to so little, that there's sure to be grumbling. I've sometimes bought a lot of old clothes by the lump, or I've swapped crocks for them, and among them there's frequently been things as the Jew in Petticoat Lane what I sells them to has put on one side as rags. If I'd offered to give rag prices, them as I got them off would have been offended, or have thought I wanted to cheat. When you get a lot at one go, and specially if it's for crocks, you must make the best of them. This for that, and t'other for t'other. I stay at the beer shops and little inns in the country. Some of the landlords looks very shy at one, if you're a stranger, acause if the police detectives is after anythink, they go as hawkers or barrowmen or somethink that way. Note, this statement as to the police is correct, but the man did not know how it came to his knowledge. He had heard of it, he believed. End note. I very seldom slept in a common lodging-house. I'd rather sleep on my barrow. Note, I have before had occasion to remark the aversion of the costermonger class to sleep in low lodging-houses. These men almost always, and from the necessities of their calling, have rooms of their own in London, so that I presume they hate to sleep in public, as the accommodation for repose in many a lodging-house may very well be called. At any rate, the costermongers of all classes of street-sellers, when on their country excursions, resort the least to the lodging-houses. End note. The last round I had in the country, as far as Reading and Pagbourne, I was away about 5 weeks, I think. I came back a better man by £1. That was all. I mean I had 30s. Worth of things to start with, and when I got back and turned my rags and old metal and things into money, I had 50s. To be sure, Jenny, the ass, and me lived well all the time, and I bought a pair of half boots and a pair of stockings at Reading, so it weren't so bad. Yes, sir, there's nothing I likes better than a turn into the country. It does one's health good, if it don't turn out so well for profits as it might. My informant, the rag dealer, belonged to the best order of costermongers. One proof of this was in the evident care which he had bestowed on Jenny his donkey. There were no loose hairs on her hide, and her harness was clean and whole, and I observed after a pause to transact business on his round, that the animal held her head towards her master to be scratched, and was petted with a mouthful of green grass and clover, which the costermonger had in a corner of his vehicle. Tailors' cuttings, which consist of cloth, satin, lining materials, fustian, waistcoatings, silk, and so on, are among the things which the street buyers are the most anxious to become possessed of on a country round. For, as will be easily understood by those who have read the accounts before given of the Old Clothes Exchange and of Petticoat and Rosemary Lanes, they are available for many purposes in London. Dressmakers' cuttings are also a portion of the street buyers' country traffic, but to no great extent, and hardly ever, I am told, unless the street buyer, which is not often the case, be accompanied on his round by his wife. In town, tailors' cuttings are usually sold to the piece brokers, who call or send men round to the shops or workshops for the purpose of buying them, and it is the same with the dressmakers' cuttings. Old metal or broken metal, for I heard one appellation used as frequently as the other, is bought by the same description of traders. This trade, however, is prosecuted in town by the street buyers more largely than in the country, and so differs from the rag business. The carriage of old iron bolts and bars is exceedingly cumbersome, nor can metal be packed or stowed away like old clothes or rags. This makes the street buyer indifferent as to the collecting of what I heard one of them call country iron. By metal, the street folk often mean copper most especially, brass or pewter, in contradistinction to the cheaper substances of iron or lead. In the country they are most anxious to buy metal, whereas in town they as readily purchase iron. When the street buyers give merely the worth of any metal by weight to be disposed of, in order to be remelted or re-wrought in some manner by the manufacturers, the following are the average prices: copper 6d. per pound, pewter 5d., brass 5d., iron £6 for a penny, and £8 for 2d. A smaller quantity than £6 is seldom bought, and a penny or a penny halfpenny per pound for lead. Old zinc is not a metal which comes in the way of the street buyer, nor, as one of them told me with a laugh, old silver. Tin is never bought by weight in the streets. It must be understood that the prices I have mentioned are those given for old or broken metal, valueless unless for reworking. When an old metal article is still available, or may be easily made available for the use for which it was designed, the street purchase is by the piece rather than the weight. The broken pans, scuttles, kettles, and so on, concerning one of the uses of which I have quoted Mr. Babbage in page 6 of the present volume, as to the conversion of these worn-out vessels into the light and japanned edgings or clasps, called clamps or clips by the trunk makers, and used to protect or strengthen the corners of boxes and packing cases, are purchased sometimes by the street buyers, but fall more properly under the head of what constitutes a portion of the stock in trade of the street finder. They are not bought by weight, but so much for the pan, perhaps so much along with other things, a halfpenny, a penny, or occasionally 2d, and often only a farthing, or 3 pans for a penny. The uses for these things which the street buyers have more especially in view are not those mentioned by Mr. Babbage, the trunk clamps, but the conversion of them into the iron shovels, or strong dustpans sold in the streets. One street artisan supports himself and his family by the making of dustpans from such grimy old vessels. As in the result of my inquiry among the street sellers of old metal, I am of opinion that the street buyers also are not generally mixed up with the receipt of stolen goods. That they may be so to some extent is probable enough, in the same proportion perhaps as highly respectable tradesmen have been known to buy the goods of fraudulent bankrupts and others. The street buyers are low itinerants, seen regularly by the police and easy to be traced, and therefore for one reason cautious. In one of my inquiries among the young thieves and pickpockets in the low lodging houses, I heard frequent accounts of their selling the metal goods they stole to fences, and in one particular instance to the mistress of a lodging house, who had conveniences for the melting of pewter pots, called cats and kittens by the young thieves, according to the size of the vessels. But I never heard them speak of any connection, or indeed any transactions, with street folk. Among the things purchased in great quantities by the street buyers of old metal are keys. The keys so bought are of every size, are generally very rusty, and present every form of manufacture, from the simplest to the most complex wards. On my inquiring how much a number of keys without locks came to be offered for street sale, I was informed that there were often duplicate or triplicate keys to one lock, and that in sales of household furniture, for instance, there were often numbers of odd keys found about the premises and sold in a lump, that locks were often spoiled and unsaleable, wearing out long before the keys. 2d. a dozen is a usual price for a dozen mixed keys to a street buyer. Bolts are also frequently bought by the street people, as are holdfasts, bed keys, and screws, and everything, I was told, which some one or other among the poor is always a wanting. A little old man, who had been many years a street buyer, gave me an account of his purchases of bottles and glass. This man had been a soldier in his youth, had known, as he said, many ups and downs, and occasionally wheels a barrow, somewhat larger and shallower than those used by masons, from which he vends iron and tin wares, such as cheap gridirons, stands for hand irons, dustpans, dripping trays, and so on. As he sold these wares, he offered to buy or swap for any second-hand commodities. "As to the bottle and glass buying, sir," he said, "it's dead and buried in the streets, and in the country too. I've known the day when I've cleared £2 in a week by buying old things in a country round. How long was that ago, do you say, sir? Why, perhaps 20 years. Yes, more than 20. Now I'd hardly pick up odd glass in the street." Note, he called imperfect glasswares odd glass. End note. "Oh, I don't know what's brought about such a change, but everything changes. I can't say anything about the duty on glass. No, I never paid any duty on my glass. It ain't likely. I buy glass still, certainly I do, but I think if I depended on it, I should be wishing myself in the East Ingies again, rather than such a poor concern of a business. Damn me if I shouldn't. The last glass bargain I made about 2 months back, down Limehouse way, and about the Commercial Road I cleared 7d by. And then I had to wheel what I bought, it was chiefly bottles, about 5 mile. It's a trade would starve a cat, the buying of old glass. I never bought glass by weight, but I heard of some giving a halfpenny and a penny a pound. I always bought by the piece, from a halfpenny to a shilling, but that's long since, for a bottle, and farthings and halfpennies and higher, and sometimes lower, for wine or other glasses as was chipped or cracked or damaged, for they could be sold in them days. People's got proud now, I fancy, that's one thing, and must have everything slap. Oh, I do middling. I live by one thing or other, and when I die there'll just be enough to bury the old man." Note, this is the first street trader I have met with who made such a statement as to having provided for his interment, though I have heard these men occasionally express repugnance at the thoughts of being buried by the parish. End note. "I have a daughter, that's all my family now. She does well as a laundress, and is a real good sort. I have my dinner with her every Sunday. She's a widow without any young ones. I often go to church, both with my daughter and by myself, on Sunday evenings. It does one good. I'm fond of the music, and singing too. The sermon I can very seldom make anything of, as I can't hear well if any one's a good way off me when he's saying anythink. I buy a little old metal sometimes, but it's coming to be all up with street glass people. Everybody seems to run with their things to the rag and bottle shops." The same body of traders buy also old sacking, carpeting, and moreen bed curtains and window hangings, but the trade in them is sufficiently described in my account of the buying of rags, for it is carried on in the same way, so much per pound, a penny halfpenny, or 2d, or so much for the lot. Of bones I have already spoken. They are bought by any street collector with a cart on his round in town at a halfpenny a pound, or £3 for a penny. But it is a trade on account of the awkwardness of carriage little cared for by the regular street buyers. Men connected with some bone grinding mill go round with a horse and cart to the knackers and butchers to collect bones, but this is a portion, not of street, but of the mill owner's business. These bones are ground for manure, which is extensively used by the agriculturalists, having been first introduced in Yorkshire and Lincolnshire about 30 years ago. The importation of bones is now very great, more than 3 times as much as it was 20 years back. The value of the foreign bones imported is estimated at upwards of £300,000 yearly. They are brought from South America, along with hides, from Germany, Holland, and Belgium. The men who most care to collect bones in the streets of London are old and infirm, and they barter toys for them with poor children. For those children sometimes gather bones in the streets and put them on one side, or get them from dust holes, for the sake of exchanging them for a plaything, or indeed for selling them to any shopkeeper, and many of the rag and bottle tradesmen buy bones. The toys most used for this barter are paper windmills. These toy barterers, when they have a few pence, will buy bones of children or any others, if they cannot become possessed of them otherwise. but the carriage of the bones is a great obstacle to much being done in this business. In the regular way of street buying, such as I have described it, there are about 100 men in London and the suburbs. Some buy only during a portion of the year, and none perhaps, except in the way of barter, the year round. They are chiefly of the costermonger class. Some of the street buyers, however, have been carmen's servants, or connected with trades in which they had the care of a horse and cart, and so become habituated to a street life. There are still many other ways in which the commerce in refuse and the second-hand street trade is supplied. As the windmill seller for bones, so will the puppet show man for old bottles, or broken tablespoons, or almost any old trifle, allow children to regale their eyes on the beauties of his exhibition. The trade expenditure of the street buyers it is not easy to estimate. Their calling is so mixed with selling and bartering that very probably not one among them can tell what he expends in buying as a separate branch of his business. If 100 men expend 15s. Each weekly in the purchase of rags, old metal, and so on, and if this trade be prosecuted for 30 weeks of the year, we find £2,250 so expended. The profits of the buyers range from 20 to 100%. Of the rag and bottle and the marine store shops. The principal purchasers of any refuse or worn-out articles are the proprietors of the rag and bottle shops. Some of these men make a good deal of money, and not unfrequently unite with the business the letting out of vans for the conveyance of furniture or for pleasure excursions to such places as Hampton Court. The stench in these shops is positively sickening. Here, in a small apartment, may be a pile of rags, a sack full of bones, the many varieties of grease and kitchen stuff, corrupting an atmosphere which, even without such accompaniments, would be too close. The windows are often crowded with bottles, which exclude the light, while the floor and shelves are thick with grease and dirt. The inmates seem unconscious of this foulness, and one comparatively wealthy man, who showed me his horses, the stable being like a drawing-room compared to his shop, in speaking of the many deaths among his children, could not conjecture to what cause it could be owing. This indifference to dirt and stench is the more remarkable as many of the shopkeepers have been gentlemen's servants, and were therefore once accustomed to cleanliness and order. The door-posts and windows of the rag and bottle shops are often closely placarded, and the front of the house is sometimes one glaring colour, blue or red, so that the place may be at once recognised, even by the illiterate, as the red house or the blue house. If these men are not exactly street buyers, they are street billers, continually distributing handbills, but more especially before Christmas. The more aristocratic, however, now send round cards, and to the following purport: Number blank. The blank house in blank's rag, bottle and kitchen stuff warehouse, blank street, blank town, where you can obtain gold and silver to any amount, established blank. The highest price given for all the undermentioned articles, namely, wax and sperm pieces, kitchen stuff and so on, wine and beer bottles, eau de cologne, soda water, doctor's bottles and so on, white linen rags, bones, files and broken flint glass, old copper, brass, pewter and so on, lead, iron, zinc, steel and so on, old horsehair, mattresses and so on, old books, waste paper and so on, all kinds of coloured rags. The utmost value given for all kinds of wearing apparel. Furniture and lumber of every description bought, and full value given at his miscellaneous warehouse. Articles sent for. Some content themselves with sending handbills to the houses in their neighbourhood, which many of the cheap printers keep in type, so that an alteration in the name and address is all which is necessary for any customer. I heard that suspicions were entertained that it was to some of these traders that the facilities with which servants could dispose of their pilferings might be attributed, and that a stray silver spoon might enhance the weight and price of kitchen stuff. It is not pertaining to my present subject to enter into the consideration of such a matter, and I might not have alluded to it had not I found the regular street buyers fond of expressing an opinion of the indifferent honesty of this body of traders. But my readers may have remarked how readily the street people have, on several occasions, justified, as they seem to think, their own delinquencies by quoting what they declared were as great and as frequent delinquencies on the part of shopkeepers. "I know very well," said an intelligent street seller on one occasion, "that 2 wrongs can never make a right. But tricks that shopkeepers practise to grow rich upon, we must practise, just as they do, to live at all. As long as they give short weight and short measure, the streets can't help doing the same." The rag and bottle and the marine store shops are in many instances but different names for the same description of business. The chief distinction appears to be this: the marine store shopkeepers proper do not meddle with what is a very principal object of traffic with the rag and bottle man, the purchase of dripping, as well as of every kind of refuse in the way of fat or grease. The marine store man, too, is more miscellaneous in his wares than his contemporary of the rag and bottle store, as the former will purchase any of the smaller articles of household furniture, old tea-caddies, knife-boxes, fire-irons, books, pictures, draughts and backgammon boards, bird-cages, Dutch clocks, cups and saucers, tools, and brushes. The rag and bottle tradesman will readily purchase any of these things to be disposed of as old metal or waste paper, but his brother tradesman buys them to be resold and reused for the purposes for which they were originally manufactured. When furniture, however, is the staple of one of these second-hand storehouses, the proprietor is a furniture broker and not a marine store dealer. If, again, the dealer in these stores confine his business to the purchase of old metals, for instance, he is classed as an old metal dealer, collecting it or buying it of collectors, for sale to iron founders, coppersmiths, brass founders, and plumbers. In perhaps the majority of instances, there is little or no distinction between the establishments I have spoken of. The dolly business is common to both, but most common to the marine store dealer, and of it I shall speak afterwards. These shops are exceedingly numerous. Perhaps in the poorer and smaller streets they are more numerous even than the chandlers' or the beer sellers' places. At the corner of a small street, both in town and the nearer suburbs, will frequently be found the chandler's shop for the sale of small quantities of cheese, bacon, groceries, and so on to the poor. Lower down may be seen the beer sellers, and in the same street there is certain to be one rag and bottle or marine store shop, very often two, and not unfrequently another in some adjacent court. I was referred to the owner of a marine store shop as to a respectable man, keeping a store of the best class. Here the counter or table, or whatever it is to be called, for it was somewhat nondescript, by an ingenious contrivance could be pushed out into the street, so that in bad weather the goods which were at other times exposed in the street could be drawn inside without trouble. The glass frames of the window were removable, and were placed on one side in the shop, for in the summer an open casement seemed to be preferred. This is one of the remaining old trade customs still seen in London, for previously to the Great Fire in 1666 and the subsequent rebuilding of the city, shops with open casements and protected from the weather by overhanging eaves or by a sloping wooden roof were general. The house I visited was an old one, and abounded in closets and recesses. The fireplace, which apparently had been large, was removed, and the space was occupied with a mass of old iron of every kind. All this was destined for the furnace of the iron founder, wrought iron being preferred for several of the requirements of that trade. A chest or range of very old drawers with defaced or worn-out labels, once a grocer's or a chemist's, was stuffed in every drawer with old horseshoe nails, valuable for steel manufacturers, and horse and donkey shoes, brass knobs, glass stoppers, small bottles, among them a number of the cheap cast hartshorn bottles, broken pieces of brass and copper, small tools, such as shoemakers' and harness-makers' awls, punches, gimlets, plain irons, hammerheads, and so on, odd dominoes, dice, and backgammon men, lock escutcheons, keys, and the smaller sort of locks, especially padlocks. In fine, any small thing which could be stowed away in such a place. In one corner of the shop had been thrown, the evening before, a mass of old iron, then just bought. It consisted of a number of screws of different lengths and substance, of broken bars and rails, of the odds and ends of the cogged wheels of machinery, broken up or worn out, of odd-looking spikes and rings and links, all heaped together and scarcely distinguishable. These things had all to be assorted, some to be sold for re-use in their then form, the others to be sold that they might be melted and cast into other forms. The floor was intricate with hampers of bottles, heaps of old boots and shoes, old desks and work-boxes, pictures, all modern, with and without frames, waste paper, the most of it of quarto, and some larger sized, soiled or torn, and strung closely together in weights of from 2 to 7 pounds, and a fireproof safe stuffed with old fringes, tassels, and other upholstery goods, worn and discoloured. The miscellaneous wares were carried out into the street and ranged by the door-posts as well as in front of the house. In some small outhouses in the yard were piles of old iron and tin pans, and of the broken or separate parts of harness. From the proprietor of this establishment I had the following account. Quote, "I've been in the business more than a dozen years. Before that I was an auctioneer's, and then a furniture broker's porter. I wasn't brought up to any regular trade, but just to jobbing about, and a bad trade it is, as all trades is that ain't regular employ for a man. I had some money when my father died. He kept a chandler's shop, and I bought a marine." Note, an elliptical form of speech among these traders. End note. "I gave £10 for the stock, and £5 for entrance and goodwill, and agreed to pay what rents and rates was due. It was a smallish stock then, for the business had been neglected, but I have no reason to be sorry for my bargain, though it might have been better. There's lots taken in about goodwills, but perhaps not so many in my way of business, because we're rather fly to a dodge. It is a confined sort of life, but there's no help for that. Why, as to my way of trade, you'd be surprised what different sorts of people come to my shop. I don't mean the regular hands, but the chance-comers. I've had men dressed like gentlemen, and no doubt they was respectable when they was sober, bring 2 or 3 books, or a nice cigar case, or anythink that don't show in their pockets, and say, when as drunk as blazes, 'Give me what you can for this, I want it sold for a particular purpose.' That particular purpose was more drink, I should say, and I've known the same men come back in less than a week and buy what they'd sold me at a little extra, and be glad if I had it by me still. Oh, we sees a deal of things in this way of life. Yes, poor people run to such as me. I've known them come with such things as teapots and old hair mattresses and flock beds, and then I'm sure they're hard up, reduced for a meal. I don't like buying big things like mattresses, though I do purchase them sometimes. Some of these sellers are as keen as Jews at a bargain, others seem only anxious to get rid of the things and have hold of some bit of money anyhow. Yes, sir, I've known their hands tremble to receive the money, and mostly the women's. They haven't been used to it, I know, when that's the case. Perhaps they comes to sell me what the pawns won't take in, or what they wouldn't like to be seen selling to any of the men that goes about buying things in the street. Why, I've bought everythink. At sales by auction there's often lots made up of different things, and they goes for very little. I buy of people too that come to me, and of the regular hands that supply such shops as mine. I sell retail, and I sell to hawkers. I sell to anybody, for gentlemen'll come into my shop to buy anythink that's took their fancy in passing. Yes, I've bought old oil paintings. I've heard of some being bought by people in my way as have turned out stunners, and was sold for £100 or more, and cost perhaps half a crown or only a shilling. I never experienced such a thing myself. There's a good deal of gammon about it. Well, it's hardly possible to say anything about a scale of prices. I give 2d for an old tin or metal teapot, or an old saucepan, and sometimes, 2 days after I bought such a thing, I've sold it for 3d to the man or woman I've bought it of. I'll sell cheaper to them than to anybody else, because they come to me in 2 ways, both as sellers and buyers. For pictures I've given from 3d to 1s. I fancy they're among the last things some sorts of poor people, which is a bit fanciful, parts with. I've bought them of hawkers, but often I refuse them, as they've given more than I could get. Pictures requires a judge. Some brought to me was published by newspapers and them sort of people. Waste paper I buy as it comes. I can't read very much and don't understand about books. I take the backs off and weighs them, and gives a penny and a penny halfpenny and 2d. a pound, and there's an end. I sell them at about a farthing a pound profit, or sometimes less, to men as we calls waste men. It's a poor part of our business, but the books and paper takes up little room, and then it's clean and can be stowed anywhere, and is a sure sale. Well, the people as sells waste to me is not such as can read, I think. I don't know what they is. Perhaps they're such as obtains permission of the books and what not after the death of old folks, and gets them out of the way as quick as they can. I know nothink about what they are. Last week a man in black, he didn't seem rich, came into my shop and looked at some old books and said, "Have you any black lead?" He didn't speak plain, and I could hardly catch him. I said, "No, sir, I don't sell black lead, but you'll get it at number 27. But he answered, "Not black lead, but black letter," speaking very pointed. I said, "No," and I haven't a notion what he meant. Metal, copper, that I give 5d. or 5d. halfpenny for, I can sell to the merchants from 6d. halfpenny to 8d. the pound. It's no great trade, for they'll often throw things out of the lot and say they're not metal. Sometimes it would hardly be a farthing in a shilling if it weren't for the draught in the scales. When we buys metal we don't notice the quarters of the pounds. All under a quarter goes for nothink. When we buys iron, all under half-pounds counts nothink. So when we buys by the pound and sells by the hundredweight, there's a little help from this, which we calls the draught. Glass bottles of all qualities I buys at 3 for halfpenny, and sometimes 4, up to 2d. a piece for good stouts, bottle porter vessels, but very seldom indeed 2d., unless it's something very prime and big like the old quarts (quart bottles). I seldom meddles with decanters. It's very few decanters as is offered to me, either little or big, and I'm shy of them when they are. There's such a change in glass. Them as buys in the streets brings me next to nothing now to buy. They both brought and bought a lot 10 year back and later. I never was in the street trade in second hand, but it's not what it was. I sell in the streets, when I put things outside and know all about the trade. It ain't a fortnight back since a smart female servant in slap-up black sold me a basketful of doctor's bottles. I knew her master, and he hadn't been buried a week before she come to me, and she said, "Missus is glad to get rid of them, for they makes her cry." They often say their missusses sends things, and that they're not on no account to take less than so much. That's true at times, and at times it ain't. I gives from a penny halfpenny to 3d. a dozen for good new bottles. I'm sure I can't say what I give for other odds and ends. Just as they're good, bad, or indifferent. It's a queer trade. Well, I pay my way, but I don't know what I clear a week. About £2 I dare say, but then there's rent, rates, and taxes to pay, and other expenses." End quote. The dolly system is peculiar to the rag and bottle man, as well as to the marine store dealer. The name is derived from the black wooden doll in white apparel which generally hangs dangling over the door of the marine store shops, or of the rag and bottles, but more frequently the last mentioned. This type of the business is sometimes swung over their doors by those who are not dolly shop keepers. The dolly shops are essentially pawn shops, and pawn shops for the very poorest. There are many articles which the regular pawnbrokers decline to accept as pledges. Among these things are blankets, rugs, clocks, flock beds, common pictures, translated boots, mended trousers, kettles, saucepans, trays, and so on. Such things are usually styled lumber. A poor person driven to the necessity of raising a few pence, and unwilling to part finally with his lumber, goes to the dolly man, and for the merest trifle advanced, deposits one or other of the articles I have mentioned, or something similar. For an advance of 2d. or 3d. a halfpenny a week is charged, but the charge is the same if the pledge be redeemed next day. If the interest be paid at the week's end, another penny is occasionally advanced, and no extra charge exacted for interest. If the interest be not paid at the week or fortnight's end, the article is forfeited, and is sold at a large profit by the dolly shop man. For 4d. or 6d. advanced, the weekly interest is a penny. For 9d. it is a penny halfpenny. For a shilling it is 2d, and 2d. on each shilling up to 5s, beyond which sum the dolly will rarely go. In fact, he will rarely advance as much. 2 poor Irish flower girls, whom I saw in the course of my inquiry into that part of street traffic, had in the winter very often to pledge the rug under which they slept at a dolly shop in the morning for 6d, in order to provide themselves with stock money to buy forced violets, and had to redeem it on their return in the evening, when they could, for 7d. Thus 6d. a week was sometimes paid for a daily advance of that sum. Some of these illicit pawnbrokers even give tickets. This incidental mention of what is really an immense trade, as regards the number of pledges, is all that is necessary under the present head of inquiry, but I purpose entering into this branch of the subject fully and minutely when I come to treat of the class of distributors. The iniquities to which the poor are subject are positively monstrous. A halfpenny a day interest on a loan of 2d. is at the rate of 7,280% per annum. End of section 17. Section 19 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the buyers of kitchen stuff, grease and dripping. This body of traders cannot be classed as street buyers, so that only a brief account is here necessary. The buyers are not now chance people, itinerant on any round, as at one period they were to a great extent, but they are the proprietors of the rag and bottle and marine store shops, or those they employ. In this business there has been a considerable change. Until of late years, women, often wearing suspiciously large cloaks and carrying baskets, ventured into perhaps every area in London, and asked for the cook at every house where they thought a cook might be kept, and this often at early morning. If the well-cloaked woman was known, business could be transacted without delay. If she were a stranger, she recommended herself by offering very liberal terms for kitchen stuff. The cooks or kitchen maids, or servant of all works, perquisites, were then generally disposed of to these collectors, some of whom were charwomen in the house they resorted to for the purchase of the kitchen stuff. They were often satisfied to purchase the dripping and so on by the lump, estimating the weight and the value by the eye. In this traffic was frequently mixed up a good deal of pilfering, directly or indirectly. Silver spoons were thus disposed of. Candles, purposely broken and crushed, were often part of the grease. In the dripping, butter occasionally added to the weight. In the stock, note the remains of meat boiled down for the making of soup, were sometimes portions of excellent meat fresh from the joints which had been carved at table. And among the broken bread might be frequently seen small loaves unbroken. There is no doubt that this mode of traffic by itinerant charwomen and so on is still carried on, but to a much smaller extent than formerly. The cook's perquisites are in many cases sold under the inspection of the mistress, according to agreement, or taken to the shop by the cook, or some fellow servant, or else sent for by the shopkeeper. This is done to check the confidential, direct, and immediate trade intercourse between merely two individuals, the buyer and seller, by making the transaction more open and regular. I did not hear of any persons who merely purchase the kitchen stuff as street buyers, and sell it at once to the tallow melter or the soap boiler. It appears all to find its way to the shops I have described, even when bought by charwomen, while the shopkeepers send for it or receive it in the way I have stated, so that there is but little of street traffic in the matter. One of these shopkeepers told me that in this trading, as far as his own opinion went, there was as much trickery as ever, and that many gentlefolk quietly made up their minds to submit to it, while others, he said, kept the house in hot water by resisting it. I found, however, the general opinion to be that when servants could only dispose of these things to known people, the responsibility of the buyer as well as the seller was increased, and acted as a preventative check. The price for kitchen stuff is a penny and a penny halfpenny the pound. For dripping, used by the poor as a substitute for butter, 3d halfpenny to 5d. Of the street buyers of hare and rabbit skins. These buyers are for the most part poor, old, or infirm people, and I am informed that the majority have been in some street business, and often as buyers, all their lives. Besides having derived this information from well-informed persons, I may point out that this is but a reasonable view of the case. If a mechanic, a labourer, or a gentleman's servant resorts to the streets for his bread, or because he is of a vagrant turn, he does not become a buyer, but a seller. Street selling is the easier process. It is easy for a man to ascertain that oysters, for example, are sold wholesale at Billingsgate, and if he buys a bushel, as in the present summer, for 5s, it is not difficult to find out how many he can afford for a penny a lot. But the street buyer must not only know what to give, for hareskins for instance, but what he can depend upon getting from the hat manufacturers or hat furriers, and upon having a regular market. Thus a double street trade knowledge is necessary, and a novice will not care to meddle with any form of open-air traffic but the simplest. Neither is street buying, old clothes excepted, generally cared for by adults who have health and strength. In the course of a former inquiry, I received an account of hareskin buying from a woman upwards of 50, who had been in the trade, she told me, from childhood, as was her mother before her. The husband, who was lame and older than his wife, had been all his life a field catcher of birds and a street seller of hearthstones. They had been married 31 years, and resided in a garret of a house in a street off Drury Lane, a small room with a close smell about it. The room was not unfurnished. It was, in fact, crowded. There were bird cages, with and without birds, over what was once a bed. For the bed, just prior to my visit, had been sold to pay the rent, and a month's rent was again in arrear. And there were bird cages on the wall by the door, and bird cages over the mantel-shelf. There was furniture too, and crockery, and a vile oil painting of still life. But an eye used to the furniture in the rooms of the poor could at once perceive that there was not one article which could be sold to a broker or marine store dealer, or pledged at a pawn-shop. I was told the man and woman both drank hard. The woman said, "I've sold hareskins all my life, sir, and was born in London, but when hareskins isn't in, I sells flowers. I goes about now, in November, for my skins every day, wet or dry, and all day long, that is, till it's dark. Today I've not laid out a penny, but then it's been such a day for rain. I reckon that if I get hold of 18 hare and rabbit skins in a day, that is my greatest day's work. I gives 2d for good hares, what's not riddled much, and sells them all for 2d halfpenny. I sells what I pick up by the 12 or the 20, if I can afford to keep them by me till that number's gathered, to a Jew. I don't know what is done with them. I can't tell you just what use they're for, something about hats." Note, the Jew was no doubt a hat furrier, or supplying a hat furrier. End note. Jews gives us better prices than Christians, and buys readier, so I find. Last week I sold all I bought for 3s. 6d. I take some weeks as much as 8s. For what I pick up, and if I could get that every week, I should think myself a lady. The profit left me a clear half-crown. There's no difference in any particular year, only that things get worse. The game laws, as far as I knows, hasn't made no difference in my trade. Indeed, I can't say I knows anything about game laws at all, or hears anything concerning 'em. I goes along the squares and streets. I buys most at gentlemen's houses. we never calls at hotels. The servants and the women that chars and washes and jobs manages it there. Hareskins is in, leastways I collects them, from September to the end of March, when hares, they says, goes mad. I can't say what I makes one week with another, perhaps 2s. 6d may be cleared every week. These buyers go regular rounds, carrying the skins in their hands, and crying, "Any hareskins? Cook, hareskins!" It is for the most part a winter trade, but some collect the skins all the year round, as the hares are now vended the year through, but by far the most are gathered in the winter. Grouse may not be killed excepting from the 12th, and black game from the 20th of August to the 10th of December. Partridges from the 1st of September to the 1st of February, while the pheasant suffers a shorter season of slaughter from the 1st of October to the 1st of February. But there is no time restriction as to the killing of hares or of rabbits, though custom causes a cessation for a few months. A lame man, apparently between 50 and 60, with a knowing look, gave me the following account. When I saw him he was carrying a few tins, chiefly small dripping pans, under his arm, which he offered for sale as he went his round collecting hare and rabbit skins, of which he carried but one. He had been in the streets all his life, as his mother, he never knew any father, was a rag gatherer, and at the same time a street seller of the old brimstone matches and papers of pins. My informant assisted his mother to make and then to sell the matches. On her last illness she was received into St. Giles's workhouse, her son supporting himself out of it. She had been dead many years. He could not read and had never been in a church or chapel in his life. He had been married, he said, for about 12 years, and had a very good wife, who was also a street trader until her death. But we didn't go to church or anywhere to be married, he told me, in reply to my question, for we really couldn't afford to pay the parson, and so we took one another's words. If it's so good to go to church for being married, it oughtn't to cost a poor man nothing. He shouldn't be charged for being good. I doesn't do any business in town, but has my regular rounds. This is my Kentish and Camden Town day. I buys most from the servants at the bettermost houses, and I'd rather buy of them than the missusses, for some missusses sells their own skins, and they often want a deal for 'em. Why, just after last Christmas, a young lady in that there house, note pointing to it, end note, after ordering me round to the back door, came to me with 2 hareskins. They certainly was fine skins, wery fine. I said I'd give 4d. halfpenny. "Come now, my good man," says she, and the man mimicked her voice, "let me have no nonsense. I can't be deceived any longer, either by you or my servants, so give me 8d. and go about your business." Well, I went about my business, and a woman called to buy them and offered 4d. for the 2, and the lady was so wild, the servant told me after, howsoever she only got 4d. at last. She's a regular screw, but a fine-dressed one. I don't know that there's been any change in my business since hares was sold in the shops. If there's more skins to sell, there's more poor people to buy. I never tasted hare's flesh in my life, though I've gathered so many of their skins. I've smelt it when they've been roasting them where I've called, but don't think I could eat any. I live on bread and butter and tea, or milk sometimes in hot weather, and get a bite of fried fish or anything when I'm out, and a drop of beer and a smoke when I get home, if I can afford it. I don't smoke in my own place, I uses a beer shop. I pay 1s. 6d. a week for a small room. I want little but a bed in it, and have my own. I owe 3 weeks' rent now, but I do best both with tins and hareskins in the cold weather. Monday's my best day. Oh, as to rabbit skins, I do wery little in them. Them as sells them gets the skins. Still there is a few to be picked up, such as them as has been sent as presents from the country. Good rabbit skins is about the same price as hares, or perhaps a halfpenny lower, take them all through. I generally clears 6d. a dozen on my hare and rabbit skins, and sometimes 8d. Yes, I should say that for about 8 months I gathers 4 dozen every week, often 5 dozen. I suppose I make 5s. or 6s. a week all the year, with one thing or other, and a lame man can't do wonders. I never begged in my life, but I've twice had help from the parish, and that only when I was very bad. Ill. Oh, I suppose I shall end in the great house. There are, as closely as I can ascertain, at least 50 persons buying skins in the street, and calculating that each collects 50 skins weekly for 32 weeks of the year, we find 80,000 to be the total. This is a reasonable computation, for there are upwards of 102,000 hares consigned yearly to Newgate and Leadenhall markets, while the rabbits sold yearly in London amount to about 1,000,000. But, as I have shown, very few of their skins are disposed of to street buyers. End of section 19. Section 20 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the street buyers of waste paper. Beyond all others, the street purchase of waste paper is the most curious of any in the hands of the class I now treat of. Some may have formed the notion that waste paper is merely that which is soiled or torn, or old numbers of newspapers or other periodical publications, but this is merely a portion of the trade, as the subsequent account will show. The men engaged in this business have not unfrequently an apartment or a large closet or recess for the reception of their purchases of paper. They collect their paper street by street, calling upon every publisher, coffee shop keeper, printer, or publican, but rarely on a publican, who may be a seller of waste. I heard the refuse paper called nothing but waste, after the general elliptical fashion. Attorneys' offices are often visited by these buyers, as are the offices of public men, such as tax or rate collectors generally. One man told me that until about 10 years ago, and while he was a youth, he was employed by a relation in the trade to carry out waste paper sold to or ordered by cheesemongers, and so on, but that he never collected or bought paper himself. At last he thought he would start on his own account, and the first person he called upon, he said, was a rich landlady, not far from Hungerford Market, whom he saw sometimes at her bar, and who was always very civil. He took an opportunity to ask her if she happened to have any waste in the house, or would have any in a week or so. Seeing the landlady look surprised, and not very well pleased, at what certainly appeared an impertinent inquiry, he hastened to explain that he meant old newspapers, or anything that way, which he would be glad to buy at so much a pound. The landlady, however, took in but one daily and one weekly paper, both sent into the country when a day or so old, and having had no dealings with men of my informant's avocation, could not understand his object in putting such questions. Every kind of paper is purchased by the waste men. One of these dealers said to me, "I've often in my time cleared out a lawyer's office. I've bought old briefs and other law papers, and forms that weren't the regular forms then, and any damned thing they had in my line. You'll excuse me, sir, but I couldn't help thinking what a lot of misery was caused, perhaps, by the hundredweights of waste I've bought at such places. If my father hadn't got mixed up with law, he wouldn't have been ruined, and his children wouldn't have had such a hard fight of it, so I hate law. All that happened when I was a child, and I never understood the rights or the wrongs of it, and don't like to think of people that's so foolish. I gave a penny halfpenny a pound for all I bought at the lawyer's, and done pretty well with it, but very likely that's the only good turn such paper ever did any one, unless it were the lawyers themselves." The waste dealers do not confine their purchases to the tradesmen I have mentioned. They buy of any one, and sometimes act as middlemen or brokers. For instance, many small stationers or news vendors, sometimes tobacconists in no extensive way of trade, sometimes chandlers, announce by a bill in their windows, "Waste paper bought and sold in any quantity," while more frequently perhaps the trade is carried on as an understood part of these small shopmen's business, without any announcement. Thus the shopkeepers have such miscellaneous waste brought to them, and perhaps for only some particular kind have they a demand by their retail customers. The regular itinerant waste dealer then calls and clears out everything, the everything being not an unmeaning word. One man, who did largely in waste, at my request endeavoured to enumerate all the kinds of paper he had purchased as waste, and the packages of paper he showed me, ready for delivery to his customers on the following day, confirmed all he said as he opened them and showed me of what they were composed. He had dealt, he said, and he took great pains and great interest in the inquiry, as one very curious, and was a respectable and intelligent man, in books on every subject, I give his own words, on which a book can be written. After a little consideration he added, "Well, perhaps every subject is a wide range, but if there are any exceptions, it's on subjects not known to a busy man like me, who is occupied from morning till night every weekday. The only worldly labour I do on a Sunday is to take my family's dinner to the bakehouse, bring it home after chapel, and read Lloyd's Weekly. I've had Bibles, the backs are taken off in the waste trade, or it wouldn't be fair weight, testaments, prayer books, companions to the altar, and sermons and religious works. Yes, I've had the Roman Catholic books, as is used in their public worship, at least so I suppose, for I never was in a Roman Catholic chapel. Well, it's hard to say about proportions, but in my opinion, as far as it's good for anything, I've not had them in anything like the proportion that I've had prayer books and Watts and Wesley's hymns. More shame. But you see, sir, perhaps a godly old man dies, and those that follow him care nothing for hymn books, and so they come to such as me, for they're so cheap now, they're not to be sold second-hand at all, I fancy. I've dealt in tragedies and comedies, old and new, cut and uncut. They're best uncut, for you can make them into sheets then, and farces, and books of the opera. I've had scientific and medical works of every possible kind, and histories, and travels, and lives, and memoirs. I needn't go through them, everything from a needle to an anchor, as the saying is. Poetry, aye, many a hundredweight, Latin and Greek sometimes, and French and other foreign languages. Well now, sir, as you mention it, I think I never did have a Hebrew work. I think not, and I know the Hebrew letters when I see them. Black letter, not once in a couple of years, no, nor in 3 or 4 years when I think of it. I have met with it, but I always take anything I've got that way to Mr. Blank, the bookseller, who uses a poor man well. Don't you think, sir, I am complaining of poverty, though I have been very poor when I was recovering from cholera, at the first break-out of it, and I'm anything but rich now. Pamphlets I've had by the ton in my time. I think we should both be tired if I could go through all they were about. Very many were religious, more's the pity. I've heard of a page round a quarter of cheese, though, touching a man's heart. In corroboration of my informant's statement, I may mention that in the course of my inquiry into the conditions of the fancy cabinet makers of the metropolis, one elderly and very intelligent man, a first-rate artisan in skill, told me he had been so reduced in the world by the underselling of slop-masters, called butchers or slaughterers by the workmen in the trade, that though in his youth he could take in the News and Examiner papers, each he believed 9d. At that time, but was not certain, he could afford and enjoyed no reading when I saw him last autumn, beyond the book leaves in which he received his quarter of cheese, his small piece of bacon or fresh meat, or his saveloys, and his wife schemed to go to the shops who wrapped up their things from books, in order that he might have something to read after his day's work. My informant went on with his specification. Missionary papers of all kinds, parliamentary papers, but not so often new ones, very largely, railway prospectuses, with plans to some of them, nice engravings, and the same with other joint stock companies, children's copybooks and ciphering books, old account books of every kind. A good many years ago I had some that must have belonged to a West End perfumer. There was such French items for Lady this or the Honourable Captain that. I remember there was an Honourable Captain G, and almost at every second page was 100 toothpicks, 3s. 6d. I think it was 3s. 6d. In arranging this sort of waste one now and then gives a glance to it. Dictionaries of every sort I've had, but not so commonly. Music books, lots of them. Manuscripts, but only if they're rather old. Well, 20 or 30 years or so, I call that old. Letters on every possible subject, but not in my experience any very modern ones. An old man dies, you see, and his papers are sold off, letters and all. That's the way, get rid of all the old rubbish as soon as the old boy's pointing his toes to the sky. What's old letters worth, when the writers are dead and buried? Why, perhaps a penny halfpenny a pound, and it's a rattling big letter that will weigh half an ounce. Oh, it's a queer trade, but there's many worse. The letters which I saw in another waste dealer's possession were 45 in number, a small collection I was told. For the most part they were very dull and commonplace. Among them, however, was the following, in an elegant and, I presume, a female hand, but not in the modern fashionable style of handwriting. The letter is evidently old, the address is of West End gentility, but I leave out name and other particularities. Mrs. Blank. Note, it is not easy to judge whether the flourished letters are Mrs. or Miss, but certainly more like Mrs. End note. Mrs. Blank, zoological artist, presents her compliments to Mr. Blank, and being commissioned to communicate with a gentleman of the name, recently arrived at Charing Cross, and presumed by description to be himself, in a matter of delicacy and confidence, indispensably verbal, begs to say that if interested in the éclaircissement and necessary to the same, she may be found in attendance any afternoon of the current week from 3 to 6 o'clock, and no other hours. Blank Street, Blank Square, Monday morn for the afternoon at home. Among the books destined to a butcher, I found 3 perfect numbers of a 6-penny periodical published a few years back, 3, or rather 2.5, numbers of a shilling periodical, with coloured engravings of the fashions, 2 imperfect volumes of French plays, an excellent edition. Among the plays were Athalie, Iphigénie, Phèdre, Les Frères Ennemis, Alexandre, Andromaque, Les Plaideurs, and Esther. A music sheet headed A Lonely Thing I Would Not Be. A few pages of what seems to have been a book of tales, Album d'un sourd-muet. 36 pages in the pamphlet form, quite new. All these constituted about 2d worth to the butcher. Notwithstanding the variety of sources from which the supply is derived, I heard from several quarters that waste never was so scarce as at present. It was hardly to be had at all. The purchasers of the waste paper from the collectors are cheesemongers, buttermen, butchers, fishmongers, poulterers, pork and sausage sellers, sweetstuff sellers, tobacconists, chandlers, and indeed all who sell provisions or such luxuries as I have mentioned in retail. Some of the wholesale provision houses buy very largely and sell the waste again to their customers, who pay more for it by such a medium of purchase, but they have it thus on credit. Any retail trader in provisions at all, in a large way, will readily buy 6 or 7 hundredweight at a time. The price given by them varies from a penny farthing to 3d halfpenny the pound, but it is very rarely either so low or so high. The average price may be taken at 18s. the hundredweight, which is not quite 2d a pound, and at this rate I learn from the best informed parties there are 12 tons sold weekly, or 1,624 tons yearly, 1,397,760 pounds, at the cost of £11,232. One man in the trade was confident the value of the waste paper sold could not be less than £12,000, note value, in a year. There are about 60 men in this trade, nearly 50 of whom live entirely, as it was described to me, by their waste, and bring up their families upon it. The others unite some other avocation with it. The earnings of the regular collectors vary from 15 shillings weekly to 35 shillings, accordingly as they meet with a supply on favourable terms, or, as they call it, a good pull in a lot of waste. They usually reside in a private room with a recess, or a second room, in which they sort, pack, and keep their paper. One of these traders told me that he was satisfied that stolen paper seldom found its way directly into the collector's hands, particularly publishers' paper, he added. Why, not long since there was a lot of sheets stolen from Alderman Kelly's warehouse, and the thief didn't take them to a waste dealer. He knew better. He took them, sir, to a tradesman in a large respectable way over the water, a man that uses great lots of waste, and sold them at just what was handed to him. I suppose no questions asked. The thief was tried and convicted, but nothing was done to the buyer. It must not be supposed that the waste paper used by the London tradesmen costs no more than £12,000 in a year. A large quantity is bought direct by butchers and others from poor persons going to them with a small quantity of their own accumulating, or with such things as copybooks. Of the street buyers of umbrellas and parasols. The street traders in old umbrellas and parasols are numerous, but the buying is but one part, and the least skilled part of the business. Men, some tolerably well dressed, some swarthy looking like gypsies, and some with a vagabond aspect, may be seen in all quarters of the town and suburbs, carrying a few ragged-looking umbrellas, or the sticks or ribs of umbrellas under their arms, and crying, "Umbrellas to mend," or "Any old umbrellas to sell?" The traffickers in umbrellas are also the crockmen, who are always glad to obtain them in barter, and who merely dispose of them at the Old Clothes Exchange, or in Petticoat Lane. The umbrella menders are known by an appellation of an appropriateness not uncommon in street language. They are mushroom fakers. The form of the expanded umbrella resembles that of a mushroom, and it has the further characteristic of being rapidly or suddenly raised, the mushroom itself springing up and attaining its full size in a very brief space of time. The term, however, like all street or popular terms or phrases, has become very generally condensed among those who carry on the trade. They are now mush fakers, a word which, to any one who has not heard the term in full, is as meaningless as any in the vocabulary of slang. The mushroom fakers will repair any umbrella on the owner's premises, and their work is often done adroitly, I am informed, and as often bunglingly, or, in the trade term, botched. So far there is no traffic in the business, the mushroom seller simply performing a piece of handicraft and being paid for the job. But there is another class of street folk who buy the old umbrellas in Petticoat Lane, or of the street buyer or collector, and sometimes, as one of these men said to me, "We are our own buyers on a round." They mend the umbrellas, some of their wives, I am assured, being adepts as well as themselves, and offer them for sale on the approaches to the bridges and at the corners of streets. The street umbrella trade is really curious. Not so very many years back, the use of an umbrella by a man was regarded as partaking of effeminacy, but now they are sold in thousands in the streets, and in the second-hand shops of Monmouth Street and such places. One of these street traders told me that he had lately sold, but not to an extent which might encourage him to proceed, old silk umbrellas in the street for gentlemen to protect themselves from the rays of the sun. The purchase of umbrellas is in a great degree mixed up with that of old clothes, of which I have soon to treat. But from what I have stated, it is evident that the umbrella trade is most connected with street artisanship, and under that head I shall describe it. End of section 20. Section 21.
of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the Street Jews. Although my present inquiry relates to London life in London streets, it is necessary that I should briefly treat of the Jews generally as an integral but distinct and peculiar part of street life. That this ancient people were engaged in what may be called street traffic in the earlier ages of our history, as well as in the importation of spices, furs, fine leather, armour, drugs, and general merchandise, there can be no doubt. Nevertheless, concerning this part of the subject, there are but the most meagre accounts. Jews were settled in England as early as 730, and during the sway of the Saxon kings. They increased in number after the era of the Conquest, but it was not until the rapacity to which they were exposed in the reign of Stephen had in a great measure exhausted itself, and until the measures of Henry II had given encouragement to commerce and some degree of security to property in cities or congregated communities, that the Jews in England became numerous and wealthy. They then became active and enterprising attendants at fairs, where the greater portion of the internal trade of the kingdom was carried on, and especially the traffic in the more valuable commodities, such as plate, jewels, armour, cloths, wines, spices, horses, cattle, and so on. The agents of the great prelates and barons, and even of the ruling princes, purchased what they required at these fairs. St. Giles's Fair, held at St. Giles's Hill, not far from Winchester, continued 16 days. The fair was, as it were, a temporary city. There were streets of tents in every direction, in which the traders offered and displayed their wares. During the continuance of the fair, business was strictly prohibited in Winchester, Southampton, and in every place within 7 miles of St. Giles's Hill. Among the tent owners at such fairs were the Jews. At this period the Jews may be considered as one of the bodies of merchant strangers, as they were called, settled in England for purposes of commerce. Among the other bodies of these strangers were the German merchants of the Steelyard, the Lombards, the Caracini of Rome, the merchants of the Staple, and others. These were all corporations, and thriving corporations, when unmolested, and the Jews had also their Jewry or Judaism, not for a corporation merely, but also for the requirements of their faith and worship, and for their living together. The London Jewry was established in a place of which no vestige of its establishment now remains beyond the name, the Old Jewry. Here was erected the first synagogue of the Jews in England, which was defaced or demolished, Maitland states, by the citizens after they had slain 700 Jews. Other accounts represent that number as greatly exaggerated. This took place in 1263, during one of the many disturbances in the uneasy reign of Henry III. All this time the Jews amassed wealth by trade and usury, in spite of their being plundered and maltreated by the princes and other potentates. Every one has heard of King John's having a Jew's teeth drawn, and in spite of their being reviled by the priests and hated by the people. The sovereigns generally encouraged merchant strangers. When the city of London in 1289 petitioned Edward I for the expulsion of all merchant strangers, that monarch answered, with all a monarch's peculiar regard for great men and great men only, "No, the merchant strangers are useful and beneficial to the great men of the kingdom, and I will not expel them." But though the king encouraged, the people detested all foreign traders, though not with the same intensity as they detested and condemned the Jews, for in that detestation a strong religious feeling was an element. Of this dislike to the merchant strangers very many instances might be cited, but I need give only one. In 1379, nearly a century after the banishment of the Jews, a Genoese merchant, a man of great wealth, petitioned Richard II
for permission to deposit goods for safe keeping in Southampton Castle, promising to introduce so large a share of the commerce of the East into England that pepper should be 4d. a pound. Yet the Londoners, writes Walsingham, but in the quaint monkish Latin of the day, enemies to the prosperity of their country, hired assassins who murdered the merchant in the street. After this, what stranger will trust his person among a people so faithless and so cruel? Who will not dread our treachery and abhor our name? In 1290, by a decree of Edward I, the Jews were banished out of England. The causes assigned for this summary act were, quote, their extortions, their debasing and diminishing the coin, and for other crimes. End quote. I need not enter into the merits or demerits of the Jews of that age, but it is certain that any ridiculous charge, any which it was impossible could be true, was an excuse for the plundering of them at the hands of the rich, and the persecution of them at the hands of the people. At the period of this banishment, their number is represented by the contemporaneous historians to have been about 16,000, a number most probably exaggerated, as perhaps all statements of the numbers of a people are when no statistical knowledge has been acquired. During this period of their abode in England, the Jews were protected as the villains or bondsmen of the king, a protection disregarded by the commonalty, and only giving to the executive government greater facilities of extortion and oppression. In 1655, an Amsterdam Jew, Rabbi Manasseh ben Israel, whose name is still highly esteemed among his countrymen, addressed Cromwell on the behalf of the Jews that they should be readmitted into England with the sanction and under the protection of the law. Despite the absence of such sanction, they had resided and of course traded in this country, but in small numbers, and trading often in indirect and sometimes in contraband ways. Chaucer, writing in the days of Richard II, 3 reigns after their expulsion, speaks of Jews as living in England. It is reputed that, in the reigns of Elizabeth and the first James, they supplied at great profit the materials required by the alchemists for their experiments in the transmutation of metals. In Elizabeth's reign too, Jewish physicians were highly esteemed in England. The Queen at one time confided the care of her health to Rodrigo Lopez, a Hebrew who, however, was convicted of an attempt to poison his royal mistress. Francis I of France carried his opinion of Jewish medical skill to a great height. He refused on one occasion during an illness to be attended by the most eminent of the Israelitish physicians, because the learned man had just before been converted to Christianity. The most Christian king, therefore, applied to his ally, the Turkish Sultan, Solomon II, who sent him a true hardened Jew, by whose directions Francis drank ass's milk, and recovered. Cromwell's response to the application of Manasseh ben Israel was favourable, but the opposition of the Puritans, and more especially of Prynne, prevented any public declaration on the subject. In 1656, however, the Jews began to arrive and establish themselves in England, but not until after the restoration of Charles II, in 1660, could it be said that as a body they were settled in England. They arrived from time to time, and without any formal sanction being either granted or refused. One reason alleged at the time was that the Jews were well known to be money-lenders, and Charles and his courtiers were, as well known, money-borrowers. I now come to the character and establishment of the Jews in the capacity in which I have more especially to describe them, as street traders. There appears no reason to doubt that they commenced their principal street traffic, the collecting of old clothes, soon after their settlement in London. At any rate, the cry and calling of the Jew old clothesman were so established 30 or 40 years after their return, or early in the last century, that one of them is delineated in Tempest's Cries of London, published about that period. In this work, the street Jew is represented as very different in his appearance to that which he presents in our day. instead of merely a dingy bag hung empty over his arm or carried, when partially or wholly filled, on his shoulder, he is depicted as wearing, or rather carrying, 3 cocked hats, one over the other, upon his head. A muff with a scarf or large handkerchief over it is attached to his right hand and arm, and 2 dress swords occupy his left hand. The apparel which he himself wears is of the full-skirted style of the day, and his long hair, or periwig, descends to his shoulders. This difference in appearance, however, between the street Jew of 1700 and of a century and a half later, is simply the effect of circumstances, and indicates no change in the character of the man. Were it now the fashion for gentlemen to wear muffs, swords, and cocked hats, the Jew would again have them in his possession. During the 18th century, the popular feeling ran very high against the Jews, although to the masses they were almost strangers, except as men employed in the not very formidable occupation of collecting and vending second-hand clothes. The old feeling against them seems to have lingered among the English people, and their own greed, in many instances, engendering other and lawful causes of dislike, by their resorting to unlawful and debasing pursuits. They were considered, and with that exaggeration of belief dear to any ignorant community, as an entire people of misers, usurers, extortioners, receivers of stolen goods, cheats, brothel-keepers, sheriff's officers, clippers, and sweaters of the coin of the realm, gaming-house keepers. In fine, the charges, or rather the accusations, of carrying on every disreputable trade and none else, were bundled at their doors. That there was too much foundation for many of these accusations, and still is, no reasonable Jew can now deny. That the wholesale prejudice against them was absurd is equally indisputable. So strong was this popular feeling against the Israelites, that it not only influenced and not only controlled the legislature, but it coerced the Houses of Parliament to repeal in 1754 an Act which they had passed the previous session, and that Act was merely to enable foreign Jews to be naturalized without being required to take the sacrament. It was at that time, and while the popular ferment was at its height, unsafe for a Hebrew old clothesman, however harmless a man, and however long and well known on his beat, to ply his street calling openly, for he was often beaten and maltreated. Mobs, riots, pillagings, and attacks upon the houses of the Jews were frequent, and one of the favourite cries of the mob was certainly among the most preposterously stupid of any which ever tickled the ear and satisfied the mind of the ignorant. "No Jews, no wooden shoes." Some mob leader, with a taste for rhyme, had, in this distich, cleverly blended the prejudice against the Jews with the easily excited but vague fears of a French invasion, which was in some strange way typified to the apprehensions of the vulgar as connected with slavery, popery, the compulsory wearing of wooden shoes, sabots, and the eating of frogs. And this sort of feeling was often revenged on the street Jew as a man mixed up with wooden shoes. Cumberland, in the comedy of The Jew, and some time afterwards Miss Edgeworth in the tale of Harrington and Ormond, and both at the request of Jews, wrote to moderate this rabid prejudice. In what estimation the street, and incidentally all classes of Jews, are held at the present time, will be seen in the course of my remarks, and in the narratives to be given. I may here observe, however, that among some, the dominant feeling against the Jews on account of their faith still flourishes, as is shown by the following statement. A gentleman of my acquaintance was one evening, about twilight, walking down Bridget Street, Covent Garden, when an elderly Jew was preceding him, apparently on his return from a day's work, as an old clothesman. His bag accidentally touched the bonnet of a dashing woman of the town, who was passing, and she turned round, abused the Jew, and spat at him, saying with an oath, "You old rags humbug, you can't do that." an allusion to a vulgar notion that Jews have been unable to do more than slobber since spitting on the Saviour. The number of Jews now in England is computed at 35,000. This is the result at which the Chief Rabbi arrived a few years ago after collecting all the statistical information at his command. Of these 35,000, more than one half, or about 18,000, reside in London. I am informed that there may now be a small increase to this population, but only small, for many Jews have emigrated, some to California. A few years ago, a circumstance mentioned in my account of the street sellers of jewellery, there were a number of Jews known as hawkers or travellers, who traverse every part of England selling watches, gold and silver pencil cases, eyeglasses, and all the more portable descriptions of jewellery, as well as thermometers, barometers, telescopes, and microscopes. This trade is now little pursued, except by the stationery dealers, and the Jews who carried it on, and who were chiefly foreign Jews, have emigrated to America. The foreign Jews who, though a fluctuating body, are always numerous in London, are included in the computation of 18,000. Of this population, 2/3 reside in the city, or the streets adjacent to the eastern boundaries of the city. Of the trades and localities of the street Jews. The trades which the Jews most affect, I was told by one of themselves, are those in which, as they describe it, there's a chance. That is, they prefer a trade in such commodity as is not subjected to a fixed price, so that there may be abundant scope for speculation, and something like a gambler's chance for profit or loss. In this way, Sir Walter Scott has said, trade has, quote, all the fascination of gambling without the moral guilt, end quote. But the absence of moral guilt in connection with such trading is certainly dubious. The wholesale trades in foreign commodities, which are now principally or solely in the hands of the Jews, often as importers and exporters, are watches and jewels, sponges, fruits, especially green fruits, such as oranges, lemons, grapes, walnuts, coconuts, and so on, and dates among dried fruits, shells, tortoises, parrots, and foreign birds, curiosities, ostrich feathers, snuffs, cigars, and pipes, but cigars far more extensively at one time. The localities in which these wholesale and retail traders reside are mostly at the East End. Indeed, the Jews of London, as a congregated body, have been, from the time when their numbers were sufficient to institute a settlement, or colony, peculiar to themselves, always resident in the eastern quarter of the metropolis. Of course, a wealthy Jew millionaire, merchant, stock-jobber, or stockbroker, resides where he pleases, in a villa near the Marquis of Hertford's in the Regent's Park, a mansion near the Duke of Wellington's in Piccadilly, a house and grounds at Clapham or Stamford Hill. But these are exceptions. The quarters of the Jews are not difficult to describe. The trading class in the capacity of shopkeepers, warehousemen, or manufacturers, are the thickest in Houndsditch, Aldgate, and the Minories, more especially as regards the swag shops and the manufacture and sale of wearing apparel. The wholesale dealers in fruit are in Duke's Place and Pudding Lane, Thames Street, but the superior retail Jew fruiterers, some of whose shops are remarkable for the beauty of their fruit, are in Cheapside, Oxford Street, Piccadilly, and most of all in Covent Garden Market. The inferior jewellers, some of whom deal with the first shops, are also at the East End, about Whitechapel, Bevis Marks, and Houndsditch. The wealthier goldsmiths and watchmakers having, like other tradesmen of the class, their shops in the superior thoroughfares. The great congregation of working watchmakers is in Clerkenwell, but in that locality there are only a few Jews. The Hebrew dealers in second-hand garments and second-hand wares generally are located about Petticoat Lane, the peculiarities of which place I have lately described. The manufacturers of such things as cigars, pencils, and sealing wax, the wholesale importers of sponge, bristles, and toys, the dealers in quills and in looking-glasses, reside in large private looking-houses, when display is not needed for purposes of business, in such parts as Monsell Street, Great Prescott Street, Great Ailey Street, Lemon Street, and other parts of the eastern quarter known as Goodman's Fields. The wholesale dealers in foreign birds and shells, and in the many foreign things known as Curiosities, reside in East Smithfield, Ratcliffe Highway, High Street, Shadwell, or in some of the parts adjacent to the Thames. In the long range of riverside streets stretching from the Tower to Poplar and Blackwall are Jews who fulfil the many capacities of slop-sellers and so on, called into exercise by the requirements of seafaring people on their return from or commencement of a voyage. A few Jews keep boarding-houses for sailors in Shadwell and Wapping. Of the localities and abodes of the poorest of the Jews I shall speak hereafter. Concerning the street trades pursued by the Jews, I believe there is not at present a single one of which they can be said to have a monopoly, nor in any one branch of the street traffic are there so many of the Jew traders as there were a few years back. This remarkable change is thus to be accounted for. Strange as the fact may appear, the Jew has been undersold in the streets, and he has been beaten on what might be called his own ground, the buying of old clothes. The Jew boys, and the feebler and elder Jews, had, until some 12 or 15 years back, almost the monopoly of orange and lemon, street selling, or street hawking. The costermonger class had possession of the theatre doors and the approaches to the theatres. They had, too, occasionally their barrows full of oranges. But the Jews were the daily, assiduous, and itinerant street sellers of this most popular of foreign, and perhaps of all, fruits. In their hopes of sale they followed any one a mile, if encouraged, even by a few approving glances. The great theatre of this traffic was in the stage-coach yards in such inns as the Bull and Mouth, St. Martin's-le-Grand, the Belle Sauvage, Ludgate Hill, the Saracen's Head, Snow Hill, the Bull, Aldgate, the Swan with Two Necks, Ladlane City, the George and Blue Boar, Holborn, the White Horse, Fetter Lane, and other such places. They were seen, too, with all their eyes about them, as one informant expressed it, outside the inns where the coaches stopped to take up passengers, at the White Horse Cellar in Piccadilly, for instance, and the Angel, and the now defunct Peacock in Islington. A commercial traveller told me that he could never leave town by any mail or stage without being besieged by a small army of Jew boys, who most pertinaciously offered him oranges, lemons, sponges, combs, pocket-books, pencils, sealing-wax, paper, many-bladed penknives, razors, pocket mirrors, and shaving-boxes, as if a man could not possibly quit the metropolis without requiring a stock of such commodities. In the whole of these trades, unless in some degree in sponges and black-lead pencils, the Jew is now outnumbered or displaced. I have before alluded to the underselling of the Jew boy by the Irish boy in the street orange trade, but the characteristics of the change are so peculiar that a further notice is necessary. It is curious to observe that the most assiduous and hitherto the most successful of street traders were supplanted, not by a more persevering or more skilful body of street sellers, but simply by a more starving body. Some few years since, poor Irish people, and chiefly those connected with the culture of the land, came over to this country in great numbers, actuated either by vague hopes of bettering themselves by emigration or working on the railways, or else influenced by the restlessness common to an impoverished people. These men, when unable to obtain employment, without scruple became street sellers. Not only did the adults resort to street traffic, generally in its simplest forms, such as hawking fruit, but the children, by whom they were accompanied from Ireland in great numbers, were put into the trade, and if 2 or 3 children earned 2d. a day each, and their parents 5d. or 6d. each, or even 4d., the subsistence of the family was better than they could obtain in the midst of the miseries of the southern and western part of the sister isle. An Irish boy of 14, having to support himself by street trade, as was often the case, owing to the death of parents and to divers casualties, would undersell the Jew boys similarly circumstanced. The Irish boy could live harder than the Jew. Often in his own country he subsisted on a stolen turnip a day. He could lodge harder, lodge for a penny a night in any noisome den, or sleep in the open air, which is seldom done by the Jew boy. He could dispense with the use of shoes and stockings, a dispensation at which his rival in trade revolted. He drank only water, or if he took tea or coffee, it was as a meal, and not merely as a beverage. To crown the whole, the city-bred Jew boy required some evening recreation, the penny or twopenny concert, or a game at draughts or dominoes. But this the Irish boy, country-bred, never thought of, for his sole luxury was a deep sleep, and being regardless or ignorant of all such recreations, he worked longer hours, and so sold more oranges than his Hebrew competitor. Thus, as the Munster or Connaught lad could live on less than the young denizen of Petticoat Lane, he could sell at smaller profit, and did so sell, until gradually the Hebrew youths were displaced by the Irish in the street orange trade. It is the same, or the same in a degree, with other street trades, which were at one time all but monopolized by the Jew adults. Among these were the street sale of spectacles and sponges, the prevalence of slop work and slop wages, and the frequent difficulty of obtaining properly remunerated employment, the pinch of want, in short, have driven many mechanics to street traffic, so that the numbers of street traffickers have been augmented, while no small portion of the newcomers have adopted the more knowing street avocations formerly pursued only by the Jews. Of the other class of street traders who have interfered largely with the old clothes trade, which at one time people seemed to consider a sort of birthright among the Jews, I have already spoken, when treating of the dealings of the crockmen in bartering glass and crockery ware for second-hand apparel. These traders now obtain as many old clothes as the Jew clothesmen themselves, for with a great number of ladies, the offer of an ornament of glass or spar, or of a beautiful and fragrant plant, is more attractive than the offer of a small sum of money for the purchase of the left-off garments of the family. The crockmen are usually strong and in the prime of youth or manhood, and are capable of carrying heavy burdens of glass or china wares, for which the Jews are either incompetent or disinclined. Some of the Jews which have been thus displaced from the street traffic have emigrated to America with the assistance of their brethren. The principal street trades of the Jews are now in sponges, spectacles, combs, pencils, accordions, cakes, sweetmeats, drugs, and fruits of all kinds. But in all these trades, unless perhaps in drugs, they are in a minority compared with the Christian street sellers. There is not among the Jew street sellers generally anything of the concubinage or cohabitation common among the costermongers. Marriage is the rule. End of section 21. Section 22 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the Jew old clothesmen. 50 years ago, the appearance of the street Jews engaged in the purchase of second-hand clothes was different to what it is at the present time. The Jew had then far more of the distinctive garb and aspect of a foreigner. He not unfrequently wore the gabardine, which is never seen now in the streets, but some of the long loose frock coats worn by the Jew clothes buyers resemble it. At that period too, the Jew's long beard was far more distinctive than it is in this hirsute generation. In other respects, the street Jew is unchanged. Now, as during the last century, he traverses every street, square, and road, with a monotonous cry, sometimes like a bleat, of "Glo! Glo!" On this head, however, I have previously remarked when describing the street Jew of 100 years ago. In an inquiry into the condition of the old clothes dealers a year and a half ago, a Jew gave me the following account. He told me at the commencement of his statement that he was of opinion that his people were far more speculative than the Gentiles, and therefore the English liked better to deal with them. "Our people," he said, "will be out all day in the wet, and begrudge themselves a bit of anything to eat till they go home, and then, maybe, they'll gamble away their crown just for the love of speculation." My informant, who could write or speak several languages, and had been 50 years in the business, then said, "I am no bigot. Indeed, I do not care where I buy my meat, so long as I can get it. I often go into the Minories and buy some, without looking to how it has been killed, or whether it has a seal on it or not." He then gave me some account of the Jewish children and the number of men in the trade, which I have embodied under the proper heads. The itinerant Jew clothesman, he told me, was generally the son of a former old clothesman, but some were cigar makers or pencil makers, taking to the clothes business when those trades were slack, but that 19 out of 20 had been born to it. If the parents of the Jew boy are poor, and the boy a sharp lad, he generally commences business at 10 years of age, by selling lemons or some trifle in the streets, and so, as he expressed it, the boy gets around, or street connection, by becoming known to the neighbourhoods he visits. If he sees a servant, he will, when selling his lemons, ask if she have any old shoes or old clothes, and offer to be a purchaser. If the clothes should come to more than the Jew boy has in his pocket, he leaves what silver he has as an earnest upon them, and then seeks some regular Jew clothesman who will advance the purchase money. This the old Jew agrees to do upon the understanding that he is to have half Rybeck, that is, a moiety of the profit, and then he will accompany the boy to the house, to pass his judgment on the goods, and satisfy himself that the stripling has not made a blind bargain, an error into which he very rarely falls. After this he goes with the lad to Petticoat Lane, and there they share whatever money the clothes may bring over and above what has been paid for them. By such means the Jew boy gets his knowledge of the old clothes business, and so quick are these lads generally, that in the course of 2 months they will acquire sufficient experience in connection with the trade to begin dealing on their own account. There are some, he told me, as sharp at 15 as men of 50. "It is very seldom," my informant stated, "very seldom indeed, that a Jew clothesman takes away any of the property of the house he may be called into. I expect there's a good many of them," he continued, for he sometimes spoke of his co-traders as if they were not of his own class, "is fond of cheating, that is, they won't mind giving only 2 shillings for a thing that's worth 5 shillings. They are fond of money, and will do almost anything to get it. Jews are perhaps the most money-loving people in all England. There are certainly some old clothesmen who will buy articles at such a price that they must know them to have been stolen. Their rule, however, is to ask no questions, and to get as cheap an article as possible. A Jew clothesman is seldom or never seen in liquor. They gamble for money either at their own homes or at public houses. The favourite games are tossing, dominoes, and cards. I was informed by one of the people that he had seen as much as £30 in silver and gold lying upon the ground when 2 parties had been playing at throwing 3 halfpence in the air. On a Saturday some gamble away the morning and the greater part of the afternoon. Note, Saturday, I need hardly say, is the Hebrew Sabbath. End note. They meet in some secret back place, about 10, and begin playing for one a time, that is, tossing up 3 halfpence and staking a shilling on the result. Other Jews and a few Christians will gather round and bet. Sometimes the bets laid by the Jew bystanders are as high as £2 each, and on more than one occasion the old clothes men have wagered as much as £50, but only after great gains at gambling. Some, if they can, will cheat by means of a halfpenny with a head or a tail on both sides, called a grey. The play lasts till the Sabbath is nearly over, and then they go to business or the theatre. They seldom or never say a word while they are losing, but merely stamp on the ground. It is dangerous, though, to interfere when luck runs against them. The rule is, when a man is losing, to let him alone. I have known them play for 3 hours together, and nothing be said all that time but head or tail. They seldom go to synagogue, and on a Sunday evening have card parties at their own houses. They seldom eat anything on their rounds. The reason is, not because they object to eat meat killed by a Christian, but because they are afraid of losing a deal, or the chance of buying a lot of old clothes by delay. They are generally too lazy to light their own fires before they start of a morning, and 19 out of 20 obtain their breakfasts at the coffee shops about Houndsditch. When they return from their day's work, they have mostly some stew ready, prepared by their parents or wife. If they are not family men, they go to an eating house. This is sometimes a Jewish house, but if no one is looking, they creep into a Christian cook shop, not being particular about eating trifer, that is, meat which has been killed by a Christian. Those that are single generally go to a neighbour and agree with him to be boarded on the Sabbath, and for this the charge is generally about 2 shillings 6pence. On a Saturday there's cold fish for breakfast and supper. Indeed, a Jew would pawn the shirt off his back sooner than go without fish then, and in holiday time he will have it if he has to get it out of the stones. It is not reckoned a holiday unless there's fish. 40 years ago I have made as much as £5 in a week by the purchase of old clothes in the streets, said a Jew informant. Upon an average then I could earn weekly about £2, but now things are different. People are more wide awake. Everyone knows the value of an old coat nowadays. The women know more than the men. The general average, I think, take the good weeks with the bad throughout the year, is about £1 a week. Some weeks we get £2, and some scarcely nothing. I was told by a Jewish professional gentleman that the account of the spirit of gambling prevalent among his people was correct, but the amounts said to be staked he thought rare or exaggerated. The Jew old clothesmen are generally far more cleanly in their habits than the poorer classes of English people. Their hands they always wash before their meals, and this is done whether the party be a strict Jew or Meshumet, a convert or apostate from Judaism. Neither will the Israelite ever use the same knife to cut his meat that he previously used to spread his butter, and he will not even put his meat on a plate that has had butter on it, nor will he use for his soup the spoon that has had melted butter in it. This objection to mix butter with meat is carried so far that, after partaking of the one, Jews will not eat of the other for the space of 2 hours. The Jews are generally, when married, most exemplary family men. There are few fonder fathers than they are, and they will starve themselves sooner than their wives and children should want. Whatever their faults may be, they are good fathers, husbands, and sons. Their principal characteristic is their extreme love of money, and though the strict Jew does not trade himself on the Sabbath, he may not object to employ either one of his tribe or a Gentile to do so for him. The capital required for commencing in the old clothes line is generally about £1. This the Jew frequently borrows, especially after holiday time, for then he has generally spent all his earnings, unless he be a provident man. When his stock money is exhausted, he goes either to a neighbour or to a publican in the vicinity, and borrows £1 on the Monday morning, to strike a light with, as he calls it, and agrees to return it on the Friday evening with a shilling interest for the loan. This he always pays back. If he was to sell the coat off his back, he would do this, I am told, because to fail in so doing would be to prevent his obtaining any stock money for the future. With this capital he starts on his rounds about 8 in the morning, and I am assured he will frequently begin his work without tasting food, rather than break into the borrowed stock money. Each man has his particular walk, and never interferes with that of his neighbour. Indeed, while upon another's beat he will seldom cry for clothes. Sometimes they go half Rybeck together. That is, they will share the profits of the day's business, and when they agree to do this, the one will take one street and the other another. The lower the neighbourhood, the more old clothes are there for sale. At the east end of the town they like the neighbourhoods frequented by sailors, and there they purchase of the girls and the women the sailors' jackets and trousers. But they buy most of the Petticoat Lane, the Old Clothes Exchange, and the marine store dealers. For as the Jew clothesman never travels the streets by night time, the parties who then have old clothes to dispose of usually sell them to the marine store or second-hand dealers overnight, and the Jew buys them in the morning. The first thing that he does on his rounds is to seek out these shops and see what he can pick up there. A very great amount of business is done by the Jew clothesman at the marine store shops at the west as well as at the east end of London. At the West End, the itinerant clothesmen prefer the mews at the back of gentlemen's houses to all other places, or else the streets where the little tradesmen and small genteel families reside. My informant assured me that he had once bought a bishop's hat of his lordship's servant for 1s. 6d. on a Sunday morning. These traders, as I have elsewhere stated, live at the east end of the town. The greater number of them reside in Portsoken Ward, Houndsditch, and their favourite localities in this district are either Cobb's Yard, Roper's Building, or Wentworth Street. They mostly occupy small houses, about 4s. 6d. a week rent, and live with their families. They are generally sober men. It is seldom that a Jew leaves his house and owes his landlord money, and if his goods should be seized, the rest of his tribe will go round and collect what is owing. The rooms occupied by the old clothesmen are far from being so comfortable as those of the English artisans, whose earnings are not superior to the gains of these clothesmen. Those which I saw had all a littered look. The furniture was old and scant, and the apartment seemed neither shop, parlour, nor bedroom. For domestic and family men, as some of the Jew old clothesmen are, they seem very indifferent to the comforts of a home. I have spoken of trifer, or meat killed in the Christian fashion. Now the meat killed according to the Jewish law is known as kosher, and a strict Jew will eat none other. In one of my letters in the Morning Chronicle on the meat markets of London, there appeared the following statement respecting the Jew butchers in Whitechapel Market. Quote, "To a portion of the meat here exposed for sale may be seen attached the peculiar seal which shows that the animal was killed conformably to the Jewish rites. According to the injunctions of this religion, the beast must die from its throat being cut, instead of being knocked on the head. The slaughterer of the cattle for Jewish consumption, moreover, must be a Jew. 2 slaughterers are appointed by the Jewish authorities of the synagogue, and they can employ others, who must be likewise Jews, as assistants. The slaughterers I saw were quiet-looking and quiet-mannered men. When the animal is slaughtered and skinned, an examiner, also appointed by the synagogue, carefully inspects the inside. If the lights be grown to the ribs, said my informant, who had had many years' experience in this branch of the meat trade, or if the lungs have any disease, or if there be any disease anywhere, the meat is pronounced unfit for the food of the Jews, and is sent entire to a carcass butcher to be sold to the Christians. This, however, does not happen once in 20 times. To the parts exposed for sale, when the slaughtering has been according to the Jewish law, there is attached a leaden seal stamped in Hebrew characters with the name of the examining party sealing. In this way, as I ascertained from the slaughterers, are killed weekly from 120 to 140 bullocks. from 400 to 500 sheep and lambs, and about 30 calves. All the parts of the animal thus slaughtered may be and are eaten by the Jews, but 3/4 of the purchase of this meat is confined, as regards the Jews, to the forequarters of the respective animals. The hind quarters, being the choicer parts, are sent to Newgate or Leadenhall markets for sale on commission." End quote. The Hebrew butchers consider that the Christian mode of slaughter is a far less painful death to the ox than was the Jewish. I am informed that of the Jew old clothes men there are now only from 500 to 600 in London. At one time there might have been 1,000. Their average earnings may be something short of 20 shillings a week in second-hand clothes alone, but the gains are difficult to estimate. Of a Jew street seller. An elderly man, who at the time I saw him was vending spectacles, or bartering them for old clothes, old books, or any second-hand articles, gave me an account of his street life, but it presented little remarkable beyond the not unusual vicissitudes of the lives of those of his class. He had been in every street trade, and had on 4 occasions travelled all over England, selling quills, sealing wax, pencils, sponges, braces, cheap or superior jewellery, thermometers, and pictures. He had sold barometers in the mountainous parts of Cumberland, sometimes walking for hours without seeing man or woman. "I liked it then," he said, "for I was young and strong, and didn't care to sleep twice in the same town. I was afterwards in the old clothes line. I buy a few odd hats and light things still, but I'm not able to carry heavy weights, as my breath is getting rather short." Note: I find that the Jews generally object to the more laborious kinds of street traffic. End note. "Yes, I've been twice to Ireland, and sold a good many quills in Dublin, for I crossed over from Liverpool. Quills and wax were a great trade with us once. Now it's quite different. I've had as much as £60 of my own, and that more than half a dozen times, but all of it went in speculations. Yes, some went in gambling. I had a share in a gaming booth at the races for 3 years. Oh, I dare say that's more than 20 years back. But we did very little good. There was such fees to pay for the tent on a race ground, and often such delays between the races in the different towns, and bribes to be given to the town officers, such as town sergeants and chief constables, and I hardly know who, and so many expenses altogether that the profits were mostly swamped. Once at Newcastle races there was a fight among the pitmen, and our tent was in their way and was demolished almost to bits. A deal of the money was lost or stolen. I don't know how much, but not near so much as my partners wanted to make out. I wasn't on the spot just at the time. I got married after that, and took a shop in the second-hand clothes line in Bristol, but my wife died in childbed in less than a year, and the shop didn't answer, so I got sick of it, and at last got rid of it. Oh, I work both the country and London still. I shall take a turn into Kent in a day or 2. I suppose I clear between 10 shillings and 20 shillings a week in anything, and as I've only myself, I do middling, and I'm ready for another chance if any likely speculation offers. I lodge with a relation, and sometimes live with his family. No, I never touch any meat but kosher. I suppose my meat now costs me 6p or 7p a day, but it has cost me 10 times that, and 2p for beer in addition. I am informed that there are about 50 adult Jews, besides old clothesmen, in the streets selling fruit, cakes, pencils, spectacles, sponge, accordions, drugs, and so on. Of the Jew boy street seller. I have ascertained, and from sources where no ignorance on the subject could prevail, that there are now in the streets of London rather more than 100 Jew boys, engaged principally in fruit and cake selling in the streets. Very few Jewesses are itinerant street sellers. Most of the older Jews thus engaged have been street sellers from their boyhood. The young Jews who ply in street callings, however, are all men in matters of traffic, almost before they cease in years to be children. In addition to the Jew boy street sellers above enumerated, There are from 50 to 100, but usually about 50, who are occasional or casual street traders, vending for the most part cocoa-nuts and grapes, and confining their sales chiefly to the Sundays. On the subject of the street Jew boys, a Hebrew gentleman said to me, quote, "When we speak of street Jew boys, it should be understood that the great majority of them are but little more conversant with or interested in the religion of their fathers than are the costermonger boys of whom you have written. They are Jews by the accident of their birth, as others in the same way with equal ignorance of the assumed faith are Christians." End quote. I received from a Jew boy the following account of his trading pursuits and individual aspirations. There was somewhat of a thickness in his utterance, otherwise his speech was but little distinguishable from that of an English street boy. His physiognomy was decidedly Jewish, but not of the handsomer type. His hair was light-coloured but clean, and apparently well brushed, without being oiled, or, as I heard a street boy style it, greased. It was long, and he said his aunt told him it wanted cutting sadly, but he liked it that way. Indeed, he kept dashing his curls from his eyes and back from his temples as he was conversing, as if he were somewhat vain of doing so. He was dressed in a corduroy suit, old but not ragged, and wore a tolerably clean, very coarse, and altogether buttonless shirt, which he said was made for one bigger than me, sir. He had bought it for 9d. halfpenny in Petticoat Lane, and accounted it a bargain, as its wear would be durable. He was selling sponges when I saw him, and of the commonest kind, offering a large piece for 3d, which he admitted would be rubbed to bits in no time. This sponge, I should mention, is frequently dressed with sulphuric acid, and an eminent surgeon informed me that on his servant attempting to clean his black dress coat with a sponge that he had newly bought in the streets, the colour of the garment, to his horror, changed to a bright purple. The Jew boy said, quote, "I believe I'm 12. I've been to school, but it's long since, and my mother was very ill then, and I was forced to go out in the streets to have a chance. I never was kept to school. I can't read, I've forgot all about it. I'd rather now that I could read, but very likely I could soon learn if I could only spare time. But if I stay long in the house I feel sick, it's not healthy. Oh no, sir, inside or out it would be all the same to me just to make a living and keep my health. I can't say how long it is since I began to sell. It's a good long time. One must do something. I could keep myself now, and do sometimes, but my father, I live with him, my mother's dead, is often laid up. Would you like to see him, sir? He knows a deal. No, he can't write, but he can read a little. Can I speak Hebrew? Well, I know what you mean. Oh no, I can't. I don't go to synagogue. I haven't time. My father goes, but only sometimes. So he says, and he tells me to look out, for we must both go by and by. Note, I began to ask him what he knew of Joseph and others recorded in the Old Testament, but he bristled up and asked if I wanted to make a mishamot, a convert, of him. End note. I have sold all sorts of things, he continued, oranges and lemons and sponges and nuts and sweets. I should like to have a real good ginger beer fountain of my own, but I must wait, and there's many in the trade. I only go with boys of my own sort. I sell to all sorts of boys, but that's nothing. Very likely they're Christians, but that's nothing to me. I don't know what's the difference between a Jew and Christian, and I don't want to talk about it. The Meshamots are never any good. Anybody will tell you that. Yes, I like music and can sing a bit. I get to a penny and sometimes a tuppenny concert. No, I haven't been to Sussex Hall. I know where it is. I shouldn't understand it. You get in for nothing, that's one thing. I've heard of Baron Rothschild. He has more money than I could count in shillings in a year. I don't know about his wanting to get into Parliament, or what it means, but he's sure to do it or anything else with his money. He's very charitable, I've heard. I don't know whether he's a German Jew or a Portuguese or what. He's a cut above me, a precious sight. I only wish he was my uncle. I can't say what I should do if I had his money. Perhaps I should go a-travelling and see everything everywhere. I don't know how long the Jews have been in England, always perhaps. Yes, I know there's Jews in other countries. This sponge is Greek sponge, but I don't know where it's grown, only it's in foreign parts. Jerusalem, yes, I've heard of it. I'm of no tribe that I know of. I buy what I eat about Petticoat Lane. No, I don't like fish, but the stews and the onions with them is beautiful for twopence. You may get a pen'orth. The pickles, cowcumbers is best, are stunning, but they're plummiest with a bit of cheese or anything cold. That's my opinion, but you may think different. Pork, no, I never touched it. I'd as soon eat a cat. So would my father. No, sir, I don't think pork smells nice in a cook shop, but some Jew boys, as I knows, thinks it does. I don't know why it shouldn't be eaten, only that it's wrong to eat it. No, I never touched a ham sandwich, but other Jew boys have, and laughed at it, I know. I don't know what I make in a week. I think I make as much on one thing as on another. I've sold strawberries and cherries and gooseberries and nuts and walnuts in the season. Oh, as to what I make, that's nothing to nobody. Sometimes 6pence a day, sometimes a shilling, sometimes a little more, and sometimes nothing. No, I never sells inferior things if I can help it, but if one hasn't stock money, one must do as one can. But it isn't so easy to try it on. There was a boy beaten by a woman not long since for selling a big pottle of strawberries that was rubbish all under the toppers. It was all strawberry leaves and crushed strawberries and such like. She wanted to take back from him the twopence she'd paid for it, and got hold of his pockets, and there was a regular fight, but she didn't get a farthing back, though she tried her very hardest, 'cause he slipped from her and hooked it. So you see, it's dangerous to try it on. Note, this last remark was made gravely enough, but the lad told of the feat with such manifest glee that I'm inclined to believe that he himself was the culprit in question. End note. Yes, it was a Jew boy it happened to, but other boys in the streets is just the same. Do I like the streets? I can't say I do, there's too little to be made in them. No, I wouldn't like to go to school, nor to be in a shop, nor be anybody's servant but my own. Oh, I don't know what I shall be when I'm grown up. I shall take my chance like others." End quote. Of the pursuits, dwellings, traffic, and so on, of the Jew boy street sellers. To speak of the street Jew boys as regards their traffic, manners, haunts, and associations, is to speak of the same class of boys who may not be employed regularly in street sale, but are the comrades of those who are, a class who, on any cessation of their employment in cigar manufactories, or indeed any capacity, will apply themselves temporarily to street selling, for it seems to these poor and uneducated lads a sort of natural vocation. These youths, uncontrolled or incontrollable by their parents, who are of the lowest class of the Jews, and who often, I am told, care little about the matter, so long as the child can earn his own maintenance, frequently in the evenings, after their day's work, resort to coffee shops, in preference even to a cheap concert room. In these places they amuse themselves as men might do in a tavern, where the landlord leaves his guests to their own caprices. Sometimes one of them reads aloud from some exciting or degrading book, the lads who are unable to read listening with all the intentness with which many of the uneducated attend to any one reading. The reading is, however, not unfrequently interrupted by rude comments from the listeners. If a newspaper be read, the police or crimes are mostly the parts preferred. But the most approved way of passing the evening among the Jew boys is to play at draughts, dominoes, or cribbage, and to bet on the play. Draughts and dominoes are unpractised among the costermonger boys, but some of the young Jews are adepts in those games. A gentleman who took an interest in the Jew lads told me that he had often heard the sort of reading and comments I have described when he had called to talk to and perhaps expostulate with these youths in a coffee shop, but he informed me that they seldom regarded any expostulation. and seemed to be little restrained by the presence of a stranger, the lads all muttering and laughing in a box among themselves. I saw 7 of them a little after 8 in the evening in a coffee shop in the London Road, although it is not much of a Jewish locality, and 2 of them were playing at draughts for coffee, while the others looked on, betting halfpennies or pennies, with all the eagerness of gamblers, unrestrained in their expressions of delight or disappointment as they thought they were winning or losing, and commenting on the moves with all the assurance of connoisseurship. Sometimes they squabbled angrily, and then suddenly dropped their voices, as the master of the coffee shop had once or twice cautioned them to be quiet. The dwellings of boys such as these are among the worst in London as regards ventilation, comfort, or cleanliness. They reside in the courts and recesses about Whitechapel and Petticoat Lane, and generally in a garret. If not orphans, they usually dwell with their father. I am told that the care of a mother is almost indispensable to a poor Jew boy, and having that care he seldom becomes an outcast. The Jewesses and Jew girls are rarely itinerant street sellers, not in the proportion of 1 to 12, compared with the men and boys. In this respect, therefore, the street Jews differ widely from the English costermongers and the street Irish, nor are the Hebrew females even stall-keepers in the same proportion. One Jew boy's lodging which I visited was in a back garret, low and small. The boy lived with his father, a street seller of fruit, and the room was very bare. A few sacks were thrown over the old palliasse. A blanket seemed to be used for a quilt. There were no fire-irons nor fender, no cooking utensils. Beside the bed was an old chest serving for a chair, while a board resting on a trestle did duty for a table. This was once, I presume, a small street stall. The one not very large window was thick with dirt and patched all over. Altogether, I have seldom seen a more wretched apartment. The man, I was told, was addicted to drinking. The callings of which the Jew boys have the monopoly are not connected with the sale of any especial article, but rather with such things as present a variety from those ordinarily offered in the streets, such as cakes, sweetmeats, fried fish, and, in the winter, elder wine. The cakes known as boulers, a mixture of egg, flour, and candied orange or lemon peel, cut very thin, and with a slight colouring from saffron or something similar, are now sold principally, and used to be sold exclusively, by the Jew boys. Almond cakes, little round cakes of crushed almonds, are at present vended by the Jew boys, and their sponge biscuits are in demand. All these dainties are bought by the street lads of the Jew pastry cooks. The difference in these cakes, in their sweetmeats, and their elder wine, is that there is a dash of spice about them not ordinarily met with. It is the same with the fried fish, a little spice or pepper being blended with the oil. In the street sale of pickles the Jews have also the monopoly. These, however, are seldom hawked, but generally sold from windows and doorsteads. The pickles are cucumbers or gherkins, and onions, a large cucumber being 2d, and the smaller a penny and a halfpenny. The faults of the Jew lad are an eagerness to make money by any means, so that he often grows up a cheat, a trickster, a receiver of stolen goods, though seldom a thief, for he leaves that to others. He is content to profit by the thief's work, but seldom steals himself, however he may cheat. Some of these lads become rich men, others are vagabonds all their lives. None of the Jew lads confine themselves to the sale of any one article, nor do they seem to prefer one branch of street traffic to another. Even those who cannot read are exceedingly quick. I may here observe, in connection with the receipt of stolen goods, that I shall deal with this subject in my account of the London thieves. I shall also show the connection of Jewesses and Jews with the prostitution of the metropolis, in my forthcoming exposition of the London prostitutes. End of section 22.
Section 23 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the street Jewesses and street Jew girls. I have mentioned that the Jewesses and the young Jew girls, compared with the adult Jews and Jew boys, are not street traders in anything like the proportion which the females were found to bear to the males among the Irish street folk and the English costermongers. There are, however, a few Jewish females who are itinerant street sellers as well as stall keepers, in the proportion perhaps of 1 female to 7 or 8 males. The majority of the street Jew girls whom I saw on a round were accompanied by boys who were represented to be their brothers, and I have little doubt such was the facts. For these young Jewesses, although often pert and ignorant, are not unchaste. Of this I was assured by a medical gentleman who could speak with sufficient positiveness on the subject. Fruit is generally sold by these boys and girls together, the lad driving the barrow and the girl inviting custom and handing the purchases to the buyers. Intending a little stall or a basket at a regular pitch, with such things as cherries or strawberries, the little Jewess differs only from her street-selling sisters in being a brisker trader. The stalls with a few old knives or scissors, or odds and ends of laces, that are tended by the Jew girls in the streets in the Jewish quarters, I am told there are not above a dozen of them, are generally near the shops and within sight of their parents or friends. One little Jewess, with whom I had some conversation, had not even heard the name of the chief rabbi, the Reverend Dr. Adler, and knew nothing of any distinction between German and Portuguese Jews. She had, I am inclined to believe, never heard of either. I am told that the whole, or nearly the whole, of these young female traders reside with parents or friends, and that there is among them far less than the average number of runaways. One Jew told me he thought that the young female members of his tribe did not tramp with the juveniles of the other sex. No, not in the proportion of 1 to 100 in comparison, he said with a laugh, with young women of the Christian persuasion. My informant had means of knowing this fact, as, although still a young man, he had traversed the greater part of England hawking perfumery, which he had abandoned as a bad trade. A wire worker, long familiar with tramping and going into the country, a man upon whose word I have every reason to rely, told me that he could not remember a single instance of his having seen a young Jewess travelling with a boy. There are a few adult Jewesses who are itinerant traders, but very few. I met with one who carried on her arm a not very large basket filled with glasswares, chiefly salt cellars, cigar ash plates, blue glass dessert plates, vinegar cruets, and such like. The greater part of her wares appeared to be blue, and she carried nothing but glass. She was a good-looking and neatly dressed woman. She peeped in at each shop door and up at the windows of every private house in the street in which I met her, crying, "Clo', old clo'." She bartered her glass for old clothes, or bought the garments, dealing principally in female attire, and almost entirely with women. She declined to say anything about her family or her circumstances, except that she had nothing that way to complain about. But when I had used some names I had authority to make mention of, she said she would with pleasure tell me all about her trade, which she carried on rather than do nothing. "When I hawk," she said with an English accent, her face being unmistakably Jewish, "I hawk only good glass, and it can hardly be called hawking, as I swap it for more than I sell it. I always ask for the mistress, and if she wants any of my glass, we come to a bargain if we can. Oh, it's ridiculous to see what things some ladies, I suppose they must be called ladies, offer for my glass. Children's green or blue gauze veils, torn or faded, and not worth picking up, because no use whatever. Old ribbons, not worth dyeing, and old frocks, not worth washing. People say, as keen as a Jew, but ladies can't think we're very keen when they offer us such rubbish. I do most at the middle kind of houses, both shops and private. I sometimes give a little money for such a thing as a shawl or a fur tippet, as well as my glass, but only when I can't help it, to secure a bargain. Sometimes, but not often, I get the old thing and a trifle for my glass. Occasionally I buy outright. I don't do much, there's so many in the line, and I don't go out regularly. I can't say how many women are in my way, very few. Oh, I do middling. I told you I had no complaints to make. I don't calculate my profits or what I sell. My family do that, and I don't trouble myself. Of the Synagogue and the Religion of the Street and other Jews. The Jews in this country are classed as Portuguese and German. Among them are no distinctions of tribes, but there is of rites and ceremonies, as is set forth in the following extract, which shows also the mode of government, from a Jewish writer. Quote, "The Spanish and Portuguese congregation of Jews, who are also called Sephardim, from the word Sepharad, which signifies Spain in Hebrew, are distinct from the German and Polish Jews in their ritual service. The prayers both daily and for the Sabbath materially differ from each other, and the festival prayers differ still more. Hence the Portuguese Jews have a distinct prayer book, and the German Jews likewise. The fundamental laws are equally observed by both sects, but in the ceremonial worship there exists numerous differences. The Portuguese Jews eat some food during the Passover, which the German Jews are prohibited doing by some rabbis, but their authority is not acknowledged by the Portuguese rabbis. Nor are the present ecclesiastical authorities in London of the two sects the same. The Portuguese Jews have their own rabbis, and the German have their own. The German Jews are much more numerous than the Portuguese. The chief rabbi of the German Jews is the Rev. Dr. Nathan Marcus Adler, late chief rabbi of Hanover, who wears no beard and dresses in the German costume. The presiding rabbi of the Portuguese Jews is the Rev. David Meldola, a native of Leghorn. His father filled the same office in London. Each chief rabbi is supported by 3 other rabbis, called dayaman, which signifies in Hebrew judges. Every Monday and Thursday the chief rabbi of the German Jews, Dr. Adler, supported by his 3 colleagues, sits for 2 hours in the Rabbinical College, Beth Hamidrash, Smith's Buildings, Leadenhall Street, to attend to all supplications from the German Jews, which may be brought before him, and which are decided according to the Jewish law. Many disputes between Jews in religious matters are settled in this manner, and if the Lord Mayor or any other magistrate is told that the matter has already been settled by the Jewish rabbi, he seldom interferes. This applies only to civil and not to criminal cases. The Portuguese Jews have their own hospital and their own schools. Both congregations have their representatives in the Board of Deputies of British Jews, which board is acknowledged by government and is triennial. Sir Moses Montefiore, a Jew of great wealth, who distinguished himself by his mission to Damascus during the persecution of the Jews in that place, and also by his mission to Russia some years ago, is the president of the board. All political matters, calling for communications with government, are within the province of that useful board." End quote. The Jews have 8 synagogues in London, besides some smaller places which may perhaps, adopting the language of another church, be called synagogues of ease. The great synagogue in Duke's Place, a locality of which I have often had to speak, is the largest, but the new synagogue, St. Helen's, Bishopgate, is the one which most betokens the wealth of the worshippers. It is rich with ornaments, marble, and painted glass. The pavement is of painted marble, and presents a perfect round, while the ceiling is a half dome. There are besides these the Hamburg Synagogue in Fenchurch Street, the Portuguese Synagogue in Bevis Marks, 2 smaller places in Cutler Street and Gunyard Houndsditch, known as Polish synagogues, the Maiden Lane Covent Garden Synagogue, the Western Synagogue, St Albans Place, Pall Mall, and the West London Synagogue of British Jews, Margaret Street, Cavendish Square. The last mentioned is the most aristocratic of the synagogues. The service there is curtailed, the ritual abbreviated, and the days of observance of the Jewish festival reduced from 2 to 1. This alteration is strongly protested against by the other Jews, and the practices of this synagogue seem to show a yielding to the exactions or requirements of the wealthy. In the old days, and in almost every country in Europe, it was held to be sinful, even for a king, reverenced and privileged as such a potentate then was, to prosecute any undertaking before he heard Mass. In some states it was said in reproach of a noble or a sovereign, "He breakfasts before he hears Mass," and to meet the impatience of the great, hunting masses, as they were styled, or epitomes of the full service, were introduced. The Jews, some 8 or 9 years back in this country, seem to have followed this example. Such was the case at least as regards London and the wealthier of the professors of this ancient faith. The synagogues are not well attended, the congregations being smaller in proportion to the population than those of the Church of England. Neither, during the observance of the Jewish worship, is there any especial manifestation of the service being regarded as of a sacred and divinely ordained character. There is a buzzing talk among the attendants during the ceremony, and an absence of seriousness and attention. Some of the Jews, however, show the greatest devotion, and the same may be said of the Jewesses, who sit apart in the synagogues, and are not required to attend so regularly as the men. I should not have alluded to this absence of the solemnities of devotion as regards the congregations of the Hebrews, had I not heard it regretted by Hebrews themselves. "It is shocking," one said. Another remarked, "To attend the synagogue is looked upon too much as a matter of business, but perhaps there is the same spirit in some of the Christian churches." As to the street Jews, religion is little known among them, or little cared for. They are indifferent to it, not to such a degree indeed as the costermongers, for they are not so ignorant a class, but yet contrasting strongly in their neglect with the religious intensity of the majority of the Roman Catholic Irish of the streets. In common justice, I must give the remark of a Hebrew merchant with whom I had some conversation on the subject. Quote, "I can't say much about street Jews, for my engagements lead me away from them, and I don't know much about street Christians. But if out of 100 Jews you find that only 10 of them care for their religion, how many out of 100 Christians of any sort will care about theirs? Will 10 of them care? If you answer, but they are only nominal Christians, my reply is, the Jews are only nominal Jews, Jews by birth and not by faith." End quote. Among the Jews I conversed with, and of course only the more intelligent understood or were at all interested in the question, I heard the most contemptuous denunciation of all converts from Judaism. One learned informant, who was by no means blind to the shortcomings of his own people, expressed his conviction that no Jew had ever been really converted. He had abandoned his faith from interested motives. On this subject I am not called upon to express any opinion, and merely mention it to show a prevalent feeling among the class I am describing. The street Jews, including the majority of the more prosperous and most numerous class among them, the old clothesmen, are far from being religious in feeling, or well versed in their faith, and are perhaps in that respect on a level with the mass of the members of the Church of England. I say of the Church of England because of that church the many who do not profess religion are usually accounted members. In the Rabbinical College, I may add, is the finest Jewish library in the world. It has been collected for several generations under the care of the chief rabbis. The public are admitted, having first obtained tickets, given gratuitously, at the chief rabbi's residence in Crosby Square. Of the politics, literature, and amusements of the Jews. Perhaps there is no people in the world, possessing the average amount of intelligence in busy communities, who care so little for politics as the general body of the Jews. The wealthy classes may take an interest in the matter, but I am assured, and by those who know their countrymen well, that even with them such a quality as patriotism is a mere word. This may be accounted for in a great measure perhaps from a hereditary feeling. The Jew could hardly be expected to love a land, or to strive for the promotion of its general welfare, where he felt he was but a sojourner, and where he was at the best but tolerated and often proscribed. But this feeling becomes highly reprehensible when it extends, as I am assured it does among many of the rich Jews, to their own people, for whom, apart from conventionalities, say my informants, they care nothing whatever. For so long as they are undisturbed in money-getting at home, their brethren may be persecuted all over the world, while the rich Jew merely shrugs his shoulders. An honourable exception, however, exists in Sir Moses Montefiore, who has honourably distinguished himself in the relief of his persecuted brethren on more than one occasion. The great of the earth no longer spit upon the gaberdine of the Jewish millionaire, nor do they draw his teeth to get his money, but the great Jew capitalists, with powerful influence in many a government, do not seek to direct that influence for the bettering of the lot of their poorer brethren, who at the same time brook the restrictions and indignities which they have to suffer with a perfect philosophy. In fact, the Jews have often been the props of the courts who have persecuted them. That is to say, 2 or 3 Jewish firms occasionally have not hesitated to lend millions to the governments by whom they and their people have been systematically degraded and oppressed. I was told by a Hebrew gentleman, a professional man, that so little did the Jews themselves care for Jewish emancipation, that he questioned if 1 man in 10, actuated solely by his own feelings, would trouble himself to walk the length of the street in which he lived to secure Baron Rothschild's admission into the House of Commons. This apathy, my informant urged with perfect truth, in no wise affected the merits of the question, though he was convinced it formed a great obstacle to Baron Rothschild's success. For governments, he said, won't give boons to people who don't care for them, and though this is called a boon, I look upon it as only a right. When such is the feeling of the comparatively wealthier Jews, no one can wonder that I found among the Jewish street sellers and old clothes men with whom I talked on the subject, and their more influential brethren gave me every facility to prosecute my inquiry among them, a perfect indifference to, and nearly as perfect an ignorance of, politics. Perhaps no men buy so few newspapers and read them so little as the Jews generally. The street traders, when I alluded to the subject, said they read little but the police reports. Among the body of the Jews there is little love of literature. They read far less. Let it be remembered I have acquired all this information from Jews themselves, and from men who could not be mistaken in the matter, and are far less familiar with English authorship, either historical or literary, than are the poorer English artisans. Neither do the wealthiest classes of the Jews care to foster literature among their own people. One author, a short time ago, failing to interest the English Jews to promote the publication of his work, went to the United States, and his book was issued in Philadelphia, the city of Quakers. The amusements of the Jews, and here I speak more especially of the street or open-air traders, are the theatres and concert rooms. The City of London Theatre, the Standard Theatre, and other playhouses at the East End of London are greatly resorted to by the Jews, and more especially by the younger members of the body, who sometimes constitute a rather obstreperous gallery. The cheap concerts which they patronise are generally of a superior order, for the Jews are fond of music, and among them have been many eminent composers and performers, so that the trash and jingle which delights the costermonger class would not please the street Jew boys. Hence their concerts are superior to the general run of cheap concerts, and are almost always got up by their own people. Sussex Hall in Leadenhall Street is chiefly supported by Israelites. There the Jews and General Literary and Scientific Institution is established, with reading rooms and a library. And there lectures, concerts, and so on are given, as at similar institutions. Of late, on every Friday evening, Sussex Hall has been thrown open to the general public without any charge for admission, and lectures have been delivered gratuitously on literature, science, art, and general subjects, which have attracted crowded audiences. The lecturers are chiefly Jews, but the lectures are neither theological nor sectarian. The lecturers are Mr. M. H. Breslau, the Rev. B. H. Asher, Mr. J. L. Levison of Brighton, and Mr. Clark, a merchant in the city, a Christian whose lectures are very popular among the Jews. The behaviour of the Jew attendants and the others, the Jews being the majority, is decorous. They seem to like to receive information, I was told, and a gentleman connected with the hall argued that this attention showed a readiness for proper instruction, when given in an attractive form, which favoured the opinion that the young Jews, when not thrown in childhood into the vortex of money-making, were very easily teachable, while their natural quickness made them both ready and willing to be taught. My old clothes-buying informant mentioned a Jewish eating-house. I visited one in the Jew quarter, but saw nothing to distinguish it from Christian resorts of the same character and cheapness, the plate of good hot meat costing 4d. And vegetables a penny, except that it was fuller of Jews than of Christians, by 3 to 2, perhaps, and that there was no pork in the waiter's specification of the fare. End of section 23.